the newspaper. Putting aside the land speculation, SMC is always seen as the epicenter of corruption. Its weakness is that contracts are just negotiated. Rather than going through a transparent bidding process, Sehyun is getting impatient. You're talking as if you're just enjoying the view from the sidelines. Should we stop the Hansung Daily? The uncle is scrambling for a way out. Today it's only the Hansung Daily, but tomorrow other newsrooms will jump on it too. Do you have a smarter plan? Do-jun remains unfazed. If you're thinking about my grandfather, just drop it. I've already drawn a line in the sand. To make sure he doesn't get involved. Sehyun clicks his tongue. He rests his chin on his hand, looking worried. But if this keeps up, won't SMC just go belly up? He firmly asserts that it won't happen. Sunyang Construction has at least a 30% stake in the project. Do-jun knows the score all too well. So there's no way my grandfather will sit idly by, he declares with total confidence. I'll show you how I'm going to play my uncle. If Hansung Daily dares to mess with our business, they're toast. Sehyun sighs in relief. Well, that's good then. Do-jun calculates his next move internally. What should I do with uncle? He reviews the situation. Even though he just took office a few days ago, he's still a total simp for his wife's words. I thought they'd be harmless. But because of a minor oversight, everything has become a whole lot tougher. Do-jun mutters quietly to himself. Because I know exactly how shallow uncle is. He tries to connect all the dots, but he's still against the politics. Do-jun quickly jumps into action. Before my uncle causes a bigger mess, take me to see my aunt to talk it over. Sehyun is adamant. No way, he objects. It's too risky. Just keep your head down until SMC is back in the game. Late afternoon at the corporation. Seo-yoon is flustered. Honey, what on earth is going on? She is in a total panic. Just stop it already. Picking a fight with the prosecutor isn't going to do you any favors. Just then, Do-jun arrives and gives a polite bow. Seo-yoon quickly wraps up her call. I'll talk to you later. She hangs up, and Seo-yoon steps forward to greet the guests. Oh, you're here? Is everything okay with Do-jun? Do-jun puts on a weary face. As you know, Auntie, there's a lot of drama going down right now. She is rendered speechless. Why is he grumbling so irritably? It's because of Grandpa. That day, Grandpa chewed me out for hours because you left early. Seo-yoon's face pales. Are you sure? Do-jun looks exhausted. Are you kidding? I wouldn't lie about that. I mean, that's the whole reason I'm here. She is overjoyed. Well, that's a relief. Please, both of you, have a seat. Sehyun looks apologetic. I sincerely apologize for making CEO worry about him. Sehyun stays cool. It's fine. What's done is done. We just need to find a solution together. The uncle cautiously probes, by the way, I happened to overhear your call. It sounds like you're dealing with another issue. She hesitates. Sehyun reassures Jin. We're in the same boat now, so let's just solve the problem together. Seo-yoon fidgets with her fingers and spills the beans. He said he's going to the Central District Prosecutor's office. Central. It's all to protest the prosecution's indictment. I'm afraid it's going to trigger another massive backlash. The uncle is momentarily stunned. Wait, what? Do-jun watches with wide eyes. He's planning to go to war, even after sending a peace offering to the prosecution? He can't believe it. What kind of monster is he? Evening at the corporation. The meeting room is dead silent. Seo-yoon looks completely helpless. Do-jun raises an eyebrow in confusion. Auntie, didn't you plant a mole next to Uncle? She looks bewildered. Huh? What mole? He is truly surprised. Seo-yoon is strangely naive. She has underestimated her husband far too much. When it comes to her brothers, she plants moles by their sides and monitors their every move. But she didn't do the same for her own husband. Do-jun grinds his teeth in frustration. Sehyun cautiously reminds Director Jin. Regardless the situation surrounding Mayor, Choi is bound to change. The annual budget for the city of Seoul has exceeded 10 trillion won this year. He points it out clearly. With control over such a massive amount of money, won't it attract a lot of parasites? She has a sudden epiphany. So someone must have seduced him. Seo-yoon. Sehyun is speechless. That's highly likely. Seo-yoon's eyes widen. He tries to keep his emotions in check. You were so simple-minded. Thinking your husband posed absolutely no threat? To you? And now you're paying the price for that negligence. Do-jun bitterly blames himself too. He tries to find a clue. Who could it be? To make him cut off funds and ignore. The wife he desperately needs for the presidential election. That's no mere parasite. It looks like Uncle has hitched his wagon to a real eagle. Do-jun speaks up. Auntie. He carefully advises her. Please stop nagged at Uncle for now. It seems Uncle has finally reached his breaking point. After everything he's had to endure all this time. There it is. No one can stop him now. She immediately snaps back. Endure? Endure what exactly? Dojun sighs. I should stop discussing this with Auntie. Because right now she's completely out of control. He hears Seo Yoon complaining about both her and her husband. The next day at the company, Taehyun frowns. Seriously, how could this even happen? He just can't wrap his head around it. What on earth happened in just one night? Dojun is also very worried. Every single newspaper, led by Han Sung Daily, is praising the courage of the mayor, Choi Chang-jae. Despite being the son-in-law of the Sunyang family, he was brave enough to expose his own family's land speculation. They claim that it required immense determination, something an ordinary person could never do. He thoughtfully reads through it all. Taehyun suddenly has a thought. Hey, don't tell me this is your grandfather's doing. Dojun emphasizes firmly that is absolutely not the case. He is certain. He is not the type of person who easily goes back. On his own words, Dojun grinds his teeth. But even Han Sung Daily is trying to suck up to my uncle. He reaches a conclusion. Uncle, it seems like my uncle has found himself a massive sugar daddy. He is slightly taken aback. A sponsor? Dojun says confidently, yes, to be able to promise. Full-page ads across all central daily newspapers. It can only be a very big player. Taehyun agrees. I see. He rubs his temples. Since he has a reliable source of funding now, he doesn't even bother listening to his wife anymore. So he's finally stopped being a mama's boy to his in-laws. He grips the newspaper tightly. Dojun crushes it. This is infuriating. It wasn't because of my uncle's superficiality, but because of my own narrow vision. By choosing this kind of man to be the mayor and turning him into a reliable partner, he almost loses control. Taehyun calmly observes. Dojun is startled and stands up in confusion. I'm sorry you had to see me like this. He doesn't feel any better either. It's nothing. We both misjudged him. Dojun calculates his moves. I guess we should be satisfied. With what we got from SMC, if we stay near my uncle, we might just get caught in the crossfire, you'll see. Taehyun agrees. I think so too. Someone who only chases after those they fancy is truly a lost cause. I can tell you for sure. I don't know who that sponsor is, but it's obvious that in the end, they're just playing him. He feels a temporary sense of relief. The uncle and him have both agreed to cut him loose. Dojun is fed up. Now uncle is no longer our wingman. At the same time at the corporation, Yang Kiol looks down sternly. Dong Ki is also present. Opposite him are Young Ki and Song Jun. The old man calls out to him, Song Jun! Song Jun looks up. Yes, grandfather. Yang Kiol asks point blank, how much money did you lose? He tries to gloss over it. It wasn't that much, grandfather. The old man barks, I asked how much. Seong Jun is terrified. A little over 60 billion, sir. Dong Ki raises an eyebrow, secretly stunned. Lost 60 billion and has the nerve to say it's not much. Young Cheol says sarcastically, not much? And yet you still haven't managed to fix it. He is silenced. The old man turns to call Dong Ki. The uncle immediately responds, yes, father. Young Cheol gives orders. Son, go look into an apartment on Gyeoje Island. There are some staff apartments, owned by Sunyang Heavy Industries. Right. Have them repaper the walls and change the signage today. He makes an immediate decision. Set up all the necessary electronics, too. Starting tomorrow. It will be the new residence for your eldest nephew. So put some effort into it. Seong Jun definitely doesn't want this. Grandfather! Yang Cheol pays no attention. What's the position for the materials warehouse lead at the shipyard? Dong Ki straightens up. It's a manager, sir. He forces a smile. Truth be told, even he doesn't know what a shipyard materials warehouse lead actually is. But regardless, starting tomorrow, that's exactly what he'll be, a manager. The old man continues to instruct, make him some business cards, too. Dong Ki understands. Yes, sir. Yang Cheol officially announces, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pack your bags. He doesn't want to just accept it. Seong Jun turns to his father. Young Ki angrily scolds him. Get out right now! Go to Gyeoje Island, and don't do anything stupid, until you receive further instructions. He is completely hopeless. Seong Jun stands up dejectedly and leaves in silence. Yang Cheol continues, Dong Ki, you will be the one giving those separate instructions your brother mentioned. Watch over that kid's every move, until he finally grows up. Dong Ki is a bit confused. Yes, sir. The old man turns back to his eldest son. Young Ki straightens up and answers, yes, father. Yang Cheol warns him, if your son causes any more trouble, you'll be the one cleaning up the mess. Who knows, a criminal prosecution might even be opened. He threatens him bluntly, because if evidence ever points to Song Jun embezzling or misappropriating funds, he will end up in prison. If you don't want your son behind bars, then handle this cleanly. He obediently replies, yes. Young Cheol leans back. He remembers the final matter. She immediately sits up straight. Yes, father. Young Cheol says decisively, you and that son-in-law of mine, Choi, get a divorce. Seo Yoon is agape. Even Dong Ki is shocked. Young Ki looks up quickly. He has been fed up for a long time. If he wants to shed the label of a Sun Yang son-in-law this badly, then we should give him exactly what he wants. A chill suddenly runs down her spine. He commands coldly, divorce Choi. We have to satisfy his wishes, don't we? Yang Cheol acts as if it's no big deal. Seo Yoon screams out in frustration. How could you say something like that, father? Do you want me to be branded as a divorcee? The old man offers a reward immediately. If you divorce, I'll give you the mall, the hotel, the apartments, and even the golf course. It will be completely spun off, and I guarantee no one can take them from your hands. After that, Seo Yoon immediately softens her stance. Dong Ki is startled by what he hears. Young Ki feels the same way. Yang Cheol asserts, I'm not forcing you. I also don't want to be the kind of father who encourages his child to get a divorce. He pressures her. Seo Yoon, the choice is yours. She remains silent. And Yang Cheol continues, I've been wrong until now. Everyone is tense. I intended to recruit someone capable and hand Sun Yang over, but not anymore. He makes a cold-blooded decision. It seems better to just dump the useless ones. The meeting winds down. Meanwhile, in the U.S., the kids are playing happily. The streets are bustling at fantasy investment headquarters. Perspectives on money vary, making a lot and spending a lot. That might not matter to me, but these are very important factors for these people. Detailed reports are being presented. The audience listens intently. Exposing the facts, he observes coldly. Do-jun calmly waits for his turn. He speaks up with a decision. From now on, direct investment in .com companies will be banned. Do-jun asserts, no matter how bright the future seems, you can't trust them. He gives a cautious warning. Of course, you shouldn't just trust your own intuition or even the data. She raises an eyebrow in confusion. People begin to buzz with talk. Do-jun also realizes it's a mess, doesn't he? Because right now, where the world's money is concentrating is Silicon Valley in the U.S. He continues to explain. If we invest directly in those companies now, then we will have no way of knowing when to pull out. Do-jun smiles and says, weren't we all taught from a young age not to get played by the game? Don't let yourself get caught up in the game. How did you convince them? We have to run the game, don't we? Direct investment is exactly the game of the .com founders. Do-jun bluntly declared, and NASDAQ is our real playground. Everyone please consider this carefully. Oh-cho cleared her throat to get their attention. She spoke up, making high profits through direct investment. Before the IPO, isn't that your specialty, Howard? Oh-cho smiled calculatingly. Since when did you start being careful? He felt quite sorry. It was truly ironic. But he couldn't tell them that he had seen online that the .com bubble would burst and a lot of money would go up in smoke. Do-jun stood tall, luring people in by talking about great things that don't even exist, making them shell out their own money. What do you call that? Frank replied, fraud. He immediately affirmed, exactly, it's a scam. Lately, it has been called by another name. Everyone focused on listening to Do-jun. In a low voice, venture spirit. The whole room went silent. He emphasized that even a single penny matters. Companies with actual revenue, even if sales aren't great. We should invest in those IT companies that provide concrete services. Oh-cho listened carefully. Do-jun led with an example like Amazon. Everyone was completely baffled. He spoke up. The Amazon you're talking about, is that the online bookstore? He smiled and confirmed, exactly Amazon.com. Frank analyzed the data. If you're talking about the Amazon founded in 1994, then its investment value is practically zero. Although last year, its listed share price was $18. On the first day of trading, it plummeted to $1.96. Do-jun was quite surprised. How do you know that so well? He seemed slightly flustered. How did everyone there know? He chuckled and asked Han, how much have you lost already? Vijo gave a figure, $50,000. Frank let out a miserable sigh. She recounted that everyone had tried to stop him, saying there was no chance. But in the end, he still invested, using his own money. So ultimately, he was the only one left holding the bag. Do-jun added, that's a real shame. If I were you, I would have invested 10 times more. Actually make that 100 times more. Everyone was terrified hearing that. Rachel shouted in shock. Howard, are you for real? He nodded in confirmation. Of course. Amazon takes orders and delivers books. Even if it's small, it still has revenue. Do-jun explained, though it's a simple concept. It's different from those other flashy .com companies. He firmly asserted, A company with a simple and understandable service model is a real company. Everyone listened intently. The rest is nothing but a bubble. Do-jun encouraged after this period, withdraw the money that you've directly invested in .com companies. He pointed out the key takeaway. Find a proper reason and accept the risk of losing a little bit, and only invest in stocks of companies already listed on the NASDAQ. That is rule number 1. Victor leaned back and relaxed. Is there a rule number 2? Do-jun smiled and confirmed. He set a deadline. The second rule is that no matter how much the NASDAQ grows, finish pulling all your capital out by the first quarter of 2000. She was quite indifferent. What's the reason? Do-jun affirmed. Because by then everyone will realize that venture capital is just a scam. A moment later, everyone dispersed to relax. Vijo sat with him, staring at Do-jun. He casually spoke up. It seems you have something to tell me. You're staring pretty hard. What's on your mind? Rachel stiffened slightly. She burst out laughing. I just can't help it. Do-jun took a sip of water. Just speak your mind. Rachel suggested, let's go to L.A. He was quite surprised. Why L.A.? For the movies? She mentioned, yeah, there's a screening of Saving Couple next month. Jack, Rachel's friend, explained briefly. We're always getting invites. Because I've invested in all their films. Just like you told me to. Ever since Dreams was founded. It's practically a partnership now. Do-jun was somewhat indifferent. Is that all? Are you really interested in that? He recalled some scenes. He was sick of that movie. That was a film he'd seen in theaters several times when it was first released. Do-jun didn't pay it much mind. And later it was on TV whenever there was an empty time slot. He must have seen it over 20 times by now. She added that Dreams had sent them a signal. He acted interested. A signal? Rachel shared more details. That's right. They know Fantasy's capital is from Korea, so they asked why not take a shot at securing the distribution rights for Asia. Do-jun noted nonchalantly, I'm not that interested, but someone else is dying to get their hands on it. Her eyes widened in surprise. Who? He set his glass back on the table. Do-jun revealed, my father. Early morning at the apartment. The father and son sat down to talk. Yoonki asked worriedly, are you sure you're okay? Do-jun affirmed, I would never do anything that would cause a loss. So Dad, please stop worrying about the money. Just consider whether you can help me with the plan I just mentioned. He was still uneasy. Yoonki weighed it. I heard from Rachel. This is a deal that requires $500 million. I'm wondering if it's actually worth that much. He caught him off guard. But it's your dream, Dad. Do-jun tried to convince him. Please don't put a price tag on your dreams. If dreams could be bought with money, then it wouldn't really be a dream, would it? He casually gave him a pep talk. Money is just a tool to achieve your dreams. And tools are meant to be used and then tossed aside. Do-jun encouraged, so Dad, just spend the money. Yoonki was dazed for a moment. He pondered for a while and then Yoonki burst out laughing. He adjusted his glasses. I thought I was the son of a ruthless chaebol chairman. Yoonki looked at him warmly. But it turns out I'm the father of a wise chaebol heir. Do-jun was stunned. Yes, sir. He burst out laughing again. Do-jun gave instructions. Rachel has already set up the appointment, so you just need to coordinate with her. He confirmed, all right. Yoonki asked Han, Do-jun, where are you planning to go? He gently replied, to Stanford. Stanford, if you grouped all the companies of the entrepreneurs that this university has produced and will produce in the future, then its economic power would be even greater than a nation, like South Korea. Usually, because it's located near Silicon Valley, people might think that Stanford graduates, or students on leave would flock to Silicon Valley, but the truth is quite the opposite. When the university actively supported the startups of its graduates, a venture capital boom occurred. And as these students gathered to prepare for startups and founded companies, Silicon Valley itself began to take shape around the campus. The shuttle sped along. Do-jun frowned. I thought they were still at Stanford, but it turns out they've already moved to Silicon Valley. He speculated. Could they have already secured funding for their startup? Do-jun looked at the stack of documents. He leaned back and relaxed. They still hadn't made it out of the garage. Do-jun observed the small room. Looking at the state of this place, it doesn't look like they have a big investor yet. Suddenly a voice called out, Hey, what are you doing? Sergei shouted loudly from outside. What do you think you're doing standing in front of someone else's office? Oh, really? He replied with a smile. Do-jun greeted the two, Larry Green and Sergei Robin. He asked warily, Who are you? He hinted slightly, You two still don't see it? They were tense. See what? Do-jun used a metaphor. These wings spreading wide on my back, otherwise known as angel wings. Larry was utterly shocked. Could it be? He smirked with satisfaction. The opportunity you've been dying for has arrived. But it's hard to believe, isn't it? Because you'd never expect that an Asian kid younger than you would be an angel investor. He dropped his box of things. Do-jun broke the ice. How much longer are you two going to stand there looking shocked? Aren't you going to invite me in for a beer? They explained that this was the garage of an acquaintance who works at Excel. He casually drank some water. Larry asked skeptically, but who exactly are you? He found it hard to believe he was really an investor. Do-jun looked thoughtful, then an idea struck him. Do-jun suggested, wait, that phone has a speaker, right? Let's make a call together. Long dial tones rang out. Larry and Sergey were doubtful. The other side picked up. Jeff Bezos here. He spoke up. Hello, Jeff. How are you? This is Howard Jin. The other person was delighted. Wow, Howard, it's been so long. Are you in the States? June was friendly. That's right. I'm in California right now. I'll come find you when I'm done here. But first I have a favor to ask. Bezos replied casually. Go ahead. He opened the conversation. There are two others listening to this call. They're people I want to invest in, but they keep looking at me with suspicious eyes. The person on the other end laughed out loud. For real? If they're people Howard found, then I'd want to invest in them too. Here, Do-jun introduced. Say hello. This is Mr. Jeff Martin. The two were hyped. Martin. The Jeff Martin. He casually walked away. Jeff, feel free to chat with them. I'll step out for a moment. Do-jun went to the door to get some fresh air. Their jaws were still on the floor. He took another sip. Do-jun felt a bit bored. I should probably tell Dad and Rachel that I won't be able to make it back today. It was pure chaos inside. He was deep in thought. Do-jun drank while thinking. New Google! Sergey waved happily. We're all set! He followed him inside. Do-jun said, Jeff, I'll be staying in the U.S. for quite a while this time, so I'll get in touch with you later. Jeff responded warmly. Okay, just call me anytime. If you don't have the time, I'll just fly out to California myself. Two pairs of sparkling eyes stared at him. Do-jun smirked. Yeah, he finally got the look he wanted from them. He was completely blown away. You really invested $9 million in marketing. Computers when you were only 10 years old? Why, Sergey? You even gave up all voting rights and left everything to the founder. That's $9 million we're talking about. He teased them. Didn't you guys just hear him? You think Jeff was lying? Larry stammered. It's not that, it's just, I can't believe it. Do-jun said casually, it's for real, so just believe it. He double-checked. You said your name was Howard, right? Howard Jin, he replied naturally. That's right. Larry was beyond stoked. Jeff said that you coming to find us is a sign, guaranteeing that our business will be a hit. Right? He even said he wanted to invest himself. Do-jun chuckled to himself. Both of them looked incredibly excited. He set down the beer can. Forget Jeff Martin. He's already a successful billionaire. Do-jun gave them a reality check. Could it be that he would impose his own secret to success on you two? Moreover, Martin Computer is fundamentally different from New Google. He pointed out the difference. Martin only uses online services, but its essence is the distribution business. He was a bit confused, but Do-jun smiled confidently. It seems there's a misunderstanding here. They were dazed. He brought up history again. When I was 10, I invested $9 million. Do-jun gave a slight smile. So do you think I, right now, am worth any less than Jeff Martin? The two were stunned as it clicked. The lights stayed on until late that night. The room fell silent. Do-jun clapped his hands to begin. Now let's talk about the details. He asked about the process. What is the most practical thing you need right now? A proper office, staff to work with? The two looked at each other in silence. Then they shouted in unison, Servers! Sergey reported the progress. We've already launched the search tool. He continued. Folks at Stanford, obviously. And even people in Silicon Valley are using it now. The metrics have really piled up. Sergey pointed behind him. This is the server we're currently using. He explained that the bandwidth was insufficient and the technical specs weren't enough to reach peak performance. Do-jun was satisfied. It seems you two have already calculated the cost for a build. So the server upgrade is a go, right? Larry quickly replied, absolutely. He made a decision. Let's do it all in one go. Sergey was a bit stunned. All in one go? Do-jun listed them off. Server expansion. Moving to a more suitable office. Hiring more staff. And even replacing the car. He explained first. If you two keep driving that shaky red pickup truck, and heaven forbid get into an accident, how am I supposed to get my investment back? The goal is to create a new world in this garage. Do-jun asked bluntly, all right, so how much? The two were tense. They whispered to each other cautiously. He waited calmly. Sergei cleared his throat, getting ready. He threw out a number. 150,000? No. $200,000 should be enough. Dojun did the math in his head. $200,000 is barely enough for a few days in Seoul. He stayed silent for a moment. They got worried and yelled, "Is that too high?" Dojun quickly spoke up. "All right. First of all, I'll invest $1 million. So you two show me some results. After that, I'll put in another $10 million. Their jaws dropped in shock. They were totally speechless. Both of them jumped up in excitement. Then they rushed him at once and lifted Dojun off the ground. After riding the high of this massive stroke of luck, the two of them cracked open a beer to calm down. They knew the path to success paved by those who came before them. They knew this investment money wasn't a free lunch, and they knew perfectly well they would have to share money they would make in the future. Later, Sergei finally calmed down. "Hey, Howard, can you give us the specific terms now?" He stated. "Of course, we've heard through Martin that you're a bold investor, but we still need a contract." Dojun thought it over. Actually, it was quite pointless to stress over which terms to give them. He reminded himself, "From now on, I have to weigh every little detail. This is a company value of hundreds of trillions, and I'm terrified imagining myself acting rashly just because I'm greedy for more. Because you want to seize more." Dojun quietly resolved, "I must give up the thought of trying to control two people who can change the world. Just because I know the future, they will change the world. I just need to change the future of the Sunyang Group." He was well aware of the risks. Once swept away by greater ambitions, I might lose the only weapon I have. Dojun realized clearly. I just need enough ambition and action to ensure the future I know doesn't change. He praised them. "You two have great luck." Dojun gave a friendly smile. Meanwhile, they were dazed and confused. He continued to raise the stakes. "I will invest in stages up to $30 million. Dojun casually mentioned, "After that, if you need more investment, it's either because the company has grown massive or because you two have blown all the cash. Isn't that right?" He pointed out the reality. "If you need more capital due to growth, even if it's not from me, countless other investors will come flocking in. Take their funding on good terms." Larry spoke up, looking puzzled. "Wait, Howard, I'd like to ask something. Please don't take this the wrong way." Dojun immediately gave the green light. "Go ahead." He was still scratching his head. "If we need more funds because we've scaled up, doesn't that mean that the company is killing it? Then why would you stop investing? You said you had plenty of money." Dojun then clarified, "Money should be accepted from various sources. They are people with a lot of investment experience." He didn't hold anything back. They are the living witnesses to countless successes and failures in Silicon Valley. When you need more funding, that's exactly when you need their advice. Dojun showed them the way. Don't push away the people who nag you, because they are the ones who will give you invaluable insights. He gave them a heads up. But you too, you also shouldn't abandon your own core values. Goals might shift slightly, depending on how the company grows, but it's still better not to do anything that makes your own values waver, right? The two looked at each other for a long while. Sergei hesitantly brought up the risk. "All right, but what about the worst-case scenario? Tell us your conditions for recouping your investment. If our business goes south," Dojun immediately affirmed, "then we'll just start over together. I'll keep pouring money in until you two succeed." He gave them a solid commitment. "Whether it takes 100 million or a billion, I'm in." "So is that answer good enough for you?" he said shakily. "Howard." They were moved to tears. "Do you really believe our new girl will definitely be a hit?" Dojun already knew the answer because it was a sure thing. Sergei slowly followed up to confirm. "We truly appreciate your sincerity. However, investments can't be made based on something as abstract as trust. So now give us some hard numbers." He looked them straight in the eye. "I'm still getting their names mixed up. The slightly better-looking Russian guy is Sergei, right?" Dojun expressed. "All right, as you both know, I have no intention of holding voting rights. I just want an equal share of the equity between the three of us." He spoke comfortably. "In exchange for the $30 million that I'll be investing in the future." Larry double-checked. "So the starting shares for all three of us will be exactly the same?" Dojun nodded in agreement. "That's right, your brains against my money? It's a pretty fair trade, isn't it?" Sergei expressed his confusion. "It's not fair at all. You're the one getting the short end of the stick. Howard, even if you asked for 50% with an investment like that, we'd be idiots not to take it." He quickly added, "Exactly. If you used $30 million and said you'd buy the whole thing, we wouldn't think it was an unreasonable request at all." But he didn't change his mind. "Then I'll leave it to you two to protect my shares in the future. whether through direct or indirect capital increases. You both must maintain an equal balance of your own shares. He reached his hand out first. Sergei said excitedly, "Let's close the deal before you change your mind?" Dujun quickly promised, "Tomorrow I'll draw up the contract and get it to you. Take a good look at it, and the $1 million too." The deal was officially made. Larry was extremely grateful to him. Dujun achieved his goal very quickly. He was absolutely thrilled. He suddenly raised an eyebrow in doubt. "But hey," Larry said in disbelief, "are you really only 20? He was a bit surprised. "What?" At that, Dojun just chuckled. Afterward, they kept talking all through the night until dawn. Dojun left the garage. Time flew by in a flash. And just like that, I successfully signed the contract with the two founders of New Google. He had it all planned out. I will head back to New York and increase my investment in .com companies. I'll pick safe long-term investments and work hard studying the derivatives market with the experts at the firm. I watched the U.S. president issue a public apology regarding the earlier scandal. I also cheered for Sari Pak during the match between the two golfers. Pak Hai, even though I really wanted to see the game of the two baseball players. Chanho Park, my schedule wouldn't allow it, so I could only watch it on TV. On September 4th, New Google was officially founded, and when the Christmas trees appeared, signaling that another Christmas season was here, I boarded a plane back to South Korea. The person who gave me the warmest welcome in Korea wasn't my parents, nor my grandfather, but Aunt Jin, Seo Yoon. Do Jun was stunned to hear about the divorce. Seo Yoon looked visibly worn out. "That's right. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? I was even planning to fly to the U.S. immediately, but Representative Oh stopped me." Yoon-ki held his head in exhaustion. "Oh boy." He quickly deduced, did grandfather tell her to get a divorce? It's hard to tell. If he actually wanted to win her over, whether my uncle likes it or not. Do-jun couldn't wrap his head around it. "Auntie, what could I possibly do?" Grandfather seems really pissed off. She had blind faith. "You can talk to him. I don't know about anyone else, but if it's you, he'll actually listen." He inquired, "Sis, what's your plan regarding my brother-in-law? Does he even know about this yet? How?" Seo Yoon wept. "I haven't been able to say a word yet. How am I supposed to bring up divorce?" Everyone felt awkward, and he didn't know what to do either. Do-jun thought to himself, beneath that cold exterior, he's just a regular person, like everyone else. In truth, she doesn't show this side of herself to just anyone. He felt quite sympathetic. To her, her brothers aren't family, but rivals, always waiting to stab each other in the back. Do-jun tried to imagine if he had been reborn as a sibling to those two. The outcome would likely be the same. We can talk things through and discuss issues while keeping our cool. But the moment we see our parents, the inner child in all of us comes out. He knew this clearly, because parents are the only true family, not some kind of opponent. Do-jun suddenly remembered, "How's the prosecution going?" Both sides are still setting the date. Seo Yoon informed him. "The chief prosecutor in charge has completed the handover following the procedures. Your grandfather is personally handling that matter too." He saw Yoon-ki watching Seo Yoon as he comforted her. Father and son quietly withdrew and went out to the yard. He cautioned, "Don't get mixed up in this." Do-jun replied unexpectedly. "Yes." Yoon-ki provided more information. "You still can't get a hold of Se-hyun, can you? According to Se-hyun, it seems your uncle is being targeted by the group. Dae-hyun is manipulating things." "I really didn't expect this from Dae-hyun. He's pulling the strings, exactly. I heard Hansung Daily suddenly did a 180. It's because Dae-hyun requested it." "Isn't that obvious?" Do-jun was stunned. "Your uncle's new backer is the Dae-hyun group." Yoon-ki stated with absolute certainty. "There's no way. Your grandfather doesn't know about this. That's why he told her to get a divorce. He knows for sure. Isn't Dae-hyun his one and only rival? In the business world, he will never forgive a traitor." Yoon-ki slowed down to analyze further. "Once you speak up about this, grandfather's anger will turn toward you." He warned anxiously, "Do you get what I'm saying?" Do-jun confirmed, "Yes. I'll keep my mouth shut and play dumb." Yoon-ki finally felt somewhat relieved. "All right. I'll go comfort your aunt. So you should head to your room first to avoid her." After finishing, he went back inside first. While he remained silent, deep in thought, Do-jun calculated his next move. "Honestly, I don't feel any sympathy for my aunt or uncle. But the problem is I need to consider how to handle the split of the department stores and hotels. What's the best way to go about it?" He tried to see through the intentions. Does grandfather really want his daughter to manage these companies? The golf course might be possible, but to spin off the department store or the hotel and break free from that tangled management structure, that spider web-like web, One would need to buy up a massive amount of shares. Do-jun pondered for a long time. A moment later, he chuckled and made a decision. No way am I letting the chance to own these department stores and hotels slip through my fingers. And so, Do-jun began to take action the following morning at the office. Seo-yoon lamented her appearance from yesterday. I looked like a total mess, didn't I? I only had a little bit to drink and was already wasted. He gave a polite smile. I thought you looked just fine yesterday, Auntie. Her face turned beet red. Why are you talking nonsense? Do-jun remained silent, offering no response. Seo-yoon asked anxiously, so what are your plans? He continued to play dumb. Plans for what? She spoke sternly. Stop acting so naive. It's way too late to deny it. Seo-yoon made her accusation. You're planning to take over your father's share of the inheritance from Sun Yang, aren't you? The more capable you are, the bigger the slice of the pie you get. The inheritance. Do-jun kept smiling. Was she asking for help or something? Or did she want him to be in the same boat with her? He acted innocent. I'm not denying it. I figured you'd eventually ask for a favor. She jumped up, agitated. No matter what, this is a game for the grown-ups. No matter how much inheritance you receive, your eldest uncle won't just let you slide, Seo-yoon declared, hands on her hips. You know it too, at any cost. He'll find a way to take it all back. If you're lucky, he might buy your shares at a premium. Do-jun asked bluntly, and what about you? She was momentarily taken aback. Me? Seo-yoon snapped irritably. I still have nothing in my hands. That's exactly why I'm so stressed out. He listed off several department stores, hotels, apartments, and golf courses. This much property is no joke, Auntie. She frowned, displeased. Even you're telling me to get a divorce? Do-jun offered a choice. Isn't the decision yours? Choose your husband or Sun Yang. But I don't think you'd ever give up Sun Yang for your husband, right? Seo-yoon's gaze grew sharp. We can settle this quickly, just like you said. He was slightly stunned. Auntie, what do you mean? Seo-yoon gave a wicked smile. To protect what I will have, and what you will have. No, to obtain even greater things. What do you think about us forming an alliance? Do-jun felt a bit suspicious. Why the sudden rush? He calmly asked, if we team up, what's in it for me? She spread her arms wide. Everything we acquire later on. We'll go 50-50, it's a deal. Seo-yoon immediately laid out the strategy. I'll round up the people who can help us. They're the top executives, the directors of the subsidiaries, who currently hold half the power within the group. Sun Yang. Do-jun appeared to be deep in thought for a moment. Meanwhile, she watched him in silence. Not letting too much time pass, he spoke his decision. First off, Do-jun advised, Auntie, just take the portion grandfather is giving you for now. Don't ask for too much all at once. Just take it one step at a time. We have to follow the procedure if we want to succeed. Seo-yoon's eyes widened and she shouted in agitation, Seriously, even you want me to get a divorce? He looked weary. Auntie, you need to be the one holding the handle of the knife. If you keep hesitating like this, you won't get anything done. Seo-yoon was furious. How can a divorce be my leverage? Do-jun carefully corrected her. Not a divorce, but a divorce agreement. He suggested, just show the divorce agreement to your husband. He might just drop to his knees and beg for your forgiveness. Do-jun opened up the possibility. The point is, being a politician who's the son-in-law of Sun Yang is his weakness, he stated firmly. But without Sun Yang, he'll realize he's a nobody. Hearing this, she had an epiphany. Seo-yoon realized in shock. It was as if she'd been enlightened. So that's how it is. Divorce papers are like a double-edged sword. Do-jun was quite satisfied. His aunt was starting to use her head. She's quick on the uptake. He continued to explain. Yes, with just those divorce papers, you'll be able to control the department stores, hotels, apartments, golf courses, and the entire Seoul market. Seo-yoon exclaimed in admiration. Why are you so damn smart? No wonder grandfather adores you so much. Do-jun smiled in response. Smart. Well, it's not actually going to help much, Auntie. She didn't get what he meant. What do you mean? Why wouldn't it help at all? He buttered her up with a hidden meaning. Has anyone ever become king just because of their intellect, Auntie? They are only the king's trusty right-hand men. Do-jun observed carefully. His aunt was quite sharp, too. He pondered in silence. I need to make them believe that. I'm someone who can be used. Not a competitor. Seo-yoon was stunned. She gently placed her hand on Do-jun's shoulder. Seo-yoon gave a small smirk. Aren't you being a bit too humble? You're better than that, my dear nephew. Why are you so low on confidence? She encouraged him. You're still very young. You don't need to put a ceiling on yourself like that. Hearing that, Do-jun acted confused. I don't need to? Seo-yoon burst into an amused laugh. Of course, let's talk about this later. She felt a bit awkward. The issue that needs fixing right now is these divorce papers. How should I handle this to make it work? He gave her guidance effortlessly. Just present the divorce petition and follow grandfather's. Proposal, Auntie, Du-jun quickly suggested. And you should demand one more thing. One more thing? Seo-yoon frowned. What's that? He brought up the details. Management of Sun Yang Group's distribution company. The group is currently getting ready to run a hypermarket. You know, the hypermarket, she remembered. Hyper? Oh, you mean that big discount store? Du-jun explained further. Yes, there's a lot of investment pouring into that right now. Besides, the distribution company Sun Yang isn't even listed on the stock market yet. So you should turn it into a holding company. Transfer the department store and hotel shares over to that company too. Seo-yoon's eyes went wide. He stated with certainty, by that point you'll basically be holding the reins of every cash deal in the group. Her eyes sparkled. It's no different from being the Sun Yang Group's own bank. Du-jun chuckled to himself. He knew he had already won. Anyway, department stores or discount superstores, they both have the same organizational structure. The only difference is the product quality. Du-jun carefully noted, you've already built a solid reputation for running department stores in the past. So when you get divorced at the very least, you should walk away with a decent payout, right? He guided her through every step. Also, once you turn Sun Yang Distribution into the parent company, you should go ahead with a corporate spin-off, Auntie. That's the only way to secure a rock-solid foundation for yourself. Seo-yoon immediately caught his drift. If I make the distribution company the parent, I'll just keep the distribution shares for myself. As for the rest, I'll use the company's own cash to buy them out. That's incredibly slick, isn't it? Du-jun confirmed. Yes, either way, it's just a matter of moving money from one pocket to another, so you can spin off the company without losing a single cent. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. She suddenly lunged toward Du-jun and gave him a tight hug. Oh my God, how is my nephew so freaking smart? Du-jun was taken aback. Whoa. The next day at City Hall, Seo-hyun was fuming. Mayor Choi! The rumors have already spread like wildfire. Are you even going to act right and do your job? Chang-jae remained unfazed. I have no idea what rumors you're referring to. He interrogated him bluntly. Word on the street is, you've been seeing Chairman Ju in private quite often lately. From Ga-hee-hyun Company. Is that true? What are you up to? He had no intention of being helpful. We only met to talk about the new town construction project, which is set to break ground next year. Chang-jae made a smug demand. Oh, and CEO, you should probably stay low for a while. We've already cleared the payment via SMC, right? Isn't that the case? Seo-hyun clicked his tongue. The uncle sighed and analyzed the situation. The new town you mentioned is going to attract a lot of drama. If you sign a negotiation contract with the construction company, Dae-hyun, Seo-hyun warned him in advance, but don't misunderstand, Hwa-young. We don't give a damn about those apartment buildings. He didn't seem to care much at all. Hwa-young, didn't you already change the name to Dae-ah Construction? Right now, you are the head of the Hwa-young Group. The uncle pointed out that the real head is Chairman Jin, Mr. Seong-hyun Chang-jae. I'm just the director of a joint stock company. Chang-jae waved his hand. I get how the board works over there. Get to the point. He mentioned, I thought you came here for a piece of the pie. At the new town. Seo-hyun tried to keep his cool. The uncle glared, clearly unhappy. When I asked you to ditch the Sun Yang Group label, it meant I wanted you to shed the image of being a member of that chaebol family. I didn't mean for you to jump from Sun Yang straight into bed with the Dae-hyun Group. Chang-jae didn't hold back at all. If that's all you've got to say, then stop right there. I'll handle my own business. Seo-hyun thought to himself. Now he's not even bothering to hide how annoyed he is. Look at him. Who does he think he is? No secrets, no patience, no laying low. That's the privilege of those in power. The uncle gave a kind reminder. Look, Mayor Choi, see. Hyun knows full well. You're nothing but a toy to Chairman Ju. Sooner or later, when he's bored, he'll toss away a toy. Like you. He felt a pang of guilt. You... Chang-jae jumped up in agitation. What? How dare you talk to me like that? The uncle stood his ground. He's just baiting you to put on a show for his own amusement. Specifically, he wants you to snap at your father-in-law. Seo-hyun confirmed. That's all it is. It's just a game for an old man with one foot in the grave, who's acting out because he's miserable and bored with life itself. He didn't bother listening. Shut your mouth! The uncle calmly continued. Do you really think Chairman Ju gives a damn about redeveloping those apartments? If Chairman Jin cuts you off, then Chairman, Dae-hyun will get bored and ghost you too. Chang-jae roared arrogantly. Who's abandoning whom? He tried to compose himself. Chairman Jin? Who the hell is he to think he can ditch someone twice? If you don't know anything, stop talking trash. Seo-hyun was stunned. What? Chang-jae waved him off and declared, Chairman Jin threw me away a long time ago. Ever since I ran for mayor of Seoul back then, he growled. Father-in-law and son-in-law are just labels on paper. Now that old man is nothing more than a total stranger to me, Changji panted wearily. The uncle frowned and reminded him, you just said it yourself. You two still have a legal relationship on paper, Sehyun pointed out. Cutting that legal tie is exactly what it means to be abandoned a second time. He was stunned. What? The uncle stomped his foot hard on the floor. Sehyun glared at him. If you cut that legal connection, your life is game over. Don't you realize? Even those Sun Yang scholarship students are holding their breath because of that very tie? The uncle asserted coldly. The moment that legal string snaps, everyone else will come hunting for you. From Jeju to Seoul, Sehyun looked at Chang Jae with contempt. Now you want to be a target for arrows, instead of someone people bring money to? Theo decided to give up on Mayor Choi. It seems I've been caught in your crossfire. That's why I came all the way here out of concern. If you want to choose the path to ruin, there is no way I can stop you. Sehyun had lost his patience. If you're going to leave, do it quietly. The uncle drew a clear line. Because if this affects me, I won't let it slide. He was left all alone. Evening at the mansion, a folder was placed neatly. Yang Qian picked it up. What's this? Seo Yoon has made up her mind. It's a divorce petition, father. Seo Yoon faced Yang Qian as she handed over the documents. The old man smiled with satisfaction. Finally ending it with that loser. What was so hard that it took you this long, huh? Seo Yoon gritted her teeth in anger. She shouted out in agitation. Father, I am the mother of 3 sons. I had to think about them as well. And Yang Qian coldly pointed out, they're all grown up. Why do you care so much? Besides, do you really think they give a damn about their parents? He bluntly exposed the truth. That Choi guy, he's just a man who takes luxury items from the department store and gives them to other women. Seo Yoon raised her voice. Father! Yang Qian satisfiedly flipped through the pages and noticed something. But why isn't the date written in? Stamp it and get it processed by tomorrow. She avoided Yang Qian's eyes. I'll finalize the paperwork on the day the mayor of Seoul's term ends. If we announce the divorce of a sitting mayor, the reporters and the media will make a huge scene out of this. It would be a total disgrace to the family. The children will feel the same way. The old man threw the petition down. Yang Qian declared arrogantly, don't get any funny ideas and try to ignore this. That guy should be grateful for even being a National Assembly member. In the electronics plant district, he warned her with a stern tone. If you have any intention of splitting the assets I gave you, with that man I will absolutely not let you off the hook. Seo Yoon was silent for a few seconds before she confessed, Father, don't worry, that won't happen, because I'm fed up with him too. Seo Yoon asserted, living with that idiot until now has been exhausting, Father. From now on I will only care about my children. Only them. But Yang Qian remarked, those kids are exactly like their father. She raised her voice again. The little ones take after me, Father. You just don't know because you don't care about them. He waved his hand to stop her. Fine, that's enough. All right, I get it. Seo Yoon trembled. So you'll keep your promise. And proceed with the company spin-off, right? Yang Qian stared at her silently. He felt a wave of regret. How did a carefree child like her become so calculating? That my daughter ended up like this is all my fault. Seo Yoon grew flustered. Father? Yang Qian confirmed. I know. It'll take some time to finalize the share distribution. You just need to get Choi's seal on the divorce papers. Then I'll set things in motion immediately. She bit her lip hard. Seo Yoon called out to him, But father! Yang Qian frowned. What now? She made an extra demand. Since that company operates just like the department store, please give me the distribution rights as well. He was momentarily taken aback. Yang Qian questioned her sternly. Do you already know that Sun Yang Distribution, Sun, is launching a new company next year? Seo Yoon couldn't deny it. He sighed. Dial back the greed. That company isn't something you can just dip your toes into. She didn't back down. You know very well that I've managed the department store flawlessly, Seo Yoon declared confidently while thumping her chest. While the product quality might differ, discount megastores and department stores share the same organizational structure. Father, I'm sure I can run it perfectly. Yang Qian analyzed the situation. Adding distribution rights makes it more complicated. It's not that simple. If you want to transfer Sun Yang's distribution shares, if the distribution company and the department store merge, she suddenly cut in, that's not necessary, Father. We just need to turn the distribution company into a holding company. And that's it. Seo Yoon argued that it would be much easier to transfer the controlling shares of the department store and the hotel through that holding company. Furthermore, since it's an unlisted distribution company, maintaining management rights won't be that difficult. If that's still not enough, we can raise capital directly from investors. The old man fell silent, weighing his options. She continued to persuade him, if you agree, father, we can avoid taxes while keeping management rights over the company. Moreover, by consolidating businesses in the same category, later on, we can avoid any suspicion regarding backroom inheritance. It'll keep things off the radar. Yang Qian was quite surprised. I didn't expect you to be this sharp. Seo Yun smiled triumphantly. I've told you so many times. I'm way better than my brothers. From now on, just trust me, father. Chang Jae held the petition with trembling hands, looking like he'd seen a ghost. She commanded arrogantly, seal it, out of consideration for you. I'll wait until after the election. Before I submit the divorce papers to the court. You should be grateful for that. Chang Jae was terrified. Honey, look. Seo Yun ignored him completely. In this country, there's no precedent for a public official getting a divorce. She pretended to be magnanimous. Since it would be a death blow to you guys. Fine, let's just wait for the election to blow over. I'll start the legal proceedings afterward. Instead, from now on, we'll act like total strangers. Seo Yun demanded coldly. By the end of this month, pack your bags and move out. Chang Jae was horrified. He never thought the warnings Hyun gave him a few days ago would actually come true. She continued, and don't even dream about alimony. When you married me, you came with absolutely nothing to your name. Seo Yun growled, this house is under my name. All the time we've lived together, you haven't brought home a single dime. So you'd better know your place. Don't even think about suing me for alimony, okay? He gulped nervously. Chang Jae stammered, honey, wait, no. Seo Yun, why are you suddenly treating me like this? We're over 50. What's this about a divorce? There's no reason for us to go as far as getting a divorce. She glared at him. A reason? Why I have to go this far? Are you really going to act like you don't know? He was speechless. Seo Yun lost her patience. Just do exactly as I say. With the little power my family gave you, you've crossed the line. Do you get it now? She raised her voice. Did you think you could become the mayor of Seoul? All by yourself? Seo Yun loudly laid out the charges. The 40 billion for the campaign? I paid for it. It was director Oh Se Hyun who leaked the news about candidate Go Kyung. June's affair. Did you even have a clue? Chang Jae was confused. What? That happened. She looked at him with contempt. You thought you just got lucky? Seo Yun pointed out. In this world, there is no such thing as luck. Don't be ridiculous. Everything that happens is because someone behind the scenes made it happen. She drew a line. I'm not going to waste any more breath on this. We're done here. If you keep bothering me, I'll file the papers tomorrow morning. Watch your step and behave, Seo Yun said with disdain. Just take the last bit of mercy I'm showing you. With that, she turned and walked away. He was left behind. Chang Jae slumped into the chair. He bent over double. Chang Ji was petrified. What am I supposed to do now? He was in a daze. The fact that he was being discarded by Sun Yang Group. What do you mean abandoned? The Sun Yang media outlets will soon leak the news. Rumors about the mayor of Seoul being separated from his wife will spread everywhere. Chang Ji felt a chill run down his spine. Most of the law firms run by his in-laws primarily handle work related to Sun Yang. It's only a matter of time before they cut him off completely. He clenched his fists. Chang Jae could clearly see his future. The most important thing is that his re-election as mayor is now effectively down the drain, because there's no way the party would nominate someone without any influential backing. Yang Qian asked for an opinion. Do you think that idea is sound? He discussed the company spin-off with Hak Jae. Splitting them up, then consolidating them under one roof seems easy enough. Hak Jae remarked, looking closely, it's a pretty solid plan. But did this idea really come from Director Jin? Yang Qian burst out laughing. That's right. She actually has a real head for problem solving. Hak Jae pondered. It didn't make sense for Seo Yun to come up with such a scheme. That evening at Yun Ki's house, Do Jun invited guests over. My father happens to be home too. Let's try discussing this with him. As they walked in, they heard, brother-in-law, please, just listen to me. Chang Jae had come to beg. Please help me stop your sister. Okay? This whole thing is just a misunderstanding. He was flustered. Look, you need to calm down first. He was in a state of utter terror. How can I possibly be calm right now? Yun Ki spoke honestly. Brother-in-law, I honestly have no idea where she is. And I really don't want to get mixed up in your marital issues. Do Jun spoke up. What are you two doing? He walked in with Se Hyun. Chang Jae saw them as his last hope. He ran straight to them. Chang Jae begging Director Oh You knew about this, didn't you? A few days ago, you told me to be careful, he screamed hysterically. As soon as you said that, the nightmare actually started. Sehyun's disgust was obvious as he frowned in anger. Mr. Mayor, your divorce is no longer a personal matter. It has become public business. You clearly don't get the situation right now. Why is Chang Jae still so clueless? What? Sehyun pointed it out. Instead of looking for your wife to persuade her, you should have gone to see the chairman of Sun. Yang instead. Isn't this what happens when you turn your back on Sun? Yang to team up with. Jia Hyun. He flinched as the entire room fell silent. Do-jun saw right through it. There's no way my uncle didn't know about this. He's just looking for a pushover to fix his problems. He knew exactly how Chang Jae operated. Talking to and convincing us is still easier than dealing with Grandpa. That's why he asked my father to mediate, he mumbled quietly, mixing personal matters with professional business. Chang Jae screamed out in frustration. Isn't my father-in-law being way too harsh? Yun Ki spoke up. Did you really marry my sister without knowing who he is? He looked stunned. What? He questioned him angrily. Brother-in-law, let's get one thing straight. Did you marry her because you thought my father was some nice, kind guy? The only reason was because he's the head of Sun Yang. Chang Jae broke into a cold sweat, but Yun Ki pointed right at his face and barked. So you'd better know your place and shut your mouth. Only when Sun Yang goes belly up, and when my father is no longer the chairman, will you have any right to talk trash about him. Do you hear me? He was speechless. Chang Jae looked completely wrecked and hopeless. Sehyun spoke up, Mr. Mayor. Once you admit this is official business, then come talk to me. The uncle was worried. Yun Ki, you should calm down too. He turned and walked away. Yun Ki went straight upstairs. Do-jun didn't stop him. Sehyun kindly advised the mayor. You should help, Chairman. Jin, cool off first. Don't you think talking to and persuading your wife can wait? He trembled with fear. But she already brought up the divorce. Do you think my father-in-law will let me see her that easily? He remarked dismissively. But isn't he the one who holds all the cards? So you're just going to give up like that? No matter what tricks you have to use, you have to find a way to see him, right? Chang Jae stayed silent, taking it all in. Do-jun thought to himself, I have no intention of stopping. The divorce between my aunt and uncle. Their fate together has clearly run its course anyway. He gave a smug smirk. But before this ends, I should get something out of it, shouldn't I? Gotta make the most of a bad situation. Do-jun suggested, Uncle, you should prepare a gift. Before you go see Grandpa, even a small token could be displayed in Grandpa's study. He looked dazed. A gift? He asked, acting like he couldn't believe it. Yes, you weren't planning on showing up empty-handed, were you? Chang Jae awkwardly made an excuse. No, it's not that. It's just that. I didn't know what kind of gift to get my father-in-law. Sehyun added, Mr. Mayor, you can't afford to be forgetful right now. He warned him in a low voice. If you want to stay Chairman Jin's son-in-law, you better prepare something really grand. Do-jun raised an eyebrow. The hint was already dropped. Or rather, it was a whole game plan. He started thinking seriously. Do-jun excused himself. I'll go get you some water. Just make yourself at home, Uncle. Chang Jae flustered. Oh, all right, thank you. Do-jun exchanged a look and poured a drink. Sehyun followed Do-jun inside. He asked, What's up? Do you have something to say? He gave a calculating smile. Sehyun had already planned his move. We should build those apartments together, shouldn't we? I don't have any experience with this kind of thing. Chang Jae called out to Do-jun and CEO. Do you two have any bright ideas? The man gave a knowing wink. He pleaded for help. You two see my father-in-law often, so you must understand him better than I do, right? The two of them stood ready. He laid out the path. Mr. Mayor, first of all, you must make it clear to Chairman Jin that you have completely cut ties with Chairman Ju. That's the very first thing you need to do. Chang Jae broke into a sweat. Looking at him, Do-jun realized instantly. It was obvious without even looking. His uncle hadn't managed to pocket much money at all. Sehyun showed his annoyance. Mr. Mayor, seeing you hesitate like that, I have nothing more to say. I don't stand to gain anything from this anyway. I don't want to waste my time. Or my energy. Figure it out yourself. He stood up abruptly. I have something to discuss with Yun Ki. I'm leaving. He scrambled to beg. Wait a minute. Chang Jae questioned them. Really? If I do that, will my father-in-law really stop being angry? Sehyun washed his hands of it. Me? How could I possibly guarantee that? I just think it's the best shot you've got. The man left coldly. I'm busy, so I'll take my leave now. Sehyun went upstairs in a huff, leaving the man filled with regret. Do-jun spoke up. Uncle? Chang Jae gave a forced smile. Yeah, Do-jun? Why don't you try telling me what's on your mind? He brought up a topic. I heard that. The City of Seoul's business plan for next year. is to develop a new town. If you secretly team up with Dae Hyeon Group to do this, you'll be beyond saving. Do-jun gave him a little warning. I heard Grandpa flipped his desk over. When he heard the news, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. He made a silent decision. Now you understand the situation better. That was as far as the guidance went. Do-jun was full of anticipation. I'll just wait and see which path you choose, Uncle. New Year's Day 1999 at Chairman Jin's estate. The whole family gathered together. Yang Kiol announced, I have an important announcement today. Listen carefully, everyone. Even if you're unhappy, don't start whining about it. Everyone paid close attention. No one dared to object. Seol Yoon waited in tension. He began to call names. First was Yoon Ki. Yes, father, he replied. Yang Kiol stated, as you know, starting this year, you will officially become the director of the Sun Yang Medical Foundation and the director of the Sun Yang Human Resources Development Institute. The legal paperwork is all finished. You'll take office as soon as the press release goes out. Young Ki remained silent, calculating the move. Dong Ki also listened intently. The Human Resources Development Institute will be fully funded by the subsidiaries, so make sure you run it properly. Yang Kiel instructed. Don't even think about making a profit from that company. Just don't lose money. Yoon Ki confirmed, yes, father. He addressed it bluntly. I'll ask one last thing. I have no intention of handing over any more assets to you. What do you think about that? Got any complaints? He was quite surprised. Yoon Ki thought it over for a moment. He shocked everyone in the room. If I said that wasn't enough, would you give me more, father? His two brothers tensed up as Yang Cheol laughed and refused. No, absolutely not. Yoon Ki replied cheerfully, then why did you even ask? The old man continued, satisfied. Seeing as you're not complaining, I guess you don't have much ambition. Fair enough, good. Even without me. You still have your two talented sons, so you can get whatever you want. Isn't that right? Yang Kiol concluded, you're the luckiest one out of all my children. He remained silent in agreement. Dong Ki was green with envy. The old man continued to give orders. I'll have the shares of the department store, hotel, apartment complex, and golf course transferred to Sun Yang Distribution. Then we'll spin them off into separate subsidiaries. We're going to put an end to the circular shareholding loop, completely resolving the valuation gaps during the equity swap. By converting everything into bonds, Yang Cheol fixed his gaze ahead. He lowered his voice and declared, Hua Young, this is your share. Donkey's eyebrows shot up instantly. The others couldn't hide their shock. Hua Young was absolutely thrilled. Yang Cheol assigned her, Hua Young, this is your portion. Dong Ki looked like he'd been struck by lightning. Yang Cheol raised an eyebrow. Hua Young rejoiced, thank you so much, father. The old man sighed, there's no need for thanks. Yang Cheol gave a warning first, because you'll be taking on quite a bit of debt. During the transition to operating the distribution company, you'll need to generate revenue quickly to pay back the debt to Sun Yang Group. Keep that in mind, he continued. Moving on to my eldest, Young Ki, the son immediately replied. Yes, father, Yang Chel said suddenly. Starting this year, you'll be the vice chairman. He gave thoughtful instructions. You'll be in charge of operating the subsidiaries in heavy industry, construction, and chemicals. Run them however you want. You've done this before, so it shouldn't be too hard. Yes, Young Ki tried to keep his cool. Thank you, Chairman. Yang Cheol smirked internally. It's too early to be disappointed. Wait until the very end. He continued calling names. And you, Dong Ki? He reacted quickly. Yes, Yang Cheol decided. Dong Ki, you will continue to manage the subsidiaries. For electronics and commerce as before. Dong Ki answered obediently. Yes, sir. He declared boldly. From now on, you two must step up and fulfill your duties as actual vice chairman. In the future, the CEOs of the subsidiaries will no longer need to see me, no matter what happens in the company. You kids just stay calm and handle it. Both Dong Ki and Young Ki understood perfectly. It sounded great on paper, but the truth was they were just figureheads. Even if father gave them a few more things, nothing would really change. Yang Kiol reminded them, I'm telling you this as a precaution. Don't let the CEOs of the subsidiaries lose faith in you, and come running back to me. The old man decided coldly, if that happens, I will shift those subsidiaries over to a professional management system. That's professional. Yang Cheol threatened, do I make myself clear? The two remained silent. This meant their positions could be snatched away at any moment. In the end, father was still a ruthless man. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension. Sang Ki, whose name hadn't been called yet, felt the heat. There were still things father hadn't announced. He started smirking. Those were the financial firms. Sun Yang Life Insurance, Sun Yang Marine and Fire Insurance, Sun Yang Securities, Sun Yang Card, and not to mention Sun Yang Asset Management, which was just established last year. These companies were considered the hidden core of the Sun Yang Group, often described as the main powerhouse with abundant financial resources. Sang Ki was just waiting for this. Yang Cheol called out, "Sang Ki!" He replied joyfully, "Yes, father." Sang Ki waited with bated breath. The old man only assigned him to manage non-profit entities like schools, welfare foundations, and research institutes. He was stunned. "Father, what on earth are you saying?" Sang Ki couldn't wrap his head around it. Wasn't this basically cutting him off from the group's management entirely? Yang Cheol gave a direct order. "You better manage that team of 5 experts directly." He opened his mouth to salvage the situation. "Father," the old man had no intention of listening. "Got a problem? Or should I just throw some other random organizations at you?" Sang Ki immediately shut up, slinking away with his tail between his legs. No, sir." Sang Ki glanced over at young Ki. He tried to get his hopes up. He and his eldest brother had been in the same boat since the beginning, so there was no way the eldest brother could just stand by and watch him manage only a few small fry organizations like that. He stammered out, "Father, then, who will handle the financial sector?" Young Cheol hadn't made a decision yet. "For now, I'll continue to keep an eye on things." So young Ki fell silent too. The old man let out a disdainful chuckle. "What? Are you so eager to kick this old man to the curb already?" He quickly waved his hands. "No, that's not what I meant at all." Yang Cheol stroked his chin. "Honestly, I wanted to divvy up the management among you kids already. But when I thought about it, dividing up the shares is incredibly complicated, so this might take a bit more time." Hearing that, they understood immediately. The person who would hold the group's financial subsidiaries wasn't in this room, and the air grew ice cold. Their faces darkened instantly. Everyone knew the answer right away. The old man ended the meeting. "That's all for today. You may all head back now." Yang Cheol leaned back in his chair. "I've given them so much, yet they're still so salty, aren't they?" Ang Jae stepped closer. "It's probably because they didn't get what they were eyeing. That's why they're acting out." The old man was full of schemes. "They can't just expect things to be handed to them on a silver platter. I've drawn the lines very clearly. Whoever gets greedy, I'll take it all back." He got the point. As expected, the chairman had no intention of handing over the shares. Yang Cheol held the group firmly in his grip. Companies in our country only survive if they know how to stick together. Just look at Sun Yang Electronics. In semiconductors, home appliances, and phones, these companies must push and support one another to truly move forward. The old man had long ago concluded, without the semiconductor company, the group's electronics division would go bust immediately. Hang Jae followed up. "You mean it's similar to how the heavy industry company helped level up the competitiveness of the shipbuilding company, Sun Yang? Isn't that right?" Yang Cheol confirmed, "Exactly. Just imagine if we didn't have it. Countless companies have gone belly up simply because they hit a financial brick wall." He fell silent, lost in thought. "If that's the case, he just needs to pick one person and hand over all management rights to them, right?" Hang Jae was confused. Why on earth did he have to set up the chessboard this way? The next morning at the villa, Young Ki lit a cigarette. He asked, "Hey, Yoon Ki, did you happen to have a private talk with father beforehand?" He frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Young Kai cut straight to the chase. "Are you talking about the financial subsidiary situation?" Yoon Ki spoke honestly. "No, brother. Regarding the split of the subsidiaries, today was the first I've heard of it, too. It doesn't really affect me much. Oh, it seemed like our sister was quite blindsided by this as well." He didn't buy it. "Is that really true?" He asked point blank. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Young Ki gritted his teeth. "Jealousy. Isn't father saving that piece of the pie for Do-jun?" Yoon Ki remained silent. He adjusted his glasses. "I've been thinking the same thing," he shouted in agitation. "What?" Yoon Ki analyzed. "Do-jun might be young, but hasn't he shown father his sharp instincts for investment? Besides, it's hard to find anyone else capable of shouldering the management of the Sun Yang Group's financial arms, other than him." There was no way Young Ki would ever accept this. He screamed out in protest, "That's basically father handing over the entire group's checkbook to him. Do you have any idea how much equity is tied up in the financial division that holds the fate of the whole Sun Yang Group? It's massive." He responded calmly. "Isn't the manufacturing company also holding that much equity? And even the machine processing firm, which seems unremarkable, I've heard it also owns a significant number of shares in the group." Yoon Ki suddenly thought, either way, it looks like father has no intention of dividing the shares of the financial company. Isn't father planning to regroup them into a chain of financial companies? So what if young Ki hates it? He gets to inherit an entire financial company with that many shares. Don't you also want a piece of the action in taking over the Sun Yang group, huh? He flared up in a rage. I'm out here fighting for my life, while you want to flex your muscles by showing off how talented your son is. Is that it? He frowned. Brother, that's not what I meant. I'm only taking over the hospital and the research institute. Father said so himself. Hey! Young Kai pointed at his face and barked. Is this really the time for you to bring that up? Are you trying to make me see you differently from your son, who's only in his 20s? Yun Ki affirmed. Brother, if father hands the financial company to me, I'll hand it all over to you, because I have zero interest in that. He softened his tone slightly. He made his stance clear. But if father gives it to my son, then I can't let you have it. Since I became a father, I haven't been able to give him anything. How could I possibly take the food right out of my own kid's mouth? The two faced each other in silence. Young Ki threw his cigarette away and stomped hard on it. Young Ki lowered his voice in warning. Get real. How much longer do you think father has to live? Do-jun is only in his early 20s. Do you honestly think he can manage the Sun Yang group's financial company? Yun Ki fell into deep thought. He continued to analyze. If Do-jun steps up to run the Sun Yang group, while the group is being broken up and the subsidiaries are splitting, those sharks from Yoido will come to tear him apart, Young Ki asserted. They are already eyeing a takeover. A massive insurance company is no different from a company with no owner. He questioned him with a serious tone. Are you really that confident you can protect your son? He didn't say a word. Yun Ki's mouth curled into a smirk as he mocked Young Ki. Brother, don't you think we look ridiculous? We're already counting our chickens before they've hatched. He was fuming. Hey, Jin Yun Ki! Yun Ki didn't care. He just turned and walked away decisively. Yun Ki hosted a party packed with guests. He greeted everyone with a bright smile. Do-jun looked totally overwhelmed. He was sweating from exhaustion. This is the first time I've felt this house is too small. So far, only the medical organization group has arrived. In just a bit, people from the film industry will be joining us too. Do-jun quickly made a call. I need a huge favor. Auntie, can you clear out a ballroom at the Gangnam Hotel right now? Do-jun estimated about 100 guests. They should be there in 30 minutes. We'll also need a full banquet and drinks ready. Se-jin replied cheerfully. It's not like you're a stranger or anything. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. He hung up, feeling relieved. Judging by her happy tone, she must have gotten what she wanted from Grandpa. She must be over the moon. Do-jun flipped his phone shut and tried to squeeze through to Yun Ki. Do-jun instructed his father. When the directors and deans enter the hall, please go over and greet them. He felt restless. He gave a full report. I've settled the party arrangements at the hotel for the medical group, so everything is ready to go. That's all of them. They're all either alumni, seniors, or juniors to one another. So I've prepared plenty of drinks as well. Yun Ki gave a wry smile. Great job, thanks, son. Do-jun thought confidently to himself. Handling situations like this is a whole process. I'm putting all my past experience to use. Dozens of shoes lined the entrance as the party atmosphere buzzed. They took turns greeting one another. He did his best to host them. Se-jin approached Do-jun, jaw-dropping. Is that an A-list star? Everyone's eyes widened. Yun Ki acted as the bridge, introducing everyone. She chatted in a friendly manner. He excitedly strikes up a conversation in a warm and friendly atmosphere. And so it continued until evening. The whole family came out to see off the guests. Se-jin was also there. Do-jun remained perfectly calm as the last of the guests departed. He let out a tired sigh of relief. Finally over, he said, chatting happily. Yun Ki approached him. He spoke up. A little fresh air really helps sober you up, huh? Yun Ki asked kindly. Can we talk for a moment, son? Do-jun knew instantly. Is this about what happened with Grandpa this morning? He confirmed, yeah. The two of them didn't go inside. He tried to guess the issue. You want to ask about the financial company, right? Yun Ki agreed. Exactly, what do you think? He asked bluntly. Do you think Grandpa will actually put you in charge of the financial company? Do-jun didn't deny it. Yes, I do. Yun Ki was truly surprised. Really? He chuckled to himself, but the boy didn't seem bothered at all. As long as my eldest uncle doesn't get in the way, I'll naturally be the one chosen. But it'll take some time to sort out the shares of the subsidiary companies. And in the meantime, God only knows what could happen. Yun Ki was slightly taken aback. What do you mean by that? Do-jun observed, only Aunt Se-jin got what she wanted. My two uncles only have control over personnel rights for now. But no one can. Really guess what Grandpa is plotting. So, who knows what might change in the future? He remained silent, agreeing with the point. Yoon-ki rubbed his chin in thought, looking quite stressed out. Yoon-ki advised him warmly, "Do-jun, don't try to do everything on your own. If you need help, just tell me. If it comes down to it, I'm ready to go all out and throw down with my brothers." He let out a gentle laugh. Do-jun remarked again, "It seems more likely my uncles will be the ones to mop the floor with you first, Dad." He was stunned. "Whoa, seriously?" Yoon-ki burst out laughing. He recalled her promise, "I'll give half to you." Do-jun waited expectantly. Would she actually hand over half the shares to him as she had promised? The next morning out of the mansion, Young Keel opened his arms to welcome the guest. "Oh my, please come in. Mayor Choi, you didn't have to go through all this trouble to come here. It's not even New Year's yet." Chang Jae froze. Did he just call me Mayor Choi? The old man greeted him with a fake enthusiasm. Yang Cheol gave a very friendly smile. He was trembling with fear. Chang Jae bowed deeply. "I'm so sorry, sir. Father-in-law, truthfully, I should have come much sooner. I'm terribly late." The old man maintained his polite but distant front. "It's only natural for public officials to be busy. There's no need to be so formal, right?" Yang Kiol acted polite. "It's fine." He turned pale as a ghost. Chang Jae knew exactly what was happening. He's treating me as the mayor of Seoul, not as the son-in-law of Sun Yang. He hurriedly knelt down. "Father-in-law, I'm truly sorry. Please give me one more chance. I was just being foolish for a moment. I was blinded by power and lost my mind." Chang Jae slammed his forehead on the ground. "Please, I beg for your forgiveness." The old man looked down at him coldly. Yang Kiel spoke. "It's over. Get up." A chill ran down his spine. "It's over." Chang Jae clenched his fists. Once those words left Chairman Jin's mouth, there was no going back. He had to face the facts. From now on, the title of Chairman Jin's son-in-law was gone. But if he wanted to maintain his political career, Chang Jae at least had to say a proper goodbye to Chairman Jin. Chang Jae was like a tiny ant. Once that old man made up his mind, his very life was likely on the line. He wailed, "Please forgive me." Chang Jae thought to himself, "It's useless to just beg for another chance to make amends." He screamed, "I've already canceled the new town development plan with the Daehyun Group. If you give me a chance, father-in-law, I'll draw up a brand new development plan. Right away." Chang Jae struggled desperately. "I must convey how sincerely I'm begging for his forgiveness." He remained prostrate while Yang Chul looked visibly fed up. "I told you to get up." The old man walked toward his chair. "I said get up." Yang Chul waited. "Keep it short so this old man can understand." Chang Jae forced himself up. "I'll do exactly as you say, father-in-law." The old man didn't care. "Saying that won't change anything?" Like a puppet, he repeated, "I'll do exactly as you say." Yang Kiol gave him a cold look. He brought it up again. "Proceed with the divorce. I'm not the one forcing this divorce. Seo Yoon decided this on her own." Yang Cheol immediately drew a line in the sand. "No matter what happens in the future, you are never setting foot in my house again." Chang Jae bowed at a 90-degree angle. "I'll do exactly as you say, father-in-law." The old man chuckled with satisfaction. "This guy..." Yang Chel squinted playfully, while Chang Jae didn't even dare to look up. Chang Jae kept his head bowed low. Yang Kiol commanded, "Forget everything you saw, and everything you heard in this house. Everything from the last 25 years, let it go." The old man coldly cut ties. "Just treat me like a total stranger," Yang Kail stated firmly, "and I'll treat you like one too." He broke into a cold sweat. He meant as long as I keep my mouth shut, at least my future path won't be blocked. Too much. Chang Jae struggled to speak. "I'll forget everything, sir," the patriarch declared. "Good thing you understand. That's enough. From now on, there's no reason for us to meet again." He stiffened up. Chang Jae tried to make conversation. "Father-in-law, Chairman, I am still the mayor of Seoul. As the mayor of Seoul, there's a chance that in the near future, we will cross paths again." Yang Kiel let out a scoff. The old man smirked mockingly. "What kind of nonsense is that?" He stammered, "Pardon?" Yang Kiel's eyes flared with anger. "You think I have nothing better to do? Why would I waste time meeting in person with someone like the mayor of Seoul?" Chang Jae was dead silent. The old man intentionally distanced himself. "Even for the Blue House, if they called, I'd only show up once, right after the current president gets elected. If you want to talk business, Mayor Choi. I assume you already know who you need to reach out to?" He remained silent. Chang Jae bowed his head again. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry I have been very disrespectful." Yang Kiol coldly dismissed him. "Please leave." He dejectedly walked out. Chang Jae knew what the future held. His political career wouldn't be affected, but he would definitely have to close down his law firm now. He sat at his office early in the morning, looking completely soulless. Sehyeon greeted him cheerfully. Congratulations, Director Jin. Wait, no. I should be calling you chairwoman from now on, shouldn't I? Do-jun expressed his sincerity. I heard from my father. Congratulations, Auntie. Congratulations. You are now the chairwoman of the department store group. Sunyang. Seo-yoon acted modest. Oh, stop. What do you mean, chairwoman? Please don't call me that. It's quite a lot of pressure. Regardless, thank you, everyone. It's also thanks to you, Director O. My husband shook his hand warmly. You're being far too modest. I haven't really done anything. She gave a polite smile. Not at all. Our Do-jun only became this outstanding because of your mentorship, Director O. Then Seo-yoon turned toward him. Do-jun is the only one I trust. Do-jun smiled back as she mentioned, I really wanted to meet with you today. Seo-yoon prepared tea for her guest. She spoke with a serious tone. Because I want to propose a partnership. I hope we can be in the same boat. Seo-hyun couldn't refuse. Working with the Sunyang department store group is a huge opportunity for me as well. Seo-hyun glanced to the right. Please take a look at these. These documents show the debt that the department store must pay to Sunyang Group right after the corporate spin-off. She noted, the board believes that running a large discount chain will be extremely difficult until it actually starts to turn a profit. Dozens of data points were laid out. The two of them carefully examined everything, flipping through the pages one by one. Do-jun also examined them carefully. Seo-yoon waited anxiously for a long time. Both of them now understood the situation. Seo-hyun reached a conclusion. The costs for expansion and construction of the store chains is no walk in the park. The revenue targets projected for the mall and the hotel are a bit extra. With the current economic recession, these expected figures will be hard to hit. He continued to analyze further, opening 4 more discount stores. By next year, isn't that just wild? It'll only pile on more financial burden. She frowned. This is my first business project. Since taking over as chairwoman, Seo-yoon asserted that she couldn't simply delay the discount store project because it's a matter of business competence within the group. He realized her intention was to switch creditors. Do-jun looked down, deep in thought. The eldest brother views every single brick of Sunyang Group as his own property. He assessed the situation. The second brother, on the other hand, always believes he is the only person worthy of the chairman's seat. Do-jun saw right through it all. They are all baring their claws to snatch their sister's assets, and she, in turn, wants a third party to help her break free. She explained her plan. That's why I need Director O's help, Seo-yoon proposed. The construction of the major discount store chain. Could Agent Construction handle that for me? He was quite surprised. Wow, you actually thought of this? She seemed very determined to solidify her business standing in the company. And obviously, he didn't want to miss this chance either. Seo-hyun thought for a moment before expressing his stance. That wouldn't be hard at all. On the contrary, I should be the one bowing and thanking you. Seo-hyun is no fool. However, you wouldn't just hand it over to me like that, would you? Do-jun celebrated inwardly. Seo-hyun's demeanor had become much more confident. He had a firm grasp on her situation and was showing her that right now, he was the one calling the shots. She asserted, let me just say up front that the compensation will be very generous. The amount was already fixed before the decision to split the shares, so this is just an internal transaction. Meant to keep things moving. He tilted his head curiously. That makes it even more suspicious. Why would such a sweet deal come my way? He remained silent in agreement. Do-jun analyzed. He played dumb and kept asking questions, just to wait for her to say the words he wanted to hear. Seo-yoon's face contorted. She pleaded, please, just give me a break. The company needs to escape this financial crunch, so this is the only way. Seo-yoon was truly desperate. I'm counting on you. He thought to himself with satisfaction. Finally, she said the words counting on. Seo-hyun rubbed his chin. Does this mean you want to buy on credit? She guaranteed, I will pay the interest in full, calculated from the first day of business by installments. He leaned forward slightly. Still, there is one deciding factor. If this is a credit transaction, I have to ask, what can you provide as collateral? Seo-yoon hesitated at this. I thought that with the close relationship and trust between me and Director O, bringing up collateral for assets would be a bit awkward. Seo-hyun gave an example. If you borrow money from both a friend and a bank at the same time, usually people pay back the bank first. That's what trust gets you, he stated firmly. Trust? It crumbles easily before the power of cold, hard cash. She was stunned. Do-jun reminded him, Uncle, shall we get down to business? How about we start by checking these documents? Seo-hyun nodded in agreement. Uncle, take the documents with you. Oh, Seo-hyun bowed politely. I hope you can propose a suitable fee, so both sides can work together smoothly. I'll take my leave now. But Jin Seo-yoon looked visibly desperate and frustrated. What the hell does he want? I handed him a sweet deal, and he still gives me that shady attitude. He sat back down. Because he already knows what your weakness is, Auntie. Jin Seo-yoon raised her voice. What? Jin Do-jun analyzed. He's the type who only needs one look at the ledgers to know exactly what's going on inside the company. He probably realized that before grandfather hands over all the shares of the department store, you might just get stripped of everything you own. She was livid. He continued, he has nothing to lose, which is why he's acting so cold. Jin Seo-yoon looked utterly helpless. So the situation is truly hopeless? Jin Do-jun confirmed, yes. He cut straight to the point. The executive board, the logistics fund, and the department store staff already know about this. They're just finding it hard to say it to your face. She was stunned into silence. Jin Seo-yoon grumbled again. That damn old man, God, this is infuriating. Jin Do-jun mentioned, Auntie, you still don't know? She snapped. Know what? He began to reel her in. This is actually a test from grandfather for you. If things go well, the department store group will eventually be yours. Jin Seo-yoon's eyes lit up. Jin Do-jun analyzed. The core of your business is distribution. Don't you see the link between capital circulation and the economy? He chuckled. Well, that insight is exactly what the test is for. She felt like she'd been enlightened. Early morning at the company, the two of them discussed business privately. Seo-yoon asked anxiously, if that's the case, what's the best way to handle this? Do-jun did some quick math. Let's see how ambitious she really is. He started testing the waters. Do-jun suggested, how about we postpone the plan? To build the hypermarket, Auntie? She grimaced. I told you earlier that's out of the question. He began his analysis. Then you need to start a decisive restructuring. We should liquidate a few golf courses and those low-profit apartment complexes. Seo-yoon listened in silence. The department store and the hotel are the company's crown jewels, so we should leave those alone. She pursed her lips. Seo-yoon muttered, I can't liquidate assets right now. She looked uncomfortable and conflicted. Doing that would make me look incompetent. Do-jun knew that wasn't true. When a company is short on cash, they prioritize selling things off to raise capital. On the contrary, that's the kind of move grandfather would highly respect. He sighed helplessly. It seems your only solution is just to squeeze some money out of Miracle, isn't it? Seo-yoon beamed. Exactly. Isn't that the easiest way? Simple is best. You get it, right? She pleaded again. Please talk to Director O for me. Help me out, this is my business. But if everything goes smoothly, you'll benefit too. Seo-yoon kept rambling on. Aren't we partners? We're in the same boat, aren't we? Do-jun smirked. Partners in the same boat, huh? He turned serious. It's a good thing you brought this up first. Then I guess it's time to put that trust to the test. Do-jun spoke up. Auntie, let's be real with each other now. He brought up the past. Is that promise from last time still valid? Since we're in the same boat now. She immediately turned pale. Am I going to share half with you? Do-jun let out a long sigh. He nodded in empathy. Seeing her reaction like that. You don't even need to answer, I already know the truth. I get it. Seo-yoon panicked. What about my reaction? And besides, what exactly do you understand? Do-jun offered a strategy. By the end of this year at the latest, after the company's equity spin-off, you'll soon become the true owner of the group. But as for me, nothing is guaranteed, he bluntly called her out. There's no assurance that I'll even get the financial company. In other words, you're like cold hard cash, while I'm just an IOU, so you probably won't want to keep your word to me. She quickly tried to explain. Don't misunderstand, it's not what you think. Seo-yoon tried to convince him. Just like you said. Of course we'll keep shaking hands on this, until the inheritance matter is fully wrapped up. Do-jun saw right through her. As expected, she didn't want to collaborate with him at all. He wasn't surprised, she just wanted to use him. Do-jun calmly accepted it. Anyway, he didn't care. He was just a bit disgusted by this woman's sheer greed. He knew all too well. A person could never be satisfied with just one department store. Do-jun gave a faint smile. He kindly reminded her, please think it over carefully, Auntie. She was surprised. Think about what? Do-jun painted a possibility. If I happen to own Sunyang Financial, I might just change my mind. The survival of Sunyang is worth way more than what you have right now. But Seo-yoon still didn't quite get it. He hit her right where it hurts. At that point, I might even want to team up with the eldest uncle. Her eyes widened in shock. Do-jun stood up to leave. Anyway, I'll try asking Director O. He gave a confident smile. And this is just a personal matter. The next morning at Miracle, a dossier was slammed down. Do-jun picked it up to take a look. Si-hyun squeezed his eyes shut. 400 billion won. That's the amount that needs to be transferred right now. Otherwise, they won't even be able to cover the interest. He went slightly silent. Uncle rested his chin on his hand and assessed the situation. All profits from the hotel and the department store will go toward paying off interest, even if revenue is short for just 1 month. Accrued interest might start piling up immediately. Do-jun let out a laugh. Grandfather is really pushing it, isn't he? Se-hyun pointed out, this isn't an inheritance of assets, it's an inheritance of debt. More like it. I've gathered all the debts from the subsidiary companies and branches and sent them over to you. He reviewed them carefully. But this is actually an opportunity for me, isn't it? Uncle suddenly realized something. Wait, are you planning to take over the department store, Do-jun? Do-jun was full of ambition. More than the department store. I'm actually after the controlling interest, Uncle. The controlling shares of the Sunyang Group are something money can't buy, because those stocks are only traded and circulated within the inner circle of power, right? Se-hyun tried to talk some sense into Do-jun. As long as you aren't obsessed with Sunyang Group, you could use that money on a much better company. He paused to think. Se-hyun was about to say more, but stopped. Actually, never mind. Because a dream isn't something you can weigh or calculate with logic, he smiled back. It might seem a bit irrational right now, but once I'm sitting in the chairman's seat of Sunyang Group, everything will naturally start to make sense. Do-jun asserted that the position wasn't just a symbol of money, but a symbol of having absolute power in your hands. He knew all too well that the chairman of Sunyang is the one who pulls the strings of every institution, the power over this whole country. Only that position could truly satisfy grandfather's ambition, Uncle asked curiously. Once you grab that power, what's your next move? Do-jun closed the dossier. Let's just make sure that I get that power first. Then I'll figure out the rest. He had made up his mind. First things first, we have to provide the 400 billion won. Of course, we'll need the shares as collateral. Se-hyun agreed. The very next day, at the Jin family's high-rise, it seemed like just another normal day. But then Seo-yoon suddenly showed up. Oh boy, what's going on with my big brothers? She continued to mock them. Coming here with faces like that? Young Ki scowled at her. You almost blew the whole company, yet you're so chill? Quite the glowing face you've got there. Those words made her turn away irritably. If you're trying to piss me off, just stop. That's all in the past now. In contrast, Dong Ki calmly said, we're not here to annoy you. We're here to see what the hell you're actually up to. Let's have a real talk. Look, I've got it handled, Seo-yoon replied indifferently. I can take care of my own business. Why so nosy? At this, her brother immediately questioned her. I'm talking about that Oh Se-hyun guy. He's not as trustworthy as you think. Seo-yoon fired back. Trust has nothing to do with it. It's just a business deal. Suddenly, young Ki couldn't hold back and shouted, the bonds, the debt. Do you really think it's that simple? Do you honestly believe Oh Se-hyun is lending you money just for a bit of interest? This is a man who was ready to walk away from 100 billion. Seo-yoon's face clearly showed her confusion. 100 billion? What do you mean? Dong Ki explained immediately. Our eldest brother offered to buy back the shares that you put up as collateral with Oh Se-hyun. Offering 100 billion premium, but he turned it down. He said he didn't want money. He wanted a business opportunity. Then Uncle lowered his voice to give a stern warning. That Oh Se-hyun guy isn't the type of corporate raider who just does a quick pump and dump. Faced with their attitude, Seo-yoon fell silent, her face filled with doubt. Meanwhile, Dong Ki said bitingly, he takes the building as collateral, constantly demands interest and principal, and finally swallows the whole property. The way he moves is no different from a loan shark. You've walked into a trap. At the same time, he added reproachfully, the construction project for the first hypermarket will start soon, right? You're about to burn through a mountain of cash. Do you think you can handle it? One slip up and you'll lose everything. Even so, she didn't seem fazed at all. So what? That attitude immediately triggered Dong Ki. What? Don't you get it yet? Suddenly, Seo-yoon chimed in. So you're saying I've jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire? They nodded in satisfaction, thinking she finally understood. Suddenly, the corners of her lips curled into a smug smile. Then Seo-yoon said calmly, no, that's not quite it. It's more like I managed to escape the tiger, only to run straight into a pack of wolves. Those words made young Ki gasp in shock. What? Dong Ki, standing nearby, swallowed hard in apprehension. As for Seo-yoon, she questioned them with a low, sharp voice. He offered an extra 100 billion to old man Oh Se-hyun? You'd charge your own sister high interest, but you're ready to hand over that kind of cash to a complete stranger? Having been caught red-handed, young Ki could only manage a light, awkward cough. She continued her demand. If you're so scared of losing the company, then put your money where your mouth is. Lend me the 400 billion plus that extra 100 billion. Make it 500 billion. With a triumphant smirk, Seo Yoon put the squeeze on them directly. The interest will be half of the bank rate, and I'll pay it back as I earn it. That way you two won't have anything to worry about anymore. Am I right? As soon as those words were spoken, the room was thick with tension. Young Ki began to weigh his options. If he followed Jin Seo Yoon's lead, there would be no way left for him to get a piece of the department store group. Once the recession passed and the economy bounced back, Young Ki remained silent for a while longer. The loan will be paid back soon. And just like that, only the sound of Seo Yoon's crisp laughter echoed through the air. At the same time, Gosung Group ignored the IMF crisis and executed an aggressive global acquisition campaign. As a result, Gosung now owns over 400 overseas subsidiaries, climbing to the number 2 spot in the business world, surpassing Sunyang Group, which was struggling through the economic turmoil. However, with the prolonged recession and the shrinking global market, Gosung Group's standing took a massive hit. Furthermore, due to over-expanding into developing countries, the group couldn't escape its downward spiral. In the end, Gosung Group's creditors signed a debt restructuring agreement with the group to overhaul their finances. Soon, the sky turned to the colors of dusk. With a newspaper in hand, Do-jun looked through it carefully. So Gosung Group really has been dismantled. The big ox has finally collapsed. Now the vultures will swoop in to tear it apart limb from limb. Hearing this, Yang Qian said calmly, "Is there a piece you want to grab? You've got plenty of cash. I bet you still have 1 trillion won lying around, eh?" He replied modestly. "It's not polite to snoop into other people's bank accounts, sir." Following up, he inquired, "Is there anywhere you think I should spend my money?" Yang Qian immediately gave a suggestion. Gosung Shipping and Shipbuilding. That place is worth investing in. Then he placed a dossier on the table. "Have a look." As he began to examine it, the old man added another word of advice. "It will be very helpful for clout-chasing your company's reputation." However, Do-jun bluntly admitted, "I don't think I need to hype up the company, sir. Besides, this company is short on people rather than cash. Even if we acquire it, there's no one to manage it." The moment he finished, the old man suddenly dropped a bombshell. "I will lend you my people." That proposal made Do-jun freeze for a few seconds in shock. In contrast, Yang Qian still maintained a chill vibe. Others worry because they're broke. But who on earth worries about a lack of staff? At this moment, he slowly turned his surprised gaze toward him, inside Do-jun's head. He was also second-guessing his grandfather's. The thought alone made him feel a bit on edge. Hidden agenda. Then he tried to suggest, "How about I lend you the money to buy that company back?" But Yang Qian shook his head immediately. "No, it's hard for Sun Yang to pull that off. There are rumors about the group's restructuring, so how can we go around buying other companies? The government wouldn't just let it slide." He smirked slightly. "That's why I'm telling you to be the front for the company. When things blow over, I will take the ownership back." This time, Do-jun was once again shook beyond words. He quickly caught on to the plan, having Miracle buy out Gosung Shipping and Shipbuilding, then waiting for the right time to hand it over to Sun Yang Group. Sun Yang later, even though Sun Yang Heavy Industries is already in the shipbuilding business, their position is not the top spot in this industry. Daehyun Shipbuilding is currently the GOAT. However, if Sun Yang and Gosung merge, they can flex on Daehyun and demote them to second place, while becoming the industry leader themselves. And the more he thought about it, the more stressed Do-jun got, knowing his grandfather intended to play him for this goal. In the middle of that mess, Yang Qian suddenly cut in. "If you're not feeling it, then whatever. It's fine," he said as he looked at the old man. Only that gentle smile remained on his face. Do-jun himself felt a bit skeptical. "So it's really okay, even if I don't like it?" "Grandpa, you really don't have to." Right then, another file was pulled out. "In that case, let's have a little test." He was initially clueless and could only let out a "huh?" In total confusion, Do-jun slowly took it and pulled out a piece of paper from within. The moment he read it, he flinched in surprise. The title on the paper was clear as day: Business Cooperation Agreement. A copy of the contract between Miracle and Sun Yang Department Store. This made Do-jun quickly look over at Yang Qian, as if reading his mind. The old man's smile widened just a bit more. But that alone was enough to make Do-jun break a sweat. "Grandpa knows all about this contract. So if anything goes against his wishes, he might just pull the plug on everything. Even the words in his throat felt jammed tight. Soon, he quickly regained his composure and said, I guess there's no way I could say no. I'll do as you wish, Grandpa. Meanwhile, Yang Qian hinted, Du-jun, I'm really flexing my pride in you. Du-jun, on his end, let out a helpless sigh. I'm well aware of that, sir. Then the old man continued to praise, I'm satisfied. Because you understand everything, even when I don't mention any details. Hearing that, a faint smile flickered across his face. Inside, Do-jun thought to himself, I also really like this side of you, Grandpa. A grandfather who's ready to threaten the grandchild he's always pampered. A new day began peacefully. Today, Se-hyun told him while resting his chin on his hand, the creditors of Gusung Group have contacted them, asking if we want to acquire the company. Do-yoon nodded slightly. Even if that hadn't happened, I was already worried about how to tell you about the Gusung Group situation. This coincidence, midway he suddenly realized something. Could it be? Do-jun immediately asked him straight up. Did the creditors make a very tempting offer? Se-hyun was a bit surprised to hear that. How did you know that? That's insane! But on the flip side, he had already realized that his grandfather had made a deal with the creditors beforehand to have them come after us. Meanwhile, his uncle continued the story. They promised to settle the debts for them, stating that if we were interested, we could meet up to negotiate further. They guaranteed we wouldn't take any L's, so we should just feel free to meet them. His tone couldn't hide his suspicion. Are you sure we won't take any L's? Seeing that reaction, Se-hyun immediately questioned him. Something's up, isn't it? Facing his uncle's sharp intuition, Do-jun slowly spoke up. Well, actually it's like this. He then recounted everything that happened yesterday. Afterward, the room fell into a temporary, awkward silence. But very quickly, his uncle blurted out, He showed you the contract between you and that lady? When no answer came, Se-hyun understood it for himself. He could only hold his head and sigh. He really is a terrifying man. In response, Do-jun calmly reassured him, I don't know if Grandpa has any other deep, hidden motives or not. For now, we have to step up and take the heat to ensure the department store group ends up right in our hands. The priority now is to make Grandpa transfer all the shares to Sun Yang Distribution and then transfer them all to her. If the shares aren't transferred, it would be a total fail for Miracle to lend 400 billion won without collateral and even build a massive mart with nothing but toxic debt. He carefully added more information. Grandpa asked us to handle it this way. He's acting like he doesn't know about our plan to take over the department store group. Then Do-jun said seriously, since we have things to deal with, we just have to roll with this request. However, Se-hyun frowned. It's not us, it's actually just you. You should make that crystal clear. At that reminder, he suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. Fine, let me rephrase that then. Then he confidently declared, I'm going to take over the department store. While he was at it, Do-jun also revealed to Se-hyun, after acquiring Gusung Shipping and Shipbuilding and selling it back to Sun Yang Group, you're going to rake in a massive profit. This offer left his uncle looking totally stunned. Immediately after, Se-hyun hurriedly asked, You're giving me that entire profit? Do-jun gave a quick nod. Yes, you just take it all. Consider it a bonus, especially for our CEO. That was exactly what left Se-hyun even more speechless in disbelief. As for Do-jun, he looked at the other man warmly. To keep you by my side longer. Money is no object to me. He also felt a bit nostalgic. When was the last time you said you'd retire after working for 5 years? No matter what, if I want to get this big thing done, I'll just have to put your retirement on hold. Then Do-jun immediately stood up. I'm going to see Grandpa. As he was leaving, he casually mentioned, I need to hear about his plan to acquire Gusung, don't I? Seeing this, Se-hyun shouted after him, Hey, where are you going? I'm not done talking yet. He kept trying to pull him back, but he stubbornly slipped away. Time flew by in a flash. At this point, night had completely enveloped that grand villa. Even though it was late, Donkey still came to report, like you said, Dad, it would be great if we acquired Gusung Shipbuilding, but the government will get suspicious of our true motives for the restructuring that we are currently carrying out. But Yang Qian suddenly smirked. That's why we need a fall guy, someone who will buy the company and then hand it over to us. When the situation calms down, the old man's cryptic words caused Donkey's face to stiffen. Then he spoke up hesitantly. Is that replacement? But before he could finish, the old man cut him off. You know quite a lot, don't you? Right now, the only place that can mobilize that much capital around here is a foreign investment firm. Donkey's face darkened even more at the next question. Miracle Investment is also on very good terms with us. Working with them makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Slowly, a sense of dread began to build up inside him. He really wanted to ask what that close relationship was actually about. Despite that, Dong Ki only dared to whisper, "If they agree to cooperate with us." Then Yang Qian nodded, "Yeah, buy a company for cheap. Then a few years later, sell it for a higher price to flip it for a profit. Isn't that our friend Oh Se-hyun's specialty? He can't turn that down. I'll also lend him a hand in acquiring the company." At those words, Dong Ki blurted out, "Then I'll go see Oh Se-hyun. Since we're only using his name as a front, I'll personally step in to handle the acquisition." But the old man flatly rejected it. "It's not going to be that easy." Dong Ki froze in surprise. "Pardon?" At that moment, he used a stern voice to warn him about Oh Se-hyun. He isn't the type to say, "Thank you or I'll do my best," just because you're stepping up to manage things. Dong Ki's mood sank accordingly. "Actually, I get what you're saying, Dad." His fists clenched tight at the same time, but he had to act like it was nothing, because this was the golden opportunity to finally confirm what that close relationship was about. Then he carefully asked, "So what you mean is..." The old man followed up immediately. "I said the replacement will take care of it. I didn't say they would only be doing busy work." And Yang Qian looked Dong Ki straight in the eye. "Every now and then, the replacement can also aim for a home run. But isn't that just how it is? He's not the type to just sit back and do what you say." Dong Ki was stunned as he put the pieces together. "Do you mean that after acquiring Gusung Shipbuilding, if he gets a whiff of the money, it's possible he won't just hand the company over quietly, right?" The old man gave a slight nod. "Exactly." That confirmation immediately fired up his emotions. Doubts began to swirl in Dong Ki's mind. Did I get it wrong? Isn't Miracle his company? He then carefully reasoned through it. If it were Dad's shell company, they'd be content with just doing the legwork, rather than trying to swing for a home run. That left only one answer. Dong Ki immediately changed his tune to make sure nothing goes sideways, and to keep Oh Se-hyun from getting any wrong ideas. "I'll take care of it once and for all." Yang Qian gave a satisfied smile. "I can count on you, right? Gusung Shipping and Shipbuilding is the company we need to dominate the LNG industry. We absolutely cannot let it slip through our fingers." Dong Ki nodded in agreement. "Yes, Dad, don't worry about it. I won't let them snatch that company away." After their talk, Yang Qian's expression softened a bit. He looked at him, his voice growing deeper. "Dong Ki, it's not that I'm unhappy with you, but this is an order. You must do your level best to handle this deal." Dong Ki listened to those words in silence. The old man began to encourage him. "There will be other opportunities in the future. Seize them and build this company to be even stronger. Then one day, it will become a powerhouse, no different from the Sun Yang Group today." At the same time, he proudly declared, "The company that you, your brother, and I manage, I believe it can grow twice as large. Not everything has to start from scratch." Dong Ki immediately bowed his head. "I'll do my absolute best to live up to your expectations, Dad." Gradually, the room fell back into a heavy silence. At this point, he finally saw through it, because every time his father consoles or encourages him, it always means he's hiding something, somewhere else. Dong Ki and director Oh Se-hyun are meeting up. Upon meeting, he still greeted him politely. "I'll be counting on your help." Director Oh Se-hyun, on the other hand, looked a bit surprised. He then quickly shook the other man's hand. "What could I possibly help you with?" "I heard Chairman Jin has already sorted everything out." Dong Ki replied smoothly. "It'd be great if everything went exactly according to plan." But he also gave a warning. But in reality, things don't always go that smoothly. He predicted that one way or another, someone would try to mess things up and get in the way of our business. After saying that, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Se-hyun, meanwhile, was feeling skeptical about this unexpected behavior. This humble act, isn't it completely the opposite of the arrogant, stuck-up person that Jin Sang-ji always complains about? He quickly spoke up again. Only those clueless about Sun Yang's power would have the guts to interfere. Anyway, since the vice chairman is leading the way, then the two of them headed inside together to begin the negotiations. Dong Ki slowly took a sip of tea. In that tense atmosphere, he suddenly started probing me proactively. "I heard you're mentoring and teaching the youngest grandson of our family." In a soft tone, he asked directly about Dojun. "What do you think of the kid?" But before that, he gave a cold snort. Better than just telling him what he wants to hear. Se-hyun then responded cleverly. "He's a natural-born gambler. He's the total opposite of his father, Young Ji." "Isn't he?" Dong Ki frowned at that. "A gambler?" Se-hyun then explained in detail. "Yeah, he's got great instincts, a lot of guts, and a real go-getter attitude. He knows exactly when to push and when to fold. Above all, he's incredible at catching the latest trends." Dong Ki quickly caught his drift. So, that's a compliment suggesting the kid is a perfect fit for the role of a power player or an investor at Miracle, right? Sehun happily admitted that was exactly the case. Lately, he's actually been outshining me. He can already hold his own at the poker table now. Suddenly, Dong-ki said suggestively, the traits of a gambler you just mentioned aren't just useful at a poker table. Sehun's expression turned inquisitive. Oh? Meanwhile, he concluded, those qualities are precisely the skills needed to be a successful businessman. Dong-ki's words took him by surprise. Sehun thought to himself, this guy is the sharpest of the three brothers. He recalled what Do-jun had said. Do-jun told him not to worry about a guy who just hides away inside an investment firm. And he noted that, on the contrary, the man's judgment was actually spot on. He then nodded in agreement. Ah, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. But then he suddenly shifted his tone. But Vice Chairman, Sehun asked him point blank, aren't you just being overly cautious of your young nephew? That question caught Dong-ki off guard for a second. He quickly cleared the air with a plain explanation. I don't know who the next chairman of Sun Yang will be, but the third-generation chairman will definitely be Do-jun. At this, Sehun stayed silent, not quite grasping his point yet. As for Dong-ki, he casually spilled a bit more. I just need to keep a firm grip on what's mine, so Jun can't get his hands on it. That's the only way my own children won't have to worry about going hungry later on. Don't you agree? At that moment, Sehun finally got the picture. A smirk began to tug at the corner of his mouth. Do-jun had certainly read the man right. In stark contrast to Dong-ki's relaxed demeanor, Sehun thought to himself that Dong-ki had already seen Do-jun as a rival and was starting to make his move. The next day, Sehun asked in shock, are you sure? Lim Hyuk gave a slight nod and replied, yes. That immediately made Sehun feel restless. So my brother made that call? But Lim Hyuk denied it immediately. No, ma'am. She only invested 20 billion won, but it still required the vice chairman's approval. What? He then explained in detail. Last year, he gave a strong directive regarding venture investments. Since then, the specialized Team 5 has been handling all the follow-up steps. He probably just signed off on the total investment amount. At the same time, he provided further information. I'm not exactly sure about the internal specifics, but only a handful of people know about this. They are quietly snapping up shares using fake names. Hearing this, Sehun was extremely annoyed. She then interrogated him further. So when is the public offering going to be announced? Lim Hyuk calmly replied. They haven't set a specific date. Instead, they'll make the announcement once the stock price hits a certain threshold. They said they'd announce it when the price reaches around 20,000 won. This time, Sehun blurted out in surprise, 20,000 won? What's it trading at right now? Lim Hyuk answered accordingly. Roughly 10,000 won. Some people have already sold off and cashed out. Suddenly, she snapped at him, Director Lim! I'm giving you 2 days to find out exactly what's going on. If you're going to be this sloppy, I'll have to reconsider your competence in this role, Sehun added with more emphasis. Remember that director's chair is only yours temporarily. Within 1 year. That really spooked Lim Hyuk. He bowed low and said, yes, ma'am. Then he made a quick exit, leaving her alone in the massive room. Finally, Sehun was so on edge that she couldn't stop biting her nails. She muttered to herself, if the stock price hits 20,000 won, Sun Yang Electronics will dive in and invest. The stock price is a sure thing. It's bound to climb up to the 20,000 won mark. Sehun's eyes widened at the thought. And if Sun Yang Electronics investment becomes public knowledge in the market, the price will skyrocket even further. I'll at least double my money. With that, Sehun smirked smugly, thinking she had it all figured out. Obsessed with the idea, she immediately reached for the phone. Get the car ready quickly, I'm going to Yeouido. Time flew by, and before long, it was already afternoon. Sehun appeared, acting completely nonchalant. New data technology. I heard this company is the talk of the town lately? Her question took Oh Sehun by surprise. Yes. A strange, heavy tension filled the room. Do-jun, standing nearby, looked at Oh Sehun with curiosity. Meanwhile, she continued, don't tell me Director Oh is out of the loop. If so, that's quite a letdown. Oh Sehun calmly faced Director Jin Sehun. There are always hot companies with potential. That company is no exception. He then explained cautiously, this particular case is quite unique. But it seems the news reached you a bit late, didn't it? He then spoke sternly to Director Jin Sehun. With all due respect, I must emphasize again, don't buy into the rumors. Oh Sehun sat down as he spoke. No matter how accurate the info seems, don't even think about playing the stock market. Don't tell me. You've put up your personal assets as collateral, on top of pledging the company shares? His voice grew even firmer. Messing with company funds is a hole you can't dig yourself out of. You should just stick to running your business. Se-hyun just scowled as she glared at Oh Se-hyun. I'm not telling you this as a creditor, but as an investment pro, and someone who's genuinely looking out for you. As for Do-jun, he was secretly praising Oh Se-hyun. Thanks for trying to stop her. The hallmark of these reckless rich kids is their total lack of forethought. His gaze immediately shifted towards Se-hyun. Isn't it true that the more people try to stop them, the more they dig their heels into their own beliefs? Just as predicted, Se-hyun instantly dismissed everything. Director Oh, aren't you getting the wrong idea here? To me, you're just a creditor, not a shareholder in this company. She even started shouting, which made him smirk inwardly. And temporarily using company funds. It's not like I'm doing anything illegal. Se-hyun immediately fired back with his logic. What's your plan if you take a massive hit? Recovering that capital won't be easy. Despite that, she remained incredibly arrogant. Well, that's exactly why I came here to verify the facts. You shouldn't be so quick to lose your temper. Suddenly, Do-jun took the initiative to step in between them. Let's stop the back and forth. Each person should state their case, and then we can discuss it further. How does that sound to you, Auntie? At the same time, he also suggested, first, let's check if the information is actually legit. Maybe you'll see things differently then. Se-hyun frowned, watching her to see how she'd react. Se-hyun, on her part, just shrugged. Do-jun's idea sounds pretty reasonable. Fine, I'll go first. She then declared, Sunyang Electronics is going to invest 20 billion won. The stock price is going to keep climbing. Knowing that and doing nothing, wouldn't that be a total waste of an opportunity? Just like that, he countered her. Director Jin, we already knew about that. But as an investor, if the money isn't in the bank account yet, you should never trust it. Absolutely don't bet on anything. Additionally, he carefully reminded her, even when an investment contract is signed, screw-ups or losses are not exactly rare in this industry. Even so, Se-hyun only looked annoyed. Director Oh, this is so frustrating. I've signed and canceled investment deals, tons of times myself. I'm well aware of the basics. At the same time, she raised her voice and said, that's exactly why I'm totally confident in saying this. I'm going to invest 20 billion won. On the other hand, Se-hyun was annoyed but tried to stay patient. Se-hyun emphasized that the investment amount was negligible. 20 billion won is just the project cost for a mobile phone design at Sunyang Electronics. That's all it is. What's there to even hesitate about? Meanwhile, Do-jun was sizing her up. She only came here to hear the answer she wanted to hear. And we have to give her exactly what she wants. He smirked with a knowing smile. That's also exactly what I need. At this point, Se-hyun continued her argument. When the stock hits the 20,000 won threshold, they'll announce that the investor is Sunyang Electronics. This means the stock price won't just stop at 20,000 won? Right, and once the investor is public, the price will double. Instantly, am I wrong? Se-hyun tried to regain his composure and asked, so you mean you want to buy at 10,000 won and sell when it reaches 40,000 won? Is that it? Right then, she gleefully replied, exactly! This left Se-hyun even more bewildered. Then just go for it. Why even bother telling me? Put on the spot. Se-hyun quickly tried to cover it up. Well, maybe just to ease my mind a bit? He let out a long, weary sigh of frustration. Then Se-hyun gave his reluctant advice anyway. It seems your mind is already made up, so I won't say another word. When the stock price hits 40,000 won, dump it all. That's all I have to say. Meanwhile, she responded joyfully, sell at 40,000 won, right? It's been a while since we've actually agreed on something. I also think that price point is the right time to sell. Suddenly, Do-jun analyzed her in his head. In the end, she finally heard what she wanted to hear. After confirming with an investment pro like Oh Se-hyun that her judgment was spot on, she'll mobilize every cent from her companies. The branch used to buy shares of new data technology, and after reaping profits 4 times higher than the initial investment, she might get hyped up at first and completely forget Oh Se-hyun's instructions. For a split second, she'll definitely hesitate on whether to go all in with all the money she made for the next round. But when she sees the stock price skyrocketing again, how could she possibly resist? The greed burning inside her will take over. Slowly, a devious smirk crept across his face. If that happens, she'll walk right into the dead end I've set up. A few days later, some were cheering with joy, while others sighed in frustration at the stock market's volatility. The stock market in late 1999 was buzzing, with the eye of the storm being the shares of new data technology. CEO Lee Sang-hun called an emergency press conference. In that packed meeting room, Sang-hun carefully adjusted the microphone. Then he spoke up to expand the brand's global reach. At New Data Technology, We have decided to partner with Sun Yang Group. This announcement immediately sent the crowd into a frenzy. After the meeting, Se-hyun couldn't help but yell, "They've all gone nuts! Market cap is already in the trillions of won." He then kept ranting about it. A company with 30 billion won in revenue that still loses money. Yet its stock price is this high? The stock market has officially lost its mind. In contrast, June calmly remarked, "The people scooping up and hoarding these shares. Hardly anyone cares about those details, Uncle." He glanced at the news and added, "Word on the street is, only a fool would miss out on this investment wave." Meanwhile, Se-hyun was urgent. "This wave is going to crash hard. When that happens, you'll be left with absolutely zip. Sell everything first thing tomorrow." However, June just smiled. "Uncle, even if my prediction turns out to be wrong, the company still has a budget of 3 billion won, doesn't it? Even if we lose, it's only 500,000 won from my own personal investment, right?" Then he doubled down on that confidence. "Fantasy company won't lose those 3 billion won, and neither will my money. Just watch it play out until the end, Uncle." This airtight logic made Se-hyun freeze for a second. Then he calmly asked, "Like you said a few days ago, the stock price will hit 200,000. Won?" Jun gently nodded. "Yes, but since you didn't buy it, that's why I went ahead with a personal investment." That extreme chillness once again left the older man visibly confused. Finally, the vibe at the group managed by Jin Seo-yoon was totally different. Lim Hyuk was desperately trying to stop her. "Director, this is super sketchy. The funds that were supposed to pay off the invoices for the department store suppliers have all been dumped into new data technology." He hurriedly emphasized further, "Moreover, we have to pay a massive kickback to those sharks in the Myeongdong private loan market, and the fact that we're using straw names. It's incredibly risky." But Jin Seo-yoon coolly replied, 2 months and we're Gucci. Until then, zip it. Just don't let any info leak out." Lim Hyuk hesitated, but then Jin Seo-yoon suddenly slammed the table. "Do you even know what the unemployment rate is right now?" In a furious tone, she barked, "Our department store has already cut staff down to the bare minimum. If we fire more than half our workforce, like the Sun Yang affiliates or the Dahyun and Jungo groups, can you even stay woke?" Those accusations made him cower. I'm sorry." As for Jin Seo-yoon, she continued her threat. "Keep your trap shut. If you can't kill those rumors, you'll see what real restructuring looks like." At the same time, she snapped crankily, "Cut more than half of the suppliers at the department store and change the work status of the hotel staff. From management on down, turn them all into temporary workers. Is that clear?" And so Lim Hyuk reluctantly accepted. "Yes, ma'am." Then he quickly hurried out of the room, leaving behind a Seo-yoon who was shaking with agitation. She thought to herself, "I wanted to quit right then." Following June's advice, "I sold all my shares when they hit 40,000 won. But seeing the stock price skyrocket like that, it made me so salty that I bought back in." Only Director Im knows about this. But honestly, seeing the price go up so steadily, the profit from a single week of trading could equal the revenue of the entire department store for a whole month. Seo-yoon unconsciously pursed her lips. How on earth could I stop now? With that train of thought, she remained frozen in the tense atmosphere. A few days later, the new day began in a very peaceful manner. The Sun Yang Group building stood there in a state of desolation. At that moment, June suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. "What is it that you wanted to see me about, Aunt?" As soon as she saw him, Seo-yoon was visibly overjoyed. She quickly got straight to the point with Jun. "Could you ask CEO to defer the interest payments for a while? Could you help me out with that? The economy is so shaky, and the department store's revenue has taken a major hit. Right now, our financial situation is only enough to keep the food courts running." Hearing this, his eyes widened slightly. Jun silently assessed Seo-yoon's situation. "You've fallen into a quagmire that you can't possibly escape from." Even so, he still feigned surprise. "Is it really that bad?" She hurriedly lamented. "The hotel's vacancy rate is over 70%. Seo-yoon then went on venting to him. "The people living there only come to the department store to sightsee. Now you can't even tell if it's a department store or a flea market anymore." At this moment, Jun began to scheme once again. The stock price has already surpassed 200,000 won. If she sells all her shares now, she'll make a killing. But the department store group will also slip right out of her hands. Then he suddenly said with a choked voice, "I'm so sorry, Auntie." Those words left her bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Right then, Jun intentionally brought up the past. "If you hadn't sold those shares when the price was 40,000 won, then logically, the problem would have been solved cleanly. Being called out so suddenly made her visibly awkward. Seo-yoon calmly brushed off that mistake. That's totally fine. Anyway, playing the stock market isn't really my vibe. Besides, I already quadrupled my money. That's enough to keep me satisfied. On the contrary, the smile on his face grew wider. Shall I test her one more time? Then Dojun dropped a piece of information. The stock price might even surpass 300,000 won. Isn't that just insane, Auntie? Seo-yoon immediately shrieked in shock. What, 300,000 won? For a split second, a smile flickered at the corner of Seo-yoon's mouth. Dojun also noticed that change. Her mouth twitched for a moment. She definitely bought another round of stocks. He smiled to himself. I just hope the department store group doesn't end up going bankrupt. Then Dojun suggested, yes, but if you're not careful, the plane could crash. In response, Seo-yoon looked quite confused. What are you talking about now? He immediately explained further. The stock price potentially rising to 400,000 won is just the assessment from the group at KuBI. You know, when a plane suddenly gains altitude like that, it's only because something unusual is happening, and that plane could go down at any moment. Hearing that, she furrowed her brow. You mean investing in these stocks is super sketchy, huh? But then he suddenly offered a new perspective. But if you dump them at the right time, you'll make a fortune from the sale. You know the rule, high risk, high reward. And as expected, Seo-yoon excitedly replied, of course. Next, Dojun softly called out to her. He raised one hand at the same time. Anyway, please don't buy any more shares, okay? With his next words, he lowered his arm to illustrate his point. You know, the thing about planes, they can crash at any moment. She just gave a dismissive laugh and waved her hand. Who do you think I am? Stop talking such nonsense. At that moment, he stood up abruptly. I'll try to have a word with CEO O. Don't worry too much, because he's not the type of person who only cares about money and turns a cold shoulder to those in trouble. Seo-yoon's eyes immediately lit up. I'm counting on you. You know your aunt will pay you back for this favor. I'll definitely make it up to you. I'll definitely pay you back in full. But facing that naivety, he just cheerfully said, what favor? We're family, after all. With that, he quickly turned and left, and, leaving behind him, Seo-yoon waited in anxious anticipation. Meanwhile, Dojun concluded coldly, family always causes trouble. Slowly, his hand closed that door. Only then did he let out a weary sigh after everything. On a beautiful new day, an important event took place at Fantasy Company. One by one, 3 people entered together and looked around cautiously. But very quickly, their attention converged on one spot. Standing opposite them, Dojun spoke politely. Hello, everyone. I am Jin Dojun. CEO Min immediately asked, are you the chairman's grandson? He nodded right away. Yes, that's correct. Upon hearing his answer, they suddenly looked at each other in amazement. Then CEO Ha asked curiously, but I wonder what brings you here, and why you wanted to meet us. At that very moment, Dojun made a direct proposal. If you want to move up in the world, then stand by my side. The sudden declaration left all 3 of them stunned. Only he remained calm as he continued speaking. I've heard everything, even from the most tight-lipped people, so I'll give it to you straight. Then a folder was immediately placed on the table. Simultaneously, he calmly requested, first of all, take a look at these documents. He further instructed, if you meet one condition of mine, then those documents will take effect immediately. Following Dojun's words, all 3 of them slowly looked down. CEO Min was the first to check. Next was Sang-woo, looking quite hesitant. Finally, CEO Ha considered it with a serious expression. A heavy tension filled the entire room. But Dojun alone remained composed while observing them. At that moment, he suddenly had a flashback. Wait, what was she even thinking? Previously, Dojun had expressed his surprise to Lim Hyuk. She doesn't even know the first thing about stocks, and yet... But in response to that question, he immediately revealed the truth. It's because of the people from Sungang Securities. He was somewhat taken aback after hearing that. Sungang Securities? Then Lim Hyuk slowly shifted his gaze. They promised to tell us the exact right time to sell the shares, but they keep egging us on, insisting the stock price is going to climb even higher. That piece of info came as a shock, making him pause, but he quickly scrutinized the situation. So you're saying those people from Sungang Securities are right by her side acting as her advisors? He replied gloomily, confirming the advisory role, yes. These people are supposed to be long-time veterans, but I'm really worried because they're being way too reckless. Back in the present, Dojun suddenly let out a cold snort. Then he took the initiative and asked, are you satisfied with this? In that atmosphere, Sung-min and Sang-woo silently exchanged glances. A second later, he finally replied, Fantasy Company? Isn't that the biggest investment firm right now? How come I've never heard of them recruiting personnel with such specific conditions like these? He then raised a question. Since you've been so upfront, could you perhaps explain a bit more about the reason? Why you're making such an incredible proposal? And what exactly is the condition you want us to meet? CEO Min's expression turned serious at the mention of 50 billion. A private bonus, guaranteed employment for at least 5 years, regardless of performance. The other two waited in silence. If these people agreed to work for him for 5 years, they would receive an amount of money that others couldn't earn, even if they spent their whole lives grinding. All they had to do was meet a single condition. At this point, Dojun cleverly explained, I'm aware that you all are currently advising my aunt, Director Jin Seo-yoon. The name he uttered immediately startled them. Dojun continued, as you gentlemen know, Director Jin Seo-yoon currently holds shares in New Data Technology. All you need to do is ensure my aunt doesn't sell those shares on the market. That's all. CEO Min's look instantly shifted from confusion to fear. Even Sang-woo couldn't hide his shock. Meanwhile, CEO Ha quickly blurted out, Director Jin, Seo-yoon cannot sell the shares? Why? In contrast to them, Dojun just smiled. Exactly. I want my aunt to keep her position as a shareholder of that company forever. That hit Seung-min like a ton of bricks. Sang-woo was so shocked he was speechless. As for Seung-ha, he bit his lip as if in a mental struggle. And so, Dojun continued to lead them on. Why the big surprise? It's not like in this world. Only 1 or 2 people are getting wrecked. From playing the stock market, right? He gradually began to win them over. The man brought up other victims. Among your clients, there must be quite a few customers. Because they trusted your words, they got wrecked. And their careers are toast now, right? However, he expressed his concern, saying, but if we keep suggesting she hold the stock, while it's at risk of crashing, then, as if anticipating that, he immediately questioned them. Are you close with Director Jin? That question made Seung-min break into a sweat. What? Before he could fully process it, he added, I'm asking if you're actually close with Director Jin, Seo-yoon. How long have you even known Director Jin? I heard you've only met my aunt exactly once. Deliberately and slowly, Dojun nonchalantly said, in this case, isn't using the word betrayal a bit of an overkill? After hearing those words, Seung showed an embarrassment that was hard to hide. But Seung-ha suddenly spoke up. I want to ask one thing. Why exactly do you want to push Director Jin into such a corner? At that moment, the corners of Dojun's lips curled up again. Despite that, he maintained a composed exterior. It's just a little family squabble. And then everything began to shift. I sold all of the shares when they reached the 250,000 won mark. The company's investment capital grew from 3 billion won to 500 billion won. And my personal investment went from 500,000 won up to 80 billion won. Oh Se-hyun also raked in about 16 billion won, but I never once saw him show any regret or a hint of jealousy. It seemed like he wanted to prove he was a total pro. Once the stocks are sold, he doesn't care about the noise. A seasoned expert who doesn't lash out in anger or feel FOMO, even when he's all by himself. Just a few days after I liquidated everything, the stock price began to plummet. It was exactly like a plane in a free fall. In Yoido, which was supposed to be a place of joy and hype for a new millennium of stock trading, everything turned gray, gloomy, and depressing. And above all, the investment of Director Jin Seo-yoon crashed hard from 100 billion won. That bomb immediately went off, metaphorically speaking. There's less than 10 billion won left. At the same time, the phone suddenly dropped along with a scream. Seo-yoon yelled in a rage, Director Lim, when are those punks going to show their faces? I told them to get here ASAP! Are they deaf or what? Lim Hyuk stood by, stammering. I can't reach anyone, ma'am. They aren't picking up and didn't even show up for work. Hearing that, she barked decisively. Send people to drag them back here for me. I don't care how you do it. Call the cops or whatever it takes. Just use every means to bring them back right now. However, he hurriedly explained, Director, it's impossible to recover the original funds now. We should focus on how to cover the losses, rather than hunting down those 3 guys. This reminder from him left Seo-yoon completely speechless. Then Seo-yoon suddenly ordered, get the car ready. I'm going to Jongsimjae. Her change in attitude made Lim Hyuk rejoice. Yes, ma'am. And then that very afternoon, the scene shifted to a familiar villa. Yang Chol asked coldly, how much is the amount? She stood before him looking pathetic. It's 100 billion, father. The old man began to frown deeply upon hearing that. You dumped that entire sum into stocks? A second later, Yang Chol roared, are you out of your mind? I put you in charge of the department store. That was money meant to pay the store owners. Inside the mall. How dare you blow it all on stocks? Seo-yun could only tremble in fear.
I'm so sorry, Father.
The truth is, I spent a lot. Under the pressure of business capital.
I was trying to find a way. But Father...
Before she could finish, the old man cut her off. Capital? The capital that's now scattered all over Uedo, right? But she quickly shifted the blame.
Father.
Sungang Securities is also an investment firm. That's why I trusted them. Nonetheless, the old man asked sternly, just because Sungang Securities invested, you decided to go all in too? Under that immense pressure, Seo-yun quickly looked away. Young Chol criticized her. Don't you see how pathetic you are? You're a far cry from Sunjang Group. Why are you just tailing another company's lead? Do you have no pride at all? Even she timidly argued. Didn't Sunjang Electronics make a mistake too? They invested 20 billion won in a failing company. In just a few months, didn't they? I'm not the only one who lost money on an investment. Sunjang Electronics did the same thing. This was immediately countered by the old man. So what? What's your point? At this point, Seo-yun pleaded desperately. Father, can you just help me this one time? If I can just get through this crisis. However, Yang Chol flatly turned away. Can't you just ask CEO Oh Se-hyun for help? What could I possibly do? She was now sobbing as she confessed, I can't, Father. I can't borrow any more funds. From CEO Oh. Suddenly, the old man slammed a thick file onto the table. Next, Yang Chol declared, I've finalized the corporate split just like you wanted. From now on, your company will no longer be associated with the name Sunjang. It will be a completely separate entity, with no ties to Sunjang, not even a single share of stock. With a piercing gaze, he threatened her. If I were to help you, it would be nothing short of embezzling company funds. Do you want an old man like me to rot in prison? This left her absolutely horrified. Father, what am I supposed to do in this situation? The department store group. Leaving it in my hands now is a disaster, Father. Please just put it back the way it was. On the contrary, he bluntly rebuked her. You didn't just lose money on those stocks. You've lost your damn mind. This is exactly what you wanted from the start. Now you're trying to back out? She hurriedly tried to justify herself to him. That's not what I meant, Father. I hope you can give me some breathing room and help me through this crisis, please. At that moment, the old man truly lost his temper. Snap out of it! The business funds. From the company I handed over to you, do you even know how much that was? Do you have any idea? A barrage of insults was immediately aimed at her. Is it all gone now? What kind of crazy game are you playing anyway? In the end, Seo-yun could only call out to her father in despair. Father! Yang Chol began to interrogate her. Whose name did you use to invest in those stocks? Or did you use someone else's name as a front? Facing this sudden question, she pouted. Why are you asking about that all of a sudden, Father? Her attitude made the old man shout, Just answer me! That alone made Seo-yun's face turn pale. Yes, that's right. Hearing that, Yang Chol sighed in helplessness. This is absolute madness. Seo-yun hurriedly asked, Father, what's wrong? Is there a problem? No answer was given, only silence. Then Yang Chol called her name, Seo-yun. Seo-yun instinctively replied, Yes, Father. The old man continued, Is Director Lim the person you trust the most? Seo-yun answered naively, Yes, he's a very reliable person. Then the old man dug deeper. Is he also loyal enough to follow you to the end? This made Seo-yun doubtful. I suppose so, but Father, what is it? You're making me really anxious. Despite that, the old man dismissed her. Fine. The rest of the matter, I'll handle it myself. Just go back and take care of the company. Meanwhile, she misunderstood and was overjoyed. He'll handle it? And Seo-yun quickly made a promise. She said happily, Father, thank you so much. I will run the company really well. She even asserted, and I'll do my absolute best to clear the debt of 140 trillion. One within a year, sir. Suddenly, Yang Chol looked surprised. What are you talking about? 140 trillion won? Seo-yun looked back just as bewildered. Didn't you just say you'd take care of it for me, Father? At this, Yang Chol barked in anger. You still have the nerve to say that? After the company split, all business matters and financial liabilities are yours to handle. Even if you lose everything, what does that have to do with me? Realizing the truth, she whimpered dejectedly, Father. In response, Yang Chol remained cold. The only thing I will settle is making sure you don't end up in prison. After all, I only have one daughter. How could a father just stand by and watch his child go to jail? Hearing this, Seo-yun gasped in terror. Jail? But why? However, he brushed her off. You don't need to know, that's enough. Go home. On the contrary, she stubbornly held on. Father! This forced Yang Chol to raise his voice. I said go home. I don't want to see your face right now. Seo-yun flinched and finally shut her mouth. After that, she did not dare to plead anymore. Seo-yoon's feet slowly turned toward the exit. Bit by bit, she slunk away, muttering something under her breath. The sound of the door closing echoed, leaving only Yang Chol behind. He slowly rubbed his forehead, exhausted. A moment later, Hang Jae's voice rang out. Yes, it's already gone through several rounds in the Myeongdong market. In total, it's been split among the names of 16,000 people. He continued his report calmly. From the proxy directors of companies to people in the Myeongdong market. Upon hearing this, Yang Chol sighed in frustration again. Then he quickly asked, Did Seo-yoon have a hand in this? Hang Jae immediately replied, No, sir. This time, Yang Chol felt a bit relieved. Well, that's a lucky break. In return, Hang Jae asked cautiously, Although nothing serious has happened yet, do we need to investigate? Everyone who bought the stocks as well? Yang Chol began to analyze the situation. Over 5,000 trillion won has vanished into thin air. That 5,000 trillion won wasn't the conglomerate's money, nor was it tax money. It was money from women who carried their babies to brokerage firms to invest, just to earn a little extra for daily expenses. The fury of millions has exploded, as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. At the same time, he sternly crossed his arms. If this isn't handled smoothly, even the government administration will be hit, until a scapegoat is chosen. Work very carefully. As for Hang Jae, he thought to himself, it seems the chairman doesn't view this situation as just a simple stock market crash. But Yang Cheol suddenly proposed a strategy. While New Data's stock price and whatever else were peaking, we stopped selling Sunjang Electronics' shares. Sunjang. Even though we knew we could have made a 10x profit if we had done that, we might have become the scapegoat. This left Hang Jae quite astonished. Is it possible the chairman knew things would turn out like this? And Yang Chol immediately confirmed it. How could I not have known? It's clear those corrupt politicians are also teaming up to manipulate the stock market. Furthermore, he bluntly stated, I'd rather lose 200 trillion won than have that happen. Just try selling off all the shares. People would surely point the finger at Sunjang. Electronics is the root of everything. Hang Jae himself was deeply impressed. But since Sunjang is also a victim now, we'll avoid that. How on earth? At the age of 80, can the chairman still keep his judgment? So incredibly sharp. Meanwhile, Yang Chol quickly gave instructions. The prosecutor's office and the financial commission have already begun their investigation. They'll be hunting down the forces behind the stock manipulation. Clean it up quietly. Don't let Seo-yoon's name leak out. Hang Jae suddenly has a question. Yes, Chairman. But what about the company matters? Just one slip-up is that Fantasy might snatch their management rights. That company? After hearing that, he leaned back to think. Do-jun's face flashed through his mind. That company, he then replied calmly. It's still the same. Then the discussion came to an end right there. The next day, the Fantasy building started another new day. However, Se-hyun was quite frustrated. The collateral shares we are holding only account for 30%, while director Jin Seo-yoon still holds 35%. Do-jun, standing by his side, smiled. The amount she lost was 140 trillion won. Actually, that amount probably wiped out more than 25% already, didn't it? Still, Se-hyun remained doubtful. Will she really hand over the company that easily? With full confidence, Do-jun immediately analyzed. She lost 140 trillion won of company funds through stock speculation. The nature of this crime is very serious. How could she possibly cover this up? At this point, it's not just about her being bad at business. Yeah, true. Seeing this, Se-hyun sighed. So am I the one taking the heat for this? Do I have to play the villain again? But Do-jun shook his head. No. This time I will step out. He further asserted to his uncle, we need to make it clear who the real owner of the department store is. That was a total shock to his uncle. You're really going to reveal yourself? And Se-hyun quickly warned him, your aunt is going to be absolutely shook. The family members will have their guards up against you even more. In contrast, Do-jun just smiled calmly. She won't tell the others, sir. Actually, it's more like she can't tell them. The hidden meaning confused his uncle. What? Right then, a frantic scream rang out from somewhere. Director, oh, please save me. Then Lim Hyuk rushed toward manager Jin. Save me! Seeing him, Se-hyun hurriedly asked, what happened? Lim Hyuk explained while trembling. Sun Yang has already set me up as the scapegoat. If I just sit still and do nothing, I'll end up taking the fall for everything. The news he brought surprised both of them. On this side, Lim Hyuk tearfully recounted, Manager Lee Hang-jae stopped by my place. He started nitpicking every little error and pinned all the blame on me. I'm really being treated so unfairly. Seeing this, he had a few hunches. If even manager Lee Hang-jae has stepped forward, it's clearly more than just a simple mistake. It proves they've uncovered the illegal activities of Director Im. Director Im is the one who knows the contract details between her and Fantasy, and also knows that, to escape the threat from Sun Yang, their only choice is to turn to Fantasy, the company capable of becoming the new owner of the shopping mall. At that moment, he was faced with Lim Hyuk's panic, but Dojin just smiled with a similar thought. That was also a mistake, failing to realize our true nature. A fox escaping from a tiger's mouth. Sun Yang is just wandering straight into a wolf's den. Both Sehyun and he looked intimidating then. This is Director Im's destiny. Then he finally spoke up. He laid out the condition. If you want us to help Director Im, we need to know everything. He made the demand in a stern voice. Tell us exactly what mistakes were made, or what laws were broken over there. Lim Hyuk then confessed, I've really messed up big time. However, he waved it off. No, I'm not talking about you, Director Im. He was very surprised to hear that. Yes? Instead, Dojin cut straight to the chase. I mean, tell us about Director Jin Seo-yoon. After all, Manager Lee Hang-jae is just acting on behalf of Director Jin Seo-yoon. His face froze in shock. At that very moment, he began to emphasize further. If Director Jin Seo-yoon has a knife to your throat like that, then you should grab it back and put it to hers. Following his words, Lim Hyuk stood frozen for a moment. In the room, 3 people now faced each other in high tension. Sweat poured off Lim Hyuk due to the stress. He struggled to swallow hard. In that state of fear, Lim Hyuk hesitantly asked Manager Jin, Is that really true? Dojin replied seriously, Didn't you already foresee that this would eventually happen? The fact that Fantasy could take my aunt's place, can take my aunt's position. Lim Hyuk had to admit, well, that is true. Dojin continued, Then, spill the whole story. He immediately pressured him about the 140 trillion one loss his aunt incurred from stock trading, the origin of that money and where the capital flow came from. Sehyun stayed silent, as if waiting. This made him feel even more awkward and apprehensive. Still, Dojin smirked and continued. We need to use this to point the knife back at that lady's throat.
Otherwise,
Manager Lee Hang-jae will suggest that both sides drop their weapons first. Those words prompted Lim Hyuk to look over at Sehyun, only to receive a shrug in return. Meanwhile, Dojin clarified, I'm not asking you to trap my aunt. You just need to tell the truth, enough to serve as evidence. Then he warned quietly, As for whether the truth you write down can become a sharp blade, I'll be the one to judge and decide. And so time slipped away until the afternoon. By now, the meeting room was packed with investors. On this side as well, everyone had solemn expressions. Lim Hyuk quickly started the meeting. CEO, you need to make a choice. We don't have much time. Hearing that, Tae-suk frowned. Director Im, why are you in such a rush? One should at least have some sense of loyalty. Not to mention, Chairman Jin has supported us a lot. How can you be like this? In response, he became even more frantic. I have to save my own skin first. Don't you get it? But all he got back was Tae-suk's fury. Listen, man, you can't do this. Director Jin trusted you so much. And now you're planning to backstab her? The argument erupted accordingly, but everyone else just kept quiet. Then Lim Hyuk shouted back, Backstab, what are you talking about? Do you think I'm saying this just to enjoy a life of luxury all by myself? He immediately countered, what else could it be then? Finally, he couldn't hold back and yelled at the CEO. Director Jin caused this mess herself, and now she's pinning all the blame on me. That anger echoed throughout the room. It's 140 trillion won. If I go to prison for this, I'll be rotting there for 15 years. Then Lim Hyuk said bitterly, If I have to go down, I'm definitely not going down alone. Those words startled Tae-suk. What? Meanwhile, Lim Hyuk revealed, every single ledger for Sunyang department store and hotel has passed through my hands. I have all the records of the slush funds that have been embezzled all this time. He threatened that if this was exposed, not only the group's executives at the department store, but all the related general managers will be summoned as well. This time, Tae-suk slammed his hand on the table. He then cursed angrily, Are you messing with me? Are you trying to blackmail me? On the contrary, Lim Hyuk calmly reassured them, CEO, this situation isn't necessarily a bad thing. This is a chance for a fresh start. He then proposed, This is our chance to join forces and escape Director Jin Seo-yoon's shadow. Tae-suk immediately grew suspicious. Are you talking about Fantasy right now? He confirmed instantly, Yes, they are just waiting for the right moment. Are we really going to let this opportunity slip away? At that moment, Tae-suk fell into deep thought for a while. He then continued to explain, As you all know, Fantasy is merely an investment firm. According to the contract, if Fantasy becomes the largest shareholder, the department store group will undergo an ideal restructuring, completely separating ownership from management. After listening, it finally clicked for Tae-suk. You mean since they are an investment firm, the department store could potentially switch to a professional management system? He asserted with absolute certainty. Is there any company owned by an investment firm that doesn't follow a professional management system? Truth is, we've already split off from Sunyang Group a long time ago. Chairman, Jin can't do anything about it anyway. With those final words, he captured everyone's attention. The chance to escape the family business's control. The investors remained silent but were reconsidering, while only Tae-suk was smirking to himself, running a completely independent company on his own. The scene shifts to the skyscraper where Do-jun works. It was early morning, but Seo-yun walked in excitedly. The first thing that caught her eye was his immediate presence. As expected, Seo-yun looked incredibly delighted. Do-jun spoke calmly. "You're here, Auntie." At the same time, she took the initiative to approach him. Then Seo-yun asked, "Where's Manager Oh? Isn't he here yet?" Do-jun answered his aunt. "Manager Oh isn't coming today. I'm here on his behalf, so if there's anything you'd like to discuss, you can talk to me." Seo-yun quickly agreed. "Is that so?" "Well, that's even better. This makes things way easier to handle. I can speak freely with my own nephew." Facing that attitude, Do-jun just gave a polite, formal nod. She then asked Do-jun with high expectations, "Did Manager Oh mention anything to you?" At this question, Do-jun's tone suddenly turned serious. "First, I need to confirm whether you can fully fulfill your debt obligations. Auntie, the news about the massive losses due to the stocks has already spread throughout the industry, so don't even think about trying to hide it." "Even so?" So-yun burst out laughing. "Don't be so dramatic. You're making me worry." Meanwhile, Do-jun continued the interrogation. "Paying back the old debt is already hard enough. Now you have to figure out how to refund that 100 trillion won. Immediately. What's your plan, Auntie?" But she indifferently said, "Well, since you put it that way, I guess I'll have to rely on you." Do-jun himself was puzzled. "Rely on me?" She continued just like that. "Yeah, let me borrow just a bit more, okay?" This caught him quite by surprise. "You want to borrow more money?" Seo-yun promised right then 150 trillion won. "I'm just borrowing enough to cover the stock collateral. The interest terms will be the same as last time. Put in a good word for me with Manager Oh, will you?" In his head, Do-jun was judging her hard. Clearly, she still hasn't grasped the current situation. Then he probed further. "What you're saying is you can't pay back the principal and interest, correct?" Seo-yun tried to justify herself. "Why are you being so serious? It's not that I can't pay. I just want to extend the payment deadline, that's all, Auntie." Do-jun's voice suddenly grew more stern. "Auntie, please give me a straight answer. Can you pay on time or not? There are only a few days left until the end of the year. Or are you insolvent?" Caught off guard, Seo-yun could only stammer. Do-jun." At that moment, he set down a folder. "I will take your answer as being unable to pay." Simultaneously, Do-jun threatened, "As per our signed contract, I will begin the transfer process for the stocks held as collateral. This includes the distribution company from before, the department store and the hotel, to the ownership of Fantasy Company. Do you have any objections, Auntie?" This made Seo-yun flip out. "Do-jun, how could you do this to me?" However, he replied with annoyance, "You don't need to raise your voice. I'm not deaf." Unlike him, her face was flushed with rage. "Did that scumbag Oh Se-yun tell you to do this?" He didn't answer, only giving her a cold stare. As for Seo-yun, she muttered through gritted teeth, "He used some random cash to snatch up Sunyang Motors at a bargain price. Now it's my company's turn? What a total rip-off. Did you think I'd just roll over that easily?" Then she barked an order. "Go back right now and tell that bastard that he'll pay a heavy price for looking down on Sunyang Group." As if waiting for this moment, he calmly countered, "What's the point of passing on such useless words?" Seo-yun's expression froze. "What did you say?" In that instant, his voice deepened as he warned her, "Get a grip, Auntie. Do you think screaming and making a scene will solve anything?" Do-jun's eyes grew sharper by the second. "The department store group you hold will belong to me. As of today, it's no longer yours." Those words sent a massive shock through Seo-yun. Despite the shock, she scrambled, "Do-jun, don't be like this. How about we go talk to Manager Oh together? If you just help me out a little." He suddenly cut her off. "Oh?" That cold tone made Seo-yun freeze in her tracks. "Yeah?" Do-jun asked back with a low, firm voice. "Why should we go convince Manager Oh Se-hyun? When? He has zero interest in the department store." Only then did Seo-yun realize with horror. "Wait, what are you saying? Why would Oh Se-hyun not be interested in the department store?" Despite her panic, Do-jun said calmly, "If the entire department store group, including Sunyang Distribution, It's all slipping right through your fingers.
Who did you think it would go to? Oh, Sehyun?
No way. At first, Seoyun just stood there dazed, not catching on yet. But he quickly dropped the bombshell. It's all going to be mine. In that moment, she looked like she was about to lose it. Meanwhile, he emphasized every single word. The motor company, and next the department store group, will all be right in my hands. Finally, Dojun coldly declared, I have no intention of showing any sympathy for your situation. Not even a little bit. This was so terrifying that Seoyun could only blink in disbelief. Dojun just watched her silently. He wondered if the shock was too much for her. It seemed she still didn't get the meaning of his words. After a long silence, Seoyun finally managed to choke out a few words. She hurriedly asked, I still don't quite get it, Dojun. What the hell are you even talking about? Dojun just shrugged. I mean exactly what I said. Manager Oh Se-hyun actually has zero interest in this deal, but he made sure to clarify. The contract terms were entirely my idea. She still tried to press him. What is your point here? Are you for real? My company is going to belong to you? Dojun replied nonchalantly. Have I ever talked nonsense to you before? Starting next year, I am the owner of Sunyang Distribution. That really set Seoyun off. You little brat. Are you seriously double-crossing me? Dojun suddenly shot back. Since when were we even on the same side? He then reminded her, doesn't our family always live with our guards up? The next second, he bluntly stated, betrayal? That never existed between us in the first place. Just like how? You never once viewed me as a partner. Seoyun's face was contorted with pure rage. You were only using me. With that, she screamed in a fury, you little piece of work! How dare you make a fool out of me? The towel immediately slipped to the floor because of her outburst. However, she didn't care and kept talking. But wait, was the stock investment thing also your little trick? That question made him frown slightly. Did you forget? Then Dojun began to recount the events. When you invested in those stocks and made 4,000 times your money. I was the one who advised you to sell them. You did sell them all, but then you went behind my back and bought everything back. The moment he finished his sentence, Seoyun suddenly screamed. Hey! Her reaction forced him to try and calm her down. Stop screaming and just chill out. However, Seoyun kept shouting, What? How dare you? He replied nonchalantly, As the major shareholder of Sunyang Distribution, Dojun said slowly, I haven't made a decision yet on whether to let Director Jin So-yoon keep that position or not. It would be better if you stayed calm and rational. So-yoon immediately scoffed. Listen here, you little punk, just go by the contract. Even with that, you only have a 30% stake. Just a part. I'll admit you're a major shareholder, but you're dreaming if you think you'll get fantasy. You won't be able to do a damn thing. She continued to rain insults down on him. A shareholder only needs to worry about their dividends. Care. Just focus on keeping your seat at the annual meeting. That's more than enough for a shareholder. After speaking, Seoyun struggled to breathe, her face contorted. In contrast to her, Dojun just responded leisurely. As a shareholder, owning a 30% stake, I'm going to sue you for abuse of power and embezzlement of public funds, for siphoning company money into stock investments. At this point, Seoyun finally started to look terrified. While he analyzed it further, once the major shareholder speaks up, replacing the CEO or other company executives is not difficult at all. Followed by a piercingly cold stare from Dojun, especially for people like you, who have no official role in the system, yet flex your power to manipulate the company, embezzling and damaging public property. Then they need to be kicked out of the organization immediately. Thanks to that deterrent, Se-yoon regained her composure. Next, she tried to explain herself. Didn't Grandpa teach you that? Why would it be someone who doesn't hold a position within the company system? She raised her voice smugly. It's to handle cases like this, kid. Becoming the ruler, but without having to take responsibility for anything. With a smirk, Se-yoon confidently declared, That's exactly who we are. Hearing that, Dojun smiled. I didn't even need to be taught that to know it. He hit back without missing a beat. It's not just me. The whole country knows about it. Se-yoon scoffed sarcastically. Even if they know, what can they do? They can only watch helplessly. You're no different from an ordinary citizen. I'm afraid you won't even know what to do. According to you, she asked further, major shareholders can replace the CEO or leadership at any time, right? Se-yoon affirmed. Those people must also be held accountable. As if waiting for these exact words, Dojun gave a faint, cold smile. His next move, he quickly pulled out his phone. Then he intentionally said, Everyone heard that clearly, right? Se-yoon was stunned seeing that. At that moment, the investors and Lim Hyuk suddenly rushed in. Their appearance immediately startled and surprised her. Se-yoon hurriedly stood up. While they continued to walk inside, in Lim Hyuk's hand, the phone was held ready like a piece of evidence. Then he casually spoke. My aunt said that everyone must share the responsibility. At the same time, he looked over. Let's see what the people who have to share the burden of responsibility are thinking to see if they can handle it. Can you even feel sorry for her? That very act made Seo-yoon fly off the handle. You! Nevertheless, Do-jun continued. Or instead of taking the rap for a crime out of nowhere, everyone will try to save their own skin and point their fingers at you all at once. He cut straight to the chase. The 140 trillion won that director Jin So-yun lost is actually the company's money, which you all are responsible for managing. Do-jun provided even more details. Director Jin Seo-yun has absolute trust in your loyalty. She believes that you will be the ones held legally liable for that missing money. Am I right? As soon as he stopped, Lim Hyuk slowly tucked his hands into his pockets. The next second, he bowed deeply. I am so sorry, Director. I can't spend my retirement years in prison. Those around him immediately followed suit. We are so sorry, Director. Facing this awkward situation, Seo-yoon was once again stunned. Her palms clenched tightly in anger. Her teeth gritted in shock. Then she denied it. Who said anyone's going to prison? Don't you guys trust Sun Yang? Seo-yoon tried to convince them. No matter what that brat pulls, it doesn't matter. In the worst-case scenario, it'll just be a suspended sentence. Lim Hyuk shot back instantly, and then the director will likely be declared innocent. That answer confused Seo-yoon. What? Then he continued. If people like us get a suspended sentence, then the director will surely be acquitted, right? Or have the prosecution suspended. As if he'd hit the nail on the head, she quickly barked, "Shut up!" However, he fired back immediately. If you really trusted me, then why did you launch a secret investigation? Behind our backs like that? At this, Seo-yoon showed clear fear. Well, what are you talking about? Suddenly, Do-jun interjected with a comment. Auntie, you should stop nitpicking every little mistake just to find weaknesses in the company's leaders. Seo-yoon was so shocked she shrieked, "What did you say?" He immediately laid out a clear analysis. If any single one of them is put on the investigation list, legally I will sue you, because everyone present here will become a living witness. And with just those words, she was forced into silence. The next second, he also took the initiative to stand up, and Do-jun reassured them. No matter what direction the company takes, your current positions will not change at all. To be more persuasive, he even asserted, you are all in the heat of battle, so you can't just swing your swords recklessly now. Finally, Do-jun directly announced, everyone please rest assured and head back. In that atmosphere, only Seo-yoon hung her head in total helplessness. A moment later, the room had become quiet once again. Seo-yoon, with a dazed body, was now slumped on the sofa. Do-jun saw this but just waited silently. When the time was right, he finally spoke. Now that you clearly understand everything, let's talk business. That 140 trillion won sum? How are you going to make that much to pay the company back? Within the next few days? He emphasized the point. Grandpa isn't the type to throw money into a company that has completely split from Sun Yang, so there will be no way to stop what's coming. Furthermore, Do-jun suggested, technically you still have your older brothers, but they're much more cold-hearted than I am, so there's probably no need for further discussion. Then he took a sudden, deep breath to steady himself, and then Do-jun directly offered her a choice. Auntie, I'm going to give you a chance now. If you seize this opportunity, we'll be in the same boat together. He explained further, I'm not like you. I'm not the kind of person who stabs others in the back just to save my own skin. Even so, Seo-yoon flatly refused. You're telling me to work under you? How dare you say something like that to me? But Do-jun suggested, Auntie, just look at CEO OC. Hyun, can't you see he's also working under me? Don't you see how we respect each other? As equals. She immediately questioned him. But why would CEO Oh Se-hyun? Suddenly, Se-yoon had a realization. She quickly pried for more information. Is it possible that the real CEO of Fantasy Investment is actually you? Faced with her curiosity, Do-jun coldly told her to look at the bigger picture. She stood there stunned, repeating, the bigger picture? In response, Do-jun's eyes suddenly sharpened. As the majority shareholder with over 95% of the shares, and owning over 70% of the company's capital, his next words hit Se-yoon like a truck. It's all me. His tone grew increasingly menacing as he spoke of his control. Hearing that, Se-yoon was shaken to her core. Facing Do-jun, her breathing became ragged. Se-yoon's thoughts were in total disarray. Fantasy Investment is the company that currently holds the most cash in the entire country. She couldn't hide her panic, and the true owner of this place. Is it really Do-jun? Meanwhile, he revealed more, just so you know. The acquisition of Ajin Group. and the takeover of Sunyang Motors were all my doing. All that was set in motion years ago, when I was just a college student. Do-jun asked her point blank, "Do you really want me as your enemy?" Se-yoon was completely bewildered. He reached out his hand. "Take my hand. No matter how hard you try, you can't beat me." He continued to advise her, "You're better off teaming up with me, and keep living your life as a family member. Chaebol family, you probably know full well that your brothers would never give you an opportunity like this, right?" The offer from Do-jun put a certain amount of pressure on her, and so she timidly asked, "What?" Seo-yoon questioned, "Does my father also know the truth?" Do-jun confirmed immediately, "He is the only one who knows the real me. That's why he handed over the management of the motor company to me." He continued to play mind games. "Do you understand everything now? Grandpa doesn't cherish me because of favoritism." Instead, Do-jun confidently asserted, "But because I am the only one in the family worthy of his trust, to entrust with managing Sunyang Group." At that moment, Seo-yoon was both skeptical and surprised. Could it be? Do-jun guessed her thoughts. "I know what you're wondering, but it's a real shame that he loves his son more than his own grandson." He then provided an explanation. "That's why Grandpa only let me manage the company's finances." And very quickly, Do-jun added in passing, "But then he suddenly had a hunch. He must have figured out by now that one day I'll take it all." That very thing made Seo-yoon break out in a cold sweat. The soft ceiling lights shone down, making the room bright. By then, the two had sat down to discuss further. "I've told you everything, without hiding a single thing. The rest is up to you." At the same time, he issued a blunt warning. "If you refuse to team up with me, then a decade in prison is waiting for you. And the embezzlement of 140 trillion. One will be the biggest headline in the news." Her expression remained shocked from start to finish. After that, no one spoke, and they just looked at each other. In his mind, he thought, "I just hope you understand one thing. Grandpa won't help you, no matter what happens. He loves Sunyang more than anyone, and he will only trust me." In Yang Cheon's eyes, his shadow is none other than Do-jun, the one who can lead the Sunyang Group. Meeting those expectations, Do-jun also showed an extraordinary level of maturity. Returning to the present, he began to probe. "If I team up with you, what do I have to do?" As if he had been waiting for this, he smiled with satisfaction. And Do-jun quickly explained, "Then you must represent me in running the department store group, while CEO Oh Se-hyun will manage fantasy on my behalf." Seo-yoon's tone was clearly surprised. Just like now?" But he immediately clarified, "I am the one with the final say on the appointment of the CEO. While you won't be able to just use company funds however you want like you do now." She listened intently from her side. "I guarantee you a luxurious life, free from any worries." After that condition, attention shifted to the fur coat, and Seo-yoon proactively picked it up. Putting on the coat, she said, "What do I have to do?" Because he was prepared, he quickly had the documents ready. Do-jun got straight to the point. "I'll just stick to the main points. I will buy the portion of Sunyang department store shares you hold for 140 trillion won. Seo-yoon was visibly tense. "I will be the company's largest shareholder, with 55% of the shares." He immediately took out a shiny pen. Then Do-jun pleasantly suggested, "Let's shake on it. That's the only way you won't lose any of your privileges as the daughter of Chairman Jin Yang Cheon." And so she slowly reached for the pen. Her fingers touched it, signaling her agreement. Gradually, everything settled down as a peaceful night fell. At this time, he went to see Yang Cheon. When a turf war ends, the first thing to do is to report the results to the emperor. That is the protocol and the etiquette that must be followed. In response, Yang Cheon remained composed. Nothing feels more like a betrayal than hearing the news from a third party. But he quickly spoke up. "How is your aunt doing?" "I heard she was quite shocked." Do-jun replied immediately, "It wasn't too bad, sir. As I mentioned before, I'll make sure her life remains unchanged." Hearing that, the old man's expression softened slightly. "All right then, thank you. You've worked hard." Still, Do-jun expressed regret. "I'm sorry for causing you concern, Grandpa." Yang Cheon reassured him, "No, I'm relieved now." At the same time, the old man shared his thoughts. After spinning her off from the group, I always felt uneasy, wondering if something bad would happen. But now I can finally be at peace. He even praised him. "You're not the type to bite the hand that feeds you." With those words, he smiled with satisfaction. Then he proactively promised, "I will make the group even stronger and more prosperous, sir." Yang Cheon immediately nodded in understanding. And suddenly the old man asked Do-jun, "I have a question." Yang Cheon then expressed his suspicion. "Was that stock matter a trap you set to make Seo-yoon struggle in it?" But Do-jun denied it. "No, sir. Everyone in the country knew about new data technology. He hurried to explain, she was just one of them. The only difference is, normal people only invest a small amount of savings, while she invested a massive sum, withdrawn from company funds. However, Yang Qian was still skeptical. Weren't you the one who lit the fuse on this? Conversely, Do-jun tried to stay calm and replied, not really, sir. I'm just someone who doesn't miss an opportunity. I just got lucky. This time, the old man didn't ask anything more, but instead he was intensely scrutinizing him. Even Do-jun unconsciously broke into a sweat. It was clearly a look of distrust, though he isn't certain. It seems he thinks I've done something shady. A moment later, Yang Qian finally called his name Do-jun. Do-jun reflexively responded, yes? The old man calmly advised him, there is one thing I hope for, that you won't turn out like me. Faced with that unexpected wish, he went silent for a moment to reflect. Then Do-jun reassured him, I know what you are worried about, but you can rest assured, because that will never happen, not now and not ever. Hearing this, Yang Qian finally beamed. All right, thank you. Hearing that, Do-jun smiled back. But deep down, Do-jun had long realized that a person heartless enough to push aside his own only brother just to take over the company. He immediately came to a conclusion. Grandpa is afraid I will treat his children the exact same way. Meanwhile, Yang Qian was curious. Seo-yun has run the department store and hotel. Better than expected. Do you know why? Do-jun cleverly replied, I think she has grasped the true nature of the VIP customer group. Slowly, Do-jun offered a guess, because she is on a higher level than them. This quickly won the old man's agreement. That's right. Your aunt socializes extensively with the wealthy, so it's only natural that she understands the needs of this customer segment. Furthermore, the old man explained, so once in a while, she says something valuable, and the staff execute it perfectly. Finally, Yang Qian instructed, you need to learn from this as well. Sensing his point, he nodded. I don't really need to do that, because she will continue to hold that role in the future, sir. And as soon as he finished speaking, he calculated that Grandpa would understand the meaning behind those words. This implied that he would still keep her in her current position, rather than casting her out immediately, like a total loser. In response, Yang Qian gently followed up. I also think highly of you, because you're not like the others. You don't care for the simple thrill of blowing money, yet you have such keen vision. The old man shared his experience on the ability to judge quality, stating it's the result of constant observation, exposure, and use day after day. Finally, Yang Qian confidently said, it's not something to flex to others, but something that requires practice to be able to see true value. You should sharpen that skill even more. Do-jun immediately asked back, this isn't just necessary for running a department store or a hotel, but it can be used for many other things too, right, Grandpa? Hearing that, the old man smiled kindly. You're still young after all. Life is long, and it will be a useful tool to help enrich your life. And so he went along with it and replied, I will keep that in mind, sir. The atmosphere between the two of them had calmed down somewhat. Before that, Do-jun began to think that perhaps this was a moment of many mixed emotions for him. He silently speculated. It must be a headache having to weigh trust between his daughter and his grandson. Suddenly, Do-jun spoke up. Grandpa? But the old man cut him off. That's enough. Then he looked toward him. I feel very proud and honored because of you. Once again, in an affectionate tone, Yang Qian praised him. You've worked hard. At that very moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Old memories suddenly came flooding back. With just a few plots of land in the countryside, he already has Ujin Group in the palm of his hand. The plans he mapped out were replaying in his head, and Sunyang Motors. Now he's even taking over the hotel and the shopping mall. As for Yang Qian, the old man added, now you're the head of a major conglomerate, ranked 17th in the business world. Do-jun quickly replied with humility. It's not because I'm particularly gifted, sir. It's all thanks to the gift Grandpa gave me, at the exact moment I needed it. That gesture of his made the old man even more satisfied. Then Yang Qian cracked a humble joke. Bad timing there, kid. Only then did the old man open up, the chairman of the group. Dae-hyun supported his eldest grandson immensely, from capital injections to company investments. Yet that guy just squandered it all, and is now living like a jobless bum at the European branch. Not everyone gets that kind of backing. Just from that short story, Do-jun gave a dry smile, catching the underlying meaning. Meanwhile, the old man kept telling his grandson to keep it up. Slowly, one step at a time, stay quiet and keep a low profile. Do you understand? Do-jun quickly agreed. Yes, I'll be more careful so no one else gets dragged into this. Only then did Yang Qian breathe a sigh of relief. Good, then thank you. Then, on that same day, but at another luxury apartment, a glass of water was suddenly slammed onto the table. Seo Yoon scowled. So what's your plan for me now? Keep your promise or kick me out? Across from her, Do Jun replied softly. Of course, I'll keep my word, Auntie. I'm not that kind of snake. Then he went on to explain, you can just keep your current position with just one difference. Do Jun clarified for her piece by piece that you will become the official vice chairman, and you must be involved in the company's operating system. I'm the owner, but the management rights still belong to you. He also didn't forget to emphasize that instead, you also need to take more responsibility for the company. Seo Yoon immediately snorted. Vice chairman? And you're the chairman? However, Do Jun denied it. No, as I mentioned, I am merely the owner. There is a total separation between ownership and management operations, Auntie. He calmly stated, I only monitor the business performance while the chairman's seat remains vacant. This unexpected truth hit Seo Yoon hard. On the contrary, he was still laying out the facts. Whether it's you or someone else in that seat, it doesn't matter. It could even be someone from the board of directors, the managing director of the hotel or the shopping mall, who has outstanding achievements, for example. Suddenly, she smirked sarcastically. If the business performance is bad, are you planning to fire me? Do Jun did not hesitate to admit it. Of course, Auntie. For a business person, the most important thing is their business capability. What he said next forced her to frown. They only need to care about revenue, profit, and strategic vision. At this point, she asked hesitantly, the suite at the hotel, can I still use it as my office? He immediately turned her down. No, Do Jun made a demand. I have already set up a vice chairman's office at the headquarters of Sunyang. Disney, please work there. Instead, you can still use the suite at the hotel as if it were your home. Faced with these arrangements, Seo Yoon could only submit with bitterness. Meanwhile, Do Jun thought to himself, I've given you half of the power already. Now it's time for you to learn what you're lacking. If you can pull it off, I'll keep walking this path with you. If you refuse to change and remain just a clueless corporate lady, he silently judged her, then you'll end up as nothing more than a rich, mediocre old woman. A moment later, Do Jun took the initiative to call out to her, trying to lift her spirits. He brought up another topic. I bet you've already guessed it. My goal is the chairman's seat of Sunyang Group. If you stay by my side and help me, you will become the sole vice chairman of Sunyang Group. Then he hinted, I'll leave that position vacant for now. Despite that, she said despondently, and I'll be under your thumb forever, won't I? Do Yoon nonchalantly reassured her.
Auntie, just take it one step at a time.
Seo Yoon suddenly snapped, one step at a time, my ass. What else am I supposed to do? The vice chairman title for the shopping mall conglomerate is just a fancy label, all show and no substance. But he directly dismissed her concern and advised, the road ahead is still long, and it's going to be quite time-consuming, Auntie. In the meantime, you should get prepared. She grimaced in confusion. Prepare for what? He bluntly admitted, prepare everything to take me down and climb to the top. Do Jun further suggested, while I'm swinging my sword, to eliminate the uncles and handle those cousins. If you prepare thoroughly, you'll have plenty of chances to make me disappear, right? Hearing that, Seo Yoon's expression tightened. Gradually, it clicked for her. So what you're saying is, if you clear out everyone in your way, then I only have to deal with you alone. Is that it? So Yoon even smirked like a scavenger waiting to swoop in. In response, he remained very composed. Do Jun laughed. Exactly, but it won't be that easy. As you well know, I'm no pushover. This reminder was like a reality check, snapping her back to her senses. Meanwhile, he became a bit pensive. Hope is also the cruelest thing. There are things known to be impossible, but because of expectation, people still struggle, enduring and waiting through hardship. In the mythical Pandora's box full of calamities, it was curiosity and expectation that forced humans to suffer. All those dangers, you will continue to be played. By your own foolish expectations, time continued to tick by. By then, it was already late at night. Young Ki shouted in a fit of rage, that brat is finally showing his true colors. And that girl Seo Yoon. That idiot let him snatch everything away just for some stocks. Meanwhile, the one next to him calmly said, I've heard the news too. As he spoke, he slowly took a sip of tea. Father had already gift-wrapped everything so perfectly. No wonder fantasy could take over so easily. Still, the man remained agitated. Hey! Aren't you worried at all? Dong-ki analyzed department stores, hotels, supermarkets, apartments, or golf courses. They're all the same kind of business. You just buy the land and build them up. Then he posed a question to the other. Do they need high-tech or heavy machinery? Before the man could answer, Dong-ki dismissed it himself. All we need is real estate and manpower. Young Ki, however, was completely bewildered.
What on earth are you talking about?
Dong Ki quickly proposed, you and I, we will invest in the real estate market. Build a hotel, slap the Sunyang brand on it. And that's it. He mapped out a plan instantly. As for manpower, we just need to poach Seo Yoon's subordinates to come with us and we're good. So you don't need to stress over that too much. After hearing that, Young Ki gave a slight dry cough and expressed his doubt. Wait a minute. I heard you've been meeting Oh Se-hyun a lot lately. Because of the Gusung shipping and shipbuilding acquisition, right? Is he really that fired up? Did he say anything related to this case? Earlier, out of curiosity, Dong Ki frowned. That's exactly why I'm saying this. That Oh Se-hyun is probably drowning in his own delusions right now. Young Ki was truly startled. What delusions? In response, he mysteriously revealed the delusion of becoming the head of a massive conglomerate. Still not following, he blurted out, what? Dong Ki then explained the whole story. Fantasy's capital depends on the U.S., and those Americans have absolute faith in Oh Se-hyun, the man who acquired companies without missing a single rare opportunity from the IMF. He stated firmly, that's why even if he plays at being the big boss, those American investors won't say a word. He shouted upon hearing that he's just a brainless lunatic. However, Dong Ki suddenly cut in, no, there's still a chance to turn that delusion into reality. The sudden change of mind annoyed him. What is it now? He lowered his voice to remind him, did you forget? 17% of our group's shares belong to Sunyang Motors. If due, June takes over the financial arm of Sunyang Group as well. Within those speculations, Seo Yoon's face appeared and swaps that 17% stake in Sunyang Motors for several other companies within the group. Then at the very least, he'll break into the top 5 in the corporate rankings. Hearing just that, Young Ki's face began to darken. That means what he owns equals both of us. Combined, he quickly realized, it's no different from us losing half of Sunyang, and both suddenly fell into an awkward silence. Soft sunlight blanketed the villa. The morning sun gently shone into Young Chil's villa, a scene starkly contrasting his mood. Despite that beauty, he was utterly shocked. Motors? Do-jun replied with a serious tone, yes. Right after that, the atmosphere grew heavy as both remained quiet. Yang Chiol spoke up first. Agent and Sunyang have already finished restructuring. I heard Director Do, Dae-ho, and Chairman Seong-hyun Chang have settled everything smoothly. Even the business world is full of praise. Do-jun maintained his composure. I want to make a small change. Those words piqued his curiosity. A change? Do-yoon gave a slight nod. Yes. In any case, there's no denying that surpassing Daeyoung Motors will be difficult. So we must look toward the global stage. At this, Yang Chiol let out a faint chuckle. Listen, kid. Daeyoung is just a small fry once they go abroad. If we can't even catch up to Daeyoung, then what chance do we have against the world? But he continued to provide an example. Output and sales figures aren't everything, even at the Olympics. There are many different types of competitions. Hearing that, the old man teased him slightly. You sure have a way with words, kid. A second later, he asked directly, so, what's your point? Do-jun stated his intention. I think we should turn it into an automobile company that people actually love. Yang Kiol asked back skeptically. People love? What? Suddenly, he burst out laughing as if it were a joke, and he continued to roast him. This kid can't even handle his own love life, yet he's talking about love and affection? Even a stray dog would laugh at that. Being teased so suddenly, his face turned beet red. Are that kind of love and this kind of love the same thing, Grandpa? You know the answer, so why ask? But Yang Chiol let it go. All right, whatever. After that, he looked pensive as if he were waiting for something. Just then, a calm voice echoed, I'm late, Chairman. Both turned their heads reflexively. When they looked over, they saw Dae-ho standing there. Yang Kiol greeted him warmly. It's fine. I should have let you stay home on New Year's Day. Receiving greetings from your children and grandchildren? I feel bad for calling you here. Dae-ho replied gently. Don't worry about it. There's nothing fun about greetings from grown-up children. It's just stressful. At the same time, he placed a gift bag on the table. Besides, this serves as a good excuse. When they met eye to eye, Do-jun bowed immediately. Happy New Year, Director Do. Wishing you great health. Dae-ho responded warmly. Oh, Do-jun is here too? Then he asked softly, why did you come alone? Yang Chiol then explained, this kid right here is the one who summoned you. Hearing that, Dae-ho let out a chuckle. Is that so? That's some heavy pressure being called in by the biggest shareholder. Those words caught Do-jun a bit off guard. The biggest shareholder? Director Do. So you already knew I'm the real owner of Miracle? The old man then added a reassuring word. It's all right. He's a man of absolute discretion. Since I'm handing over Sunyang Motors so easily, I should probably let him know the reason to make it more convincing. Dae-ho looked at him with a sense of trust. With that, Do-jun spoke up politely. Yes, I'm a little surprised, but it's not something that needs to be kept under wraps. My apologies for being secretive, Director Do, Dae-ho replied with total composure. It's fine. You had to do what you had to do. There are far too many prying eyes. If people found out that Ajin Group was acquired by a 20-year-old student, the entire world would lose its mind. He even speculated further. Furthermore, if they knew that student was the third-generation heir of the Sunyang Group, Sunyang, it would definitely cause a massive scandal. They'd scream nepotism and illegal inheritance all day. In his head, he immediately thought, I just wanted to keep my uncles from breathing down my neck. At that moment, Yang Chul took the lead and stood up. All right, let's head to the study for a private chat, he said cheerfully to Dae-ho. Looks like this boy has plenty to talk to you about. On his end, Dae-ho also showed a look of anticipation. By the time he heard everything, he was completely stunned. You want to turn it into a company that people actually love? Dae-ho gave a very serious nod. Yes. Then he explained the new direction. The change I have in mind is to build a car company. That doesn't necessarily chase sales, but has its own unique identity. Specialty cars. Cars that people are genuinely dying to own. Dae-ho fell into a bit of deep thought. A car that people are dying to own. Jun quickly added more analysis. It was back in '96, right? Ajin Motors bought the production lines and designs from Lotus in the UK and sold a two-seater convertible. He continued to explain further. Since it was designed for small-scale manual production, it couldn't be mass-produced. So the more you made, the more money you bled. As for Dae-ho, he suddenly recalled the past. That's right. In the end, I was the one who personally killed the production of that car. Then he asked for clarification. So what's the deal? Do you want to make sports cars like that? Do-jun denied it immediately. No, sir. Why would we make a car that only loses money when sold? He shifted gears. I want to create specialty cars. A compact car that a female office worker could buy on a payment plan. A coupe that a 30-year-old man could pay off over 3 years. And he added confidently, a pickup truck that middle-aged men would want as their second car. Things like that. Hearing that idea, Dae-ho's expression shifted slightly. Next, he offered his assessment. Compact cars and coupes are a dime a dozen already, and pickup trucks don't really vibe with the tastes here. He emphasized his point immediately. Those are all cars that people don't actually want to own. That statement made Dae-ho pause in surprise. What? And he quickly provided the answer. A compact car that looks cheap and trashy. A coupe that isn't sexy or luxurious. A pickup truck that looks just like a delivery van. Do-jun insisted with absolute certainty. Who on earth would want to buy cars like those? At this point, Yang Cheol didn't comment, only listening in silence. Meanwhile, Dae-ho countered, no matter how good the design is, those types of cars won't sell much anyway. Yang Cheol argued logically. The best sellers are always family cars. Other models never even break even. You know that by now, too. The auto industry is an equipment-heavy business, designed for mass production. Yes, but Do-jun had a new proposal. What if we run the production lines in 2 different directions? Would it be possible to break even then? He immediately questioned it. You mean parallel production? Both family cars and enthusiast cars? He replied accordingly, yes. At that, Dae-ho held his head in his hands. Do-juna, do you have no intention of making money? He had already anticipated that reaction. The 21st century is the era of diversity and standing out. Do-jun clenched his fists tight. We must continuously develop cars that are bold and thought-provoking. A company shouldn't abandon a niche group. For the enthusiasts, cars must be something people dream about. With strong determination, he blurted out, I don't care if we lose money for the next 10 years. At the same time, Do-jun looked him straight in the eye. Because in 10 years, everything will change. After those bold claims, Dae-ho and Yang Cheol suddenly locked eyes. And then, as if sharing a private joke, they both started to grin. A second later, a massive roar of laughter echoed throughout the room. Only Do-jun stood there bewildered, looking at his 2 seniors. Meanwhile, the old man spoke with a touch of nostalgia. You sound exactly like I did when I first started Sunyang Motors. Dae-ho nodded along. That's very true. The chairman once said the same thing. The next words were spoken by both of them in unison. Losing money for 10 years is fine. If I have to, I'll sell the shirt off my back to invest. This left him stunned. Really? Then Dae-ho told the rest of the story. But just 1 year later, when the financial reports came in, what do you think he said? Naturally, his curiosity was piqued. What did he say? He repeated the exact words verbatim. He told me, "If we keep this up, my head's on the chopping block. Stop the bleeding and get out of the red immediately." Hearing the punchline, Do-jun's face fell. My kindness has been twisted into this. Even so, he immediately offered some encouragement. "It's okay, Do-jun. I believe you'll be different from the chairman." Hearing that, he sulkily asked the director, "You get what I'm saying now, right?" Dae-ho cheerfully replied, "Even though he said his grandson is filthy rich, are you sure you can handle this? Furthermore, the prerequisite to create a car that people love is definitely the design." Do-jun answered instantly, "I'll recruit the best designers. Just let me know what the criteria for the car should be." But before that, Dae-ho gave a serious warning. "Do-juna!" He then pointed out the risks. Once an auto company starts bleeding money, it's incredibly hard to turn the tide. You could lose every penny of your investment. However, Do-jun kept his voice steady. "I have enough capital to invest for 10 years, including the expansion into China." That caught Dae-ho completely off guard. "What, China too?" With a bewildered look, he quickly glanced over at Yang Cheol, picking up on the silent cue. The old man spoke up to advise him, acknowledging his resolve. "All right, I see you're serious about this. It's going to cost a fortune." Time, quality, and money, these three factors, are always at odds with each other. Dae-ho then laid out the requirements seriously. Shorten the timeline and raise the quality. If so, you'll need a massive initial capital. Do-jun directly asked for the quote. "Can you give me an estimate of the amount right now?" Dae-ho fell into deep thought. China will definitely use a 50-50 investment split, so at least over $250 million. With that amount, the initial production scale would be around 100,000 units. As soon as he heard it, Do-jun nodded. "I see. Then let's start with this for now." He then finalized the plan. Based on an initial investment of $500 million, we're going to start the business. Finally, he mentioned an additional detail that had come up, including any incidental expenses. The massive amount that Do-jun just revealed on the spot left him jaw-dropped and panicked. On the contrary, Yong-hyun kept clapping his hands. "See? I told you this kid was filthy rich." The sound of clapping continued to echo through that tense atmosphere. At that moment, only Dae-ho was still reeling from the shock. A while later, the scene shifts to a major corporation, where Seo-yoon and Chang-jae face off in silent tension. She spoke first. "You're looking quite refreshed, aren't you?" He smirked. "And you're still taking such good care of yourself. Who would have guessed you're already in your 50s? She replied coldly. "I've heard plenty of those compliments. Why? Do I look so different now that I'm no longer yours? Is that why I seem like a different person?" In response, Chang-jae just nudged his glasses slightly. "You're still as cold as ice. Let's stop right there." With that, she immediately asked him straight up, "Want to join forces again? Not as husband and wife, but as business partners. What do you think?" This took him by surprise. Why the sudden offer to collaborate? "I've already paid the price for leaving you, and now you want to shake hands with me again?" Then Chang-jae mocked her. "Are you sure your father won't meddle in this?" However, she stated firmly, "Actually, it's more like he can't meddle." But he was still skeptical. "For real? No interference? Did he really hand the company over to you, without any kind of safety net or protection in place? You know how he operates better than I do." That's when Seo-yoon countered, "Safety clauses, or whatever you want to call them, they're all useless." And she simply declared nonchalantly, "I have absolutely nothing in my hands now." Hearing that, he suddenly frowned. "What are you getting at?" However, Seo-yoon brushed it off. "Just take it as it is." In the end, Chang-jae took the high road and let it slide. "Fine, don't talk if you don't want to." Then he followed up with another question. "But do you really want to team up with me again?" That question made Seo-yoon turn away, lost in thought. A moment later, she replied with a playful smile, "I've got to try sitting in that Pyeongchang-dong office before I become a total old lady, right?" And that alone was enough to make Chang-jae turn pale with fear. Time flew by quickly. By then, Seo-yoon had returned to the corporation. Inside the office, Do-jun spoke up first. "I've reviewed the report. Have you come up with a game plan yet?" She snapped back, "I'm working on it." "But isn't this all a bit too rushed?" She continued with a worried look. "Incheon International Airport is opening next March. There isn't even a plan for choosing contractors yet, but we're already jumping the gun." He stood his ground. Grandfather's way of doing things is to have all adjustments finalized early, long before the bidding war breaks out. Weren't you aware of that? She felt suddenly belittled, but she just had to bite her tongue and take it. Instead, Do-jun quickly laid out the facts. He knows exactly how big the Incheon Airport project is, so we can't afford to miss this shot. The duty-free shop business, he added as an essential point. Plus, word on the street is that The government will license at least 3 duty-free shops to operate in downtown Seoul. By the time Incheon Airport opens, in contrast to him, Seo Yoon gave a confident smirk. There's no way they'd cut Sun Yang Group out of the deal, right? Am I right? I mean, we've always been one of the big 3. Her words suddenly made Do-jun's gaze turn stone cold. Then he unexpectedly called her name. Seo Yoon reflexively responded, "What is it?" He immediately grilled her. The government is already aware of the shareholder changes within our company. They know we've completely split from Sun Yang Group. Do you think they'll even keep an eye on us? Faced with that pressure, Seo Yoon looked completely clueless. But he remained calm and said, "Grandfather definitely won't stick his nose into this. Before, as you thought, people would automatically know what to do without us saying a word. But now, without a direct request from Grandfather, they won't lift a finger." As for Seo Yoon, she began to think things through more carefully. Seeing that, he let out a frustrated sigh, and Do-jun took the lead in giving orders. "I'll go meet the officials from the Ministry of Finance and the Korea Customs Service to handle some arrangements. Please double-check the documents related to opening the duty-free shop." She immediately puckered her lips in annoyance. "Why? Check that mountain of paperwork?" Finally, he had to remind her by asking, "Then who is going to give the final approval? You are the vice president, after all." Seeing how serious he was, Seo Yoon silently grimaced for a few seconds, but quickly let out a helpless sigh. Seo Yoon put down the pen in her hand. Do-jun, her attitude became even more arrogant. "You really don't know anything about me yet, do you?" Do-jun replied coldly. "I do know. You've never even glanced at a single document, have you? But if you want to do business, then you absolutely must review that paperwork." He continued to explain, "And you need to understand it inside out. I'm not asking you to master it like the accounting department does, but at the very least, you need to go through the reports and the project plans." Seeing this, she reluctantly nodded. Fine, I'll look at them. But earlier, what I meant was use me for things that are a better fit and more effective." As for Do-jun, he slowly replied, "I already have a plan to leverage your connections, but now isn't the right time, isn't that right?" But Seo Yoon cut him off mid-sentence. "The thing I'm best at isn't just pulling strings or using my connections." Her mysterious vibe left him quite curious. "Then what is it?" At that, she confidently declared, "I'm an expert at driving consumer behavior." Do-jun paused. "Driving consumer behavior? What do you mean by that?" He thought to himself, she leads consumer shopping habits? Aren't fashion trends usually set by designers and top celebrities first? In response, Seo Yoon nonchalantly requested, "Just approve a marketing budget of a few billion. Then sit back and watch me work." Staring at this side of her he'd never seen before, he began to sink into deep thought. A few days passed by in a flash. Things were finally starting to move forward. The table was now covered with countless different magazines. Seeing them, Do-jun asked curiously, "What are all these?" She bragged with a very smug look. "These are the lookbooks for this year's spring-summer fashion shows." Seo Yoon then highlighted the most valuable ones. "These include collections from Paris, haute couture, and major fashion weeks in Milan, New York, and London." Based on that, she asserted, "Our job is to pick out the items that will actually sell from here. That's rule number 1 in this business." Meanwhile, Do-jun just sat there blankly looking at the pile of books. Very quickly, she started showing off again. "Just you wait and see. Men don't care much about fashion, which is quite a disadvantage when running malls and hotels." However, his eyes accidentally caught something. Do-jun quickly picked up that specific volume. "And what's this? It's not even clothing." Seo Yoon saw the issue with just a glance. "Listen, buddy, things like curtains or bed sheets are also very important." Meanwhile, he found yet another magazine. "Are these part of it too?" Suddenly, Seo Yoon questioned him. "What do you think?" Do-jun gave a gut-level assessment. "They look pretty good." Hearing that, she smirked. "Of course they're good. They're all high-end designer labels after all. The cheapest item here costs as much as a department manager's monthly salary. The pricey ones are worth a whole year's pay." However, his attitude remained completely indifferent to her analysis. That very reaction made Seo Yoon sigh in frustration. She then reminded him, "Listen carefully. Expensive doesn't always mean better. Some things look beautiful just to the eye, and some things only really shine when worn or placed in a home." She then point-blank asked Do-jun, "If it were you, how would you choose?" He answered honestly right away. "Naturally, I'd prioritize the one that's more functional." However, Seo Yoon challenged that notion. "So you think items that just look good aren't anything special? If it's eye-catching, wouldn't you naturally want to reach out and touch it?" That question sparked a realization in him. If they don't reach for it, a sale will never happen. And if they aren't satisfied while using it, they won't become repeat customers. Bit by bit, Do-jun looked up at Seo-yoon in a new light. She seemed to wait for that moment to speak up. Fashion in general requires a certain eye for taste. Then Seo-yoon asserted, budget stores are usually organized by price point, but with luxury goods, the price tag isn't the main focus. Finally, she spoke with a triumphant tone. The key is to hook the customers, purely through the sophistication of your aesthetic taste. In that moment, the way he saw Seo-yoon completely changed. Facing her, he felt a sudden surge of respect for her brilliance. In the days that followed, the atmosphere at Sunyang Group shifted noticeably. Do-jun stood by, watching in amazement. He got in touch with the firm in Paris. Then send all of this to them. A response immediately echoed back. Yes, I understand. Next, someone hurriedly left the room. Peering inside, he found it even harder to believe. At that moment, Seo-yoon was busy delegating tasks. Standing nearby, Ji-won asked, Vice President, we're still letting our long-term partner handle the setting. Right? She replied sternly, that's right. This event is very special. It's tied to a major project. Tell them to pay extra attention to it. Hearing that, she finally caught the drift. Understood. Also, Seo-yoon pulled out a black card. Then she handed it over. Use this for the invitations. The woman gently took it. Yes, ma'am. After that, another meticulously prepared letter was handed over by Seo-yoon. Prepare the menu like this and book a chef. From Sheila. Let that chef friend handle the tableware too. He's got impeccable taste. The employee nodded. Got it, Vice President. Then he rushed off immediately. While Do-jun observed closely, his gaze remained fixed on the exit. Even after they were long gone, Seo-yoon finally mused to herself. It's been a while since I felt this refreshed. Looking at beautiful things, no matter how tired I am, really lifts my mood, doesn't it? She suddenly turned to Do-jun and asked, Do-jun, do you know what I just did? Despite the question, Do-jun remained cold. I assume you used your keen eye to order some designer samples with high commercial value. Is that all you see? She pouted after hearing that. I'm literally speechless. How could you only see that much? Do-jun then explained, I'll have to ask you to explain the rest. Were you planning to buy all those samples? What? No way. I can't just drop 10 billion to buy that whole shipment. Seo-yoon immediately and strongly denied it. Are you stupid? Who would buy all of that? That 10 billion one is the marketing cost. It's to buy the absolute loyalty of 100 billionaires. For the wealthy and powerful women of Korea, she stated the objective. To make them sing our praises. Regarding our hotel and department store, that is the real reason for spending 10 billion. Once he understood, Do-jun thought to himself, it's been a long time since I've seen her this confident and full of pride. He wondered if this was her specialty, using money to buy the favor of the rich. In response, Seo-yoon continued to lay out the plan. First, we must select the standout pieces from this year's spring-summer collection. After the setting is done, we must request the display of demo products. Do-jun listened obediently. I get it now. Even so, she gave further instructions. Once the demo goods arrive, they must be displayed immediately. The exhibition must have a designed route and arrangement, so that customers can examine every item in detail and easily buy them as coordinated sets. Isn't that right? That idea startled him. A coordinated purchase? Sensing his surprise, Yoon explained further. Exactly. If they buy a hat, they need matching earrings. Once they have the earrings, they'll think about a necklace. After getting the necklace, they'll need a dress to complete the look. Then they'll have to buy a pair of shoes, heels that match the dress perfectly. That is the ensemble effect I'm talking about. However, Do-jun just wondered, can't we just put the whole outfit on a mannequin? She immediately corrected him. That only works for ready-to-wear mass-market goods. Items for VIP clients are much more high maintenance. They want to hand-pick every single piece. One by one, she waved her hand dismissively. Mannequins often create a feeling of forced conformity. Seeing this, Do-jun sighed. Sounds pretty complicated. Seo-yoon admitted it herself. Working in this industry is no walk in the park. He was still curious. So, will these samples be delivered straight to the customers' homes for them to choose from? She nodded immediately. Exactly. On the day of the appointment, our staff will bring the items over and arrange them according to the client's style. They can just shop from the comfort of their home. Seo-yoon even gave him a thorough explanation. It's considered the ultimate white glove service. They'll keep some at home, keep a few sets at their European villas, or in their New York penthouses. Because to them, traveling with heavy luggage is just a major hassle. Hearing that, Do-jun told himself, I see. At that moment, she suddenly gasped as if a light bulb went off. Seo-yoon then extended an invitation. "Why don't you join in this time?" She confidently added, "Yeah, that's a great idea." A PR role featuring the grandson of Sun Yang's chairman, the son of an actress and a film producer, a third-generation heir, young and looking sharp like an idol. Thrilled by the idea, she praised him as she listed his qualities. "Now that I think about it, your profile is actually pretty impressive." But Do-jun was still puzzled. "But why me?" Seo-yoon reassured him without a hint of worry. "You just need to show up and give a quick intro. The expert team will handle the rest." She even claimed with total confidence, "Those rich ladies won't be able to keep their cool when they see you. Standing right there is a third-gen Sun Yang heir, who's both young and handsome. Who do you think could possibly resist that?" Then Seo-yoon made her pitch directly. "They might even start a bidding war over everything. That's the one thing you can really flex about." At first, Do-jun seemed quite taken aback. It felt a bit awkward being used as thirst trap bait, but networking with them and helping boost revenue was an undeniable win. In his capacity, as the person in charge of the company, it was simply the right move. Finally, he cracked a smile. "All right, let's go ahead with it." His decision caught her off guard. "I didn't expect that. I'm surprised you agreed so easily." As for Do-jun, he flashed a polite, friendly grin. "Anything for the sake of revenue, right? Might as well try to set a new record." And those very words struck a chord with her once again. Do-jun quietly guessed her thoughts. "You're quite surprised, aren't you? Because there isn't a single grandchild in this family willing to sell their smile just to boost revenue." He himself understood perfectly well. Anyone who already hated this kind of work, and then had to act all submissive in front of customers, would eventually get fed up and walk away. Then Do-jun moved on to ask, "So that concludes phase 1, right?" Suddenly, Seo-yoon threw out a question. "Do you know who that chef in Luxembourg I mentioned earlier actually is?" Hearing that, he took the chance to probe. "No. I was actually wondering about that myself." She quickly filled him in. "He's a famous chef from a restaurant in Luxembourg. Paris. He'll be flying here on a private jet with a team of 5. Do-jun was a bit taken aback. "A private jet?" Seo-yoon remained composed. "They'll bring all the ingredients on the jet. Then we will showcase the latest products at the hotel ballroom and invite 100 wealthy socialites." Suddenly, his heart felt heavy. A lavish banquet for 100 rich ladies. Is this what a high-end luxury exhibition looks like? Meanwhile, Seo-yoon smirked. "And specifically, everything, the linens, the chairs, the plates and cutlery, will be shipped entirely by air. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a true luxury exhibition, would it?" At this, he lowered his voice and asked, "Who are those 100 people?" Ignoring his wariness, Seo-yoon answered immediately, "The nouveau riche." She went on to describe them. "Their living rooms and houses are too small to fit dozens of outfits and accessories, and they're also the ones who look at chaebol families." With eyes full of envy, Do-jun concluded, "So that's why they'll listen intently and easily accept your recommendations, right?" Waiting for exactly that, Seo-yoon confirmed, "Precisely." And then she gestured broadly. "Holding the exhibition in the hotel ballroom is actually to my own personal taste. If you explain it to them personally, just about everyone will be hanging on your every word." She cryptically revealed one more thing, and it might even trigger a whole different effect. Do-yoon wondered, "What is it?" Seo-yoon quickly emphasized the hidden factor: jealousy and competition. Realizing this made Do-jun feel even more drained. Women are truly terrifying. "I can't believe even shopping is such a cutthroat battle." On the contrary, Seo-yoon aggressively discussed the plan. "Those 100 people will be competing against each other." Right after her words, an image appeared of a room packed with people. "The one who places the most orders at the party will be the ultimate winner." The vibe is just like the high-stakes atmosphere of an auction. For people who hate losing more than death itself, their ruthless frenzy to win. The more I think about it, her smile grew more sinister. It will be clearly visible through the way they shop. On the other side, Do-jun's expression gradually grew cold. He then spoke up. "I see your point, but this is just another sales tactic, isn't it?" He continued to inquire, "How exactly does this drive consumers to shop?" Seo-yoon replied with professional poise, "Those people are boutique regulars, so they have huge influence over the designers. They are all VIPs, so we have to treat them like royalty. The trend will then trickle down to the lower classes." Even so, he still had a lingering doubt. "Then how does this link up with the duty-free shops?" "The priority is getting our brand into the shops. Duty-free. At Incheon Airport and downtown Seoul. You know that too." At that moment, Seo-yoon smirked. "The 100 people I've chosen hold the key. They are all influential figures in their respective fields." She had already calculated her next move. When the orders are delivered to their homes, we just need to subtly spread the word. When gathered, it becomes a massive source of backup. A flicker of surprise flashed through his eyes. They say the most power actually comes from kissing up. Suddenly, Seo Yoon paused for a moment to call out to Do Jun. With a touch of sincerity, she then said, "You used to look down on this sort of thing. It might look trivial and low class." Seo Yoon gave him some blunt advice. "But those trivial people are the ones holding the power in this country. You should network with them just like I do." Finally, she carefully advised him, "So you'll have a power base to use later." He took her words to heart and fell into deep thought. In the following days, Do Jun and a team of experts visited customers one by one. This time, he showed up with a very polished and professional look. Do Jun carefully observed the Seo group. "So this is the family that will eventually become in-laws with the president?" As he entered, someone was there to greet him. "I'll go inform the family that the manager is here." However, he modestly replied, "That won't be necessary. Anyway, I'd prefer to meet them in their everyday state." Jin, who was by his side, followed closely as he went in. Then they split up to get to work. Each item was meticulously checked and taken out by the staff. Do Jun stood to one side, keeping an eye on everything. Suddenly, he let out a frustrated sigh. "From what I know, they aren't too picky. But how they treat people outside their family circle is another story. There's still so much time left to finish this display, yet they haven't even offered me a glass of water. What's up with that?" Finally, the first person stepped downstairs. An hour later, a staff member went upstairs to notify the clients. The employees quickly bowed as they saw them. He also shifted his attention toward them. In that moment, the young ladies emerged along with Hyun. Leading the way was Hyun, looking very dignified. Next to her are several middle-aged women, who are still very beautiful. And finally, there are some younger girls chatting away. Waiting for them to approach, he politely bowed in greeting. Seeing him, Hyun smiled. "Oh, what brings this young man here? You look like quite the character." The tour began just like that, showcasing countless floral-themed jewels. During the process, Do Jun kept observing everything. The other staff members stood silently without a word. As for the women of the Seo group, they stood around leisurely, chatting about everything under the sun. They discussed various matters while browsing the exhibition. They didn't really need any help from the staff here. Regarding the items on display, it seemed they had already seen plenty like them before. Because of that, they didn't even bother trying anything on. Only when they spotted something unique that caught their eye would they call over a staff member to ask for more details about that specific piece. Do Jun thought to himself, indeed, nothing in life is ever simple. Then he unconsciously let out a long yawn. Just standing around like this is getting boring. My feet don't hurt, but I'm bored to death with nothing to do. After yawning, he turned back with a sleepy face. Immediately, Do Jun felt someone staring at him. This person was Ji Hye, and she suddenly let out a smile. Next, she intentionally signaled for him to come over. Do Jun followed her lead and walked over immediately. She waited for him to get close before asking, "What do you think of this item?" Just like that, he naively answered, "It looks pretty good." Those very words caused the room to fall into a sudden silence. Do Jun, however, didn't realize why and was very confused. The women there all looked at him in total shock. Even the staff members sighed under their breath in disappointment. Only Do Jun began to break into a cold sweat. "Did I say something wrong?" He immediately tried to fix it. "That piece really suits your elegant style, ma'am." However, the ladies' reactions didn't improve at all. In fact, the atmosphere grew even more awkward, making him very uneasy. At this point, Yeonju commented, and Hae-eun, standing nearby, said, "Mom's right. That young man seems pretty interesting, unlike everyone else here." Hae-eun simply smirked and took a sip of her tea after hearing that. Over here, Ah-jin stepped in to bail him out. The nearby staff member immediately introduced the piece with professional flair. "This is a 36-inch silver necklace. With a 19mm diameter, it's a simple design. But once you put it on, it truly enhances the wearer's beauty, ma'am." She continued her pitch. "The design is classic and elegant, yet incredibly sophisticated. This necklace perfectly reflects the style of a lady with a bold personality. At a glance, it embodies the power, character, and energy of modern people. In the magnificent New York City." Do Jun's eyes lit up in realization. "I didn't expect it. But the staff here are absolute pros. They're such smooth talkers. They could probably give a pitch like that for any necklace in the collection." He thought further that there are so many products here. They might have even memorized every single one. Right then, Hae-eun's voice suddenly rang out. "Is there a problem, young man?" Do Jun reflexively replied, "Oh no, ma'am." But she remained skeptical and said, "Then why do you look so shook?" I was starting to think something was wrong with these products. Ah Jin also rushed to explain. Pardon me, madam, but there's no issue at all. These products were delivered here a few days ago, and during the setup, they were double-checked multiple times. At this point, Do-jun took the initiative to apologize. My deepest apologies, madam. This is my first time here, so please forgive any blunders I've made. However, she completely misunderstood him. Your first time? Why do you say that? Director Jin, did you send an inexperienced rookie to serve us? This is just unacceptable. Sensing the situation was going south, Do-jun immediately looked at Ah Jin. She bowed her head instantly. Forgive us, madam. Manager Jin. Actually, Do-jun is Director Jin's nephew. Everything here at this shopping mall will be taken over by Manager Jin. So as of now, today, he's here to supervise everyone's work. This time, the ladies in the room were truly caught off guard. Even Hae-eun was stunned. Director Jin's nephew? Every eye in the room shifted toward Do-jun. At that moment, he continued to take the blame. Ideally, I should have trained much more before coming here. But since time was of the essence and didn't allow for it, many things haven't gone quite as planned. Once again, my sincere apologies, madam. On the flip side, her attitude completely shifted. If you're Director Jin's nephew, then you're also the chairman's grandson. So which grandson are you exactly? Do-jun calmly replied, I'm the youngest, ma'am. Hearing this, her tone grew curious. The youngest? Yeon-ju suddenly blurted out, Wait, so you're the Seoul University law student, who ranked in the top 10 nationwide? Is that right? However, he was quick to be humble. Well, that's in the past, so I don't really dwell on it. I'm pretty swamped with work now, so I haven't been able to make it to campus as frequently as before. Because of that, I've even forgotten some of my studies. He then acknowledged his own shortcomings. Listening to the staff member talk earlier, I realized I don't even know as much as she does. Hae-eun remarked, so that's how it is. It's true that the person at the top sometimes can't possibly know every little detail, but that isn't necessarily what matters most. She then gently explained, as long as the people who want to own the product think it's beautiful and want to buy it, that's enough. Facing Hae-eun's sophisticated words, Do-jun just listened in silence. Meanwhile, she casually gave an order. Pick out 2 beautiful hats for me, and some perfume as well. That'll do for now. Then Hae-eun didn't forget to instruct, as for the rest of you, go ahead and pick out some things for yourselves. After giving her orders, she turned to head back. If you have any trouble, just ask the staff. They'll help you out. At the same time, Hae-eun extended an invitation. As for you, young man, would you like to join me for a cup of tea and a chat? And just like that, a hot cup of tea was served specifically for him. Inside that cozy room, she took a slow, deliberate sip first. Then she followed up with a question. So what year of college are you in now? He carefully replied, I'm a senior, ma'am. At that, Hae-eun grew curious. In that case, are you planning to take over the business operations of this mall? He was quick to explain, everything is only just beginning, so I haven't made any decisions yet. But in my opinion, there's no need to rush into anything. Her eyes immediately lit up. So you want to get your degree from Seoul University before anything else? Or perhaps after graduating, you'll go study abroad to gain more knowledge before taking the reins of the business? Meanwhile, Do-jun couldn't help but wonder why she was so curious about him. Why all the questions? Do-jun began to speculate. She's probably gauging my potential, trying to see if I have a shot at inheriting the Sun-Yang group. Or not. Or she wants to know if I'm the type to settle for the simple path, just grabbing a small inheritance and staying in my lane. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Or maybe she's looking to play matchmaker for a strategic alliance. However, she suddenly remarked, You seem to have a lot on your mind. The youth of today certainly aren't simple, are they? Do-jun quickly apologized and clarified, I'm sorry, ma'am. It's just that I was thinking about the 2 hats you bought earlier. I was wondering if they really suited you. This sudden topic of conversation caught her by surprise. She asked him back, The hats? You mean the floppy hats? Do-jun then boldly expressed his opinion. In my opinion, that hat doesn't really fit your style, madam. At the same time, he kept a close eye on her. He wanted to see how she would react to that. And then, just a second later, Madame Inseo suddenly concluded, I think I've realized something. It might be best if you forgot about taking over the business operations of this mall. This reaction from her immediately made him jump. After dropping that bombshell, Hae-eun looked perfectly calm. Do-jun was completely blindsided. He expected a response, but not this one. He quickly asked, May I ask why you say that, madam? In response, she shrugged and explained, If an old lady like me wears a hat with such a wide brim, it will obviously block my vision. And she admitted it outright. I know very well that I can't actually wear that hat out in public. This made Do-jun even more confused. Then why did you buy 2 of them, madam? A very short answer suddenly came out. Because I like them. Just that simple phrase left him stunned. Hyun commented, if I like it, I buy it. A woman is still a woman. If you can't understand the basic mindset of a woman, then how do you expect to manage this shopping mall? As for Do-jun, he was still too shocked to respond. Meanwhile, she stood up. I think you're book smart, but in matters like this, you're lacking. With a gentle smile, Hyun bluntly remarked, your understanding of women is even more limited. After that, they headed back downstairs, where the girls were still picking out items. At that moment, she spoke up. The madam turned to the girls and said, hurry up and choose so we can leave. We can't keep the family waiting too long. The girls replied in unison, yes, ma'am. While she was at it, Hyun reminded them, since you're already here, buy the high-end stuff. Make sure it's worth the trip. They've been waiting and helping me with some advice. Ji-hee and her friend nearby were visibly thrilled to hear that. After that, they became even more excited while picking out jewelry. In contrast, she slowly climbed the stairs to return to her room. At that very moment, Do-jun suddenly called out, wait, madam! Is it because of Audrey Hepburn? Is that why? This unexpected question left everyone else confused. He patiently waited for her to respond. Aeon clearly heard him and was deep in thought. Then she gave a mysterious promise. All right, stop by and see me when you're free. We'll have more time to talk then. At this point, only Do-jun had gained a new perspective. The next destination was the KC Group. This is a major conglomerate, specializing in petrochemicals, and ranked 14th in the business world. The current chairman of the group is also a son-in-law to the family. However, there's one thing that everyone knows, but no one dares to say out loud. It's the chairman's wife, who is the real power behind the KC Group. Inside a grand mansion, the person before him now was Soo-hye. The staff immediately bowed low to greet her. Suddenly, Jin whispered softly, this is our first time meeting her, so we don't quite understand her shopping habits yet. Do-jun thought to himself that he was already aware of this. She's probably heard the news from the Inseo Group about the fact that Sun-yang Group's youngest grandson is coming here too. As soon as that thought passed, Soo-hye spoke up. You're Jin Do-jun, right? Manager Jin's nephew? Yes, he said, reaching for his business card. That's correct. Allow me to introduce myself. However, she bluntly cut him off. As for work matters, just contact my staff and let them handle it. I'd rather have a cup of tea and chat with you. She added, actually, a glass of wine would be even better. It won't interfere with business at all. And so, Do-jun agreed to the conversation. For now, I don't see anything more important than this. The exchange between the two of them went smoothly, as she kept a constant smile, and he engaged in this conversation with great enthusiasm. Everything still centered solely on her private personal life. A moment later, they stopped just outside a residential area. The two cars followed one after another, pulling over to the curb to take a break. At that point, Jin reported back gleefully, what a relief, thanks to Manager Jin. We've already hit our sales targets for this spring-summer season. That's absolutely dope! Hearing this, he replied with satisfaction, it's a good thing I came along for real. In a split second, his demeanor shifted. She had guessed right. I've visited several more tycoons. Naturally, the exact same thing happened over and over. Even better, one chairman actually met with me in person. So it looks like this time, I've achieved some pretty solid results. First of all, I've gotten on the radar of the big players in these conglomerates, building the kind of rapport where I can hit them up and talk shop whenever. And on top of that, I've secured the revenue I wanted. That night, Do-jun returned to Yang Qian's villa. In the cozy room, the old man suddenly asked point blank, are you cooking something up? The question caught him off guard. Pardon? Yang Qian repeated, I'm asking you, what have you been up to lately? For some reason, so many high society families want me to hook them up on blind dates with you. Only then did he realize the situation and get flustered. Wait, what? A few days later, the grand gala finally arrived. Stunning dishes were exquisitely arranged on the tables. Guests continuously offered their applause to celebrate the ceremony. The introduction soon rang out. Cherishing beauty is absolutely essential. It embodies the way Sun-yang represents its brand and prestige. The host continued, from the heritage line, with its trendy aesthetic and cropped vests, slaying in any environment, to the Signoria line, featuring classic silhouettes for ladies and gentlemen who value elegance. Meanwhile, Do-jun just stood quietly in a corner. We are proud to introduce this collection, with these 7 incredibly unique designs to all of you. Not far from him, Seo-yoon was busy directing the staff. Seeing her so dedicated like that, he fell into deep thought. From the presentation to the terminology, emphasizing elegance and class, regarding the flagship products, it really got everyone hyped. As soon as the intro finished, people started dispersing to browse around. Seo Yun constantly moved about, mingling with the VIPs, with her signature smile always on her lips. Thanks to her, many products were sold. Through her professional pitches and her ability to read the customers, wherever she went, everyone was pleased and opened their wallets to shop till they dropped. I think part of it was them wanting to butter her up for a spot at the upcoming fall-winter fashion show, the upcoming autumn and winter. While he was satisfied with that, she suddenly nudged his shoulder. Then Seo Yun reminded him, I think this is enough. If we keep pushing the presentation and staying here, it might actually devalue our brand. This request surprised Do-jun, but isn't it a bit early for us to bounce? Among those people, there are many we might need favors from later. Favors? Seo Yun immediately dismissed it. Forget about that for now. I've already calculated everything. We might need to do a quick round of thank yous shortly. I'll list some key guests then. They'll be very helpful for us to get restaurant licenses and government perks, along with government incentives. Do-jun felt very appreciative. Yes, thanks to you I've had many chances to expand my network. Regardless, Seo Yun just smirked. Don't get it twisted. Everything I'm doing isn't exactly for you. Seeing that, he also guessed her intent. She meant she only did it for the family, and she thought dealing with him would be easier than dealing with his uncles. Right? She admitted honestly, replying, Not exactly, but dealing with you is much more chill. Do-jun was a bit puzzled. Chill? That reaction from him made Seo Yun chuckle softly. Then she explained, It's like I have the confidence that I can win. If it were your older or younger uncles, they might not even let me present my ideas or show what I can do. They certainly wouldn't let me touch the business side, let alone have an opportunity like this. At the same time, Seo Yun praised him. But you actually give me a chance and let me do what I want, even though we are still rivals. That's why I think I can take it easy with you. While planning my moves on this end, Do-jun appeared quite confident. You probably think of that by letting me expand my network. It will put the squeeze on my uncles. Then you'll have more people to back you up, shouldering some of the pressure for you. She said in a serious tone, That might be exactly what I'm thinking. You should also be careful with your uncles. They aren't as straightforward as I am. When it comes to their connections, every single person they know is expected to bring them some kind of profit. Seo Yun warned Do-jun. Right now you could say, You're being protected by grandfather, and through that, you've gained a real edge. But just you wait. With her next words, she cautiously lowered her voice. If anything goes off script, then immediately all the tax authorities, as well as the financial, surveillance systems, they won't let us off the hook. They will use every resource to come at us with everything they've got. In response, Do-jun just kept his usual poker face. But very quickly he read between the lines. So now we need to find a fallback scapegoat for situations just like that. She nodded happily. That's not a bad idea at all. She confirmed, If any blowback hits you, it's not like I'll be able to live in peace either. Then Seo Yun turned and walked away. That's why I'm saying, I'm not exactly doing this just for you, right? Leaving him standing there. The rhythmic clicking of her heels echoed. Suddenly, in that moment, Do-jun thought with satisfaction that everything was going exactly according to plan. Every prediction manifested before his eyes. Hope, then disappointment. But only by giving them hope will they be willing to dive in and expose their weak spots. That's when I can seize those vulnerabilities to create an advantage for myself. Morning at an office. Do-jun handed some files to a Jin. He instructed carefully, Get everything ready based on this list and schedule the visits. Let me know once you're done, okay? Jin replied professionally. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Seo Yun demanded, Let me see that first. Jin looked at Do-jun, feeling put on the spot. Seo Yun frowned, snatched the documents Do-jun held out, and declared, From now on, I will be checking the invitation list myself. We have to vet exactly who they are and what they do. This is way more important than how much they spend, right? She picked up a slip of paper. What's this note on the side here? Do-jun explained calmly. That's the list of people I'll be delivering gifts to in person. Seo Yun smirked. She reached over and picked up a pen. Seo Yun started making notes on the paper. She spent a long time crossing out and editing. Seo Yun handed the files back to a Jin. Prepare everything according to the changes I just made. And make sure to follow Manager Jin's lead. Do-jun map out the schedule precisely, so we don't waste Manager Jin's time. She took them and replied, Yes, I understand, Vice Chairman. After that, a Jin stepped out. Seo Yun let out a long sigh of relief. Our Do-jun is quite the fast learner, isn't he? That gift list is actually pretty legit. Jun thought about those gifts. It's not like it's rocket science, he said. Necklaces for the ladies, and watches for the men. I only listed the essentials. He asked curiously, but where exactly did you make the edits? Yoon rolled her eyes and replied, I just needed to fix the brands for the watches and the necklaces, selecting labels that actually vibe with their style. Feeling puzzled, she grilled him further. But why do you want to give them extra gifts? They aren't even that useful, Jun explained in a low voice, because they are civil servants. As long as they don't mess up big time, their path to promotion is wide open. This is a long-term investment that will pay off 5 years from now. Yoon spoke up firmly. Even without this investment, they are already just a bunch of corporate lapdogs, following Sun Yang's orders unconditionally. Do you have any idea? Just for these additional gifts today. The cost has already hit 300 million won, Jun responded confidently. I'll cover that amount. The company won't be short on cash anytime soon. She gave a dismissive wave of her hand. At this level, it's fine, but Yoon paused for a second. I already told you. We don't know when the National Tax Service and the Financial Supervisory Service will pull a surprise. Audit, Jun cut in. They might audit our distribution company. Our Sun Yang, so we have to be ready in advance. Yoon's eyes widened. Ready for what? Then he laid out the plan. If the high-ranking officials in the central government are tight with my uncles, then we need to have our own people ready for 5 years from now, right? Yoon bit her nails, looking flustered. Jun read her expression. You still don't realize that your brothers are coming for you. What? He tried to convince her. They are much closer to those uncles than I am, so you should really think about it. The two of them have already snatched up all the Sun Yang subsidiaries related to distribution. Jun asked with conviction. Do you really think they'll just roll over and accept this kind of asset division? Yoon's face darkened. Her entire body trembled slightly. Jun pressed further on the issue. Those two will definitely find a way to take those companies back. If we let our guard down for even a second, we'll be wiped out instantly. Just think about the reason. Why did they let all the companies in the distribution sector fall into your hands? He blurted out the real cause. It's all because of those trillions of won at stake. Yoon's brow furrowed. Afternoon at the C Group. Young Ki's voice rang out. Dong Ki, have you heard the news? Dong Ki pried. You mean about Dojun? Young Ki crossed his arms and listed it out. Exactly. Word is all the ladies are buzzing about him. They say he's sophisticated, elegant, and has a clean record. On top of that, he's seen as the ultimate son-in-law material, especially since he's a student at Seoul National University. He added with frustration, he's even sent shockwaves through the business world, hitting record-breaking sales with the spring-summer collection for the department store's VIPs. As for the department store, Daehyun is struggling because they can't even launch their sale yet. Donkey seemed deep in thought. I'm swamped as it is, and yet I have to sit here, listening to this crap. Visibly annoyed, he asked in a low tone, is all of this really because of Dojun? Young Ki turned to answer. Yep, those chaebol families with daughters are dropping serious cash just to impress. That kid. Donkey snapped irritably. We came here to talk about young Jun. So why the hell do you keep bringing up Dojun? He made an excuse. It'll probably take a lot of time to discuss that brat, which is why I mentioned him first. Then, getting to the point, so what's the deal with young Jun? Young Ki replied with total confidence. The matter I asked you to handle is all done. He made a serious proposal. So why don't we start with the simple stuff first? Young Ki immediately agreed. Fine. Now about young Jun. He's been living like a nomad for a long time. Just cut him some slack. Dong Ki smirked. Nomad? He looked at young Kai suggestively and said, because he broke father's curfew and went to Seoul all by himself. But why he went to Seoul? I'm sure you know full well. He bowed his head as he heard Dong Ki's words. And about that incident in Gyeoje last year. He threw a massive rager, even called over 5 or 6 leggy models to party it up. There was probably more to it. I bet you still remember what was really behind all that. Young Ki was clearly displeased. So what? Are we just going to let him keep living like this? He leaned back in his chair and replied, let him off the hook? Who knows if this nephew of mine comes to Seoul and starts causing trouble, it'll blow back on me too. He scowled and lowered his voice. We have to release the boy so his wife can be free. I'm asking this for the sake of our daughter-in-law. Dong Ki gasped in surprise. What, they have a kid? Is she pregnant? Young Ki hesitated and answered, no, so what's the actual reason? He explained seriously. I don't know if you've heard yet, but the investigation and arrest of Lee Sang-hun will begin shortly, the CEO of New Data Technology. Dong Ki voiced his doubt. Why is that old man under investigation? Young Ki added gloomily, in the blink of an eye, trillions of won vanished without a trace. Countless people have been ruined, forced onto the streets with their children. He shared his dilemma, arresting the CEO of a company whose stock is tanking. Does that even make sense? Young Ki frowned. There are only 2 days left until the election. The ruling party needs to secure votes. Actually, both parties are scrambling to gain more support. That's why they ordered his arrest. A smirk curled on his lips. They need to frame him as a once-in-a-lifetime con artist. The victims who lost their shirts won't be able to hold back. Fury is boiling over inside them. Dong Ki remained silent, offering no response. Young Ki threw out a question. I'm debating whether or not to add a few more names to the investigation list, along with that old geezer. A bit startled, he asked, like who? Young Ki's face took on a sinister look. Se-hyun, that brat Do-jun, and even our only little sister. He was thinking of Seo-hyun. Dong Ki's jaw dropped in shock. What the? The atmosphere between them grew heavy. Young Ki spoke with great anticipation. Just you wait and see. The show is about to get real good. You know, if we can track down his financial backer in the States, it would be even more perfect. Dong Ki shouted in a rage. We're in the middle of redistributing shares. Why do you have to keep stirring the pot? Fine, let's say the prosecution starts an investigation. But do you really think Dad will just let this slide? Young Ki reached up and pushed up his glasses. Dad won't be able to stop this, and the prosecutor won't be able to sweep anything under the rug. Light flooded the room. Se-hyun raised an eyebrow while reading the newspaper. The daughter of a founder of a major Korean corporation, who currently runs a department store, has suffered massive losses due to stock investments in a shell company. He set the paper down and remarked, anyone reading this would know it's about your aunt. Who else could it be? Do-jun responded in a low tone. I had my suspicions at first, but when I saw the Hansong Daily, it pretty much confirmed it. He tilted his head to the side. This has my eldest uncle's fingerprints all over it. Se-hyun rested his chin on his hand. What kind of big brother goes and throws his own flesh-and-blood sister under the bus like that? This family is something else. Do-jun narrowed his eyes slightly. It wasn't just a coincidence that they put her in charge of the department store. They're just waiting for a slip-up so they can swoop in and bury her. Se-hyun asked for his opinion in a serious tone. What's your plan now? We can't just sit back and watch. He replied earnestly, I have to stop it, of course. If she loses face, this case with the prosecutor's office will turn into a real mess, especially when the duty-free shop permits are almost finalized. Se-hyun reached for the phone. All right then. I'll handle things so this news doesn't break in other papers. Do-jun stood up and said, Understood, I'll go see my aunt for a moment and be right back. Seo-hyun barked furiously, I'm warning you! Cut it out right now! She slammed her hand on the table. How many shell companies do you think you have? For money laundering that I don't know about? Do I have to expose everything? So we can both go down in flames? Seo-hyun scowled and screamed at the top of her lungs. You dare spend money just to backstab me? Let's see who ends up losing more. Just you wait and see! She threw the phone onto the table. Seo-hyun was radiating a dark aura. Do-jun handed her a glass of water. Seo-hyun took it and asked, So you've seen the news? He calmly reassured her. Yes, please don't worry too much, Auntie. We're already blocking other outlets from reporting on it. Do-jun sat down. Only Hansung Daily has published this so far. They'll back off eventually. Seo-hyun fell into a silent contemplation. She glanced at the newspaper, her brow furrowed. It won't just stop there. Once Hansung Daily runs the story, the prosecutor's office will get involved too. Do-jun calmly reminded her. We can also mobilize your supporters to back you up on this. However, at this moment, you need to avoid getting caught in the crossfire of the press. Seo-hyun replied in a low, somber voice. I get it. I have my own ways of handling things. Do-jun felt a bit curious. Do you know anything about my eldest uncle's shell companies, Auntie? She stressed out, clutching her hair. I know they exist, but I don't have any hard evidence. Because from the very start, I never imagined things would come to this. Seo-hyun's eyes turned ice cold. But since my brother has been this heartless, I can't just sit idly by either. Do-jun gasped. Do you have a plan already? Seo-hyun let out a dangerous smirk. Her face darkened completely. I was willing to overlook the fact that he severed our sibling ties. But if he wants to draw his sword and go to war, then I must return the favor. Do-jun frowned, wondering to himself. A figure with the power to influence the prosecution service. He thought of Chang Jae, the ex-husband of Mayor Choi, Chang Jae. Wait, is their toxic history still not over? Do-jun observed Seo-hyun. He heard his phone ringing. Do-jun put it to his ear. Hello, I'm listening. The voice on the other end shifted. Do-jun? Something big happened. Your father is absolutely livid. Confused, Do-jun asked, My father, why? The other person immediately replied, A summons from the prosecution service, ordering you to testify, has been delivered to the house. He nonchalantly stated, It's just a witness summons. It's no big deal if I don't go, right? The person on the line urgently said, I know, but the situation is a total mess right now. In fact, the one targeting you is none other than your own uncle. Do-jun's face tightened with tension. Co-yoon raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Light shone into the office. On the desk lay documents covered in chaotic scribbles. Yoon-ki paced back and forth, flustered. He turned toward the door. Kim-suk peeked his head in. Oh my God! Why did you call me here so urgently? Yoon-ki asked cheerfully. Did Hyun-yun and Tae-hyun come along too? He stepped aside for Tae-hyun. They're here now. He greeted them formally. Hello, Director. We heard you called for us urgently. Hyun-ki replied politely. Yes, that's right. Everyone, please take a seat first. The atmosphere in the room turned gloomy. Tae-hyun sat down and asked curiously, Director, did you call us here because of the Kat Tin matter? Yoon-ki closed his eyes wearily. I'm sorry, but my reason for calling you has nothing to do with the film crew. Tae-hyun and Hyun-un looked bewildered. Kim-suk suggested bluntly, Sir, whatever it is, please feel free to speak your mind. Yoon-ki pushed up his glasses. Actually, there's a favor I'd like to ask of you two. He tilted his head back and laughed. Sure, go ahead. You helped Hyun-un and Tae. Hyun shine. So just tell us what you need. Yoon-ki dropped a bombshell question. You two are dating, aren't you? Tae-hyun blushed and replied, yes. For now, that's the case. He made a stern request. Go public with your relationship tomorrow. Actually, if you could do it today, that'd be even better. Kim-suk shouted in frustration while Tae-hyun and Hyun-un looked confused. He broke out in a cold sweat. Right now, they are getting so many ad bookings. Does he really want the film crew's hard work to go down the drain? Yoon-ki's expression turned grim. Seeing that, Kim-suk was stunned. His face was lined with anxiety. If I refuse now, my relationship with him will be over. I won't be able to ask for any more favors in the future. Kim-suk was lost in conflicted thoughts. Furthermore, he's a Sunyang Chaebol, the most influential person in the film industry. He swallowed hard and thought, this is like a high-stakes gamble. Kim-suk stammered an excuse. Bringing this up is a bit sudden, and I might be overstepping. I'm sorry. He forced a smile and agreed. Fine, we can talk about marriage later. But dating in secret must be exhausting for you two anyway. Just go public with it already. Tae-hyun squeezed the director's hand tightly. Kim-suk reminded them in a cold voice. Have you forgotten who's responsible for where you are today, Tae? Hyun and Hyun-un looked at each other. You should be helping him out at a time like this. Don't let those fakers out there cloud your judgment. Got it? Hyun-ki flusteredly urged. Director Kim, please don't be like that. You're making it awkward for them. He bowed his head gratefully toward Hyun-un. Tae-hyun, I'm counting on you two. I'll definitely remember this favor. Please help me out just this once. Tae-hyun was completely bewildered. Oh my God, Director Jin! Why are you doing this? Please stand up, I understand. Let's just do whatever you want. He turned to Hyun-un. Hyun-un, this was bound to come out sooner or later. Why don't we just go public now, babe? She hesitated before replying. I'm with you, whatever you decide. Yoon-ki beamed with a bright smile. The newspaper was slammed onto the table. Yang Ki-ol crossed his arms and growled. These guys are pulling all sorts of stunts. Aren't they? It's crazy. He turned to Hak-ju and asked, so the eldest started it. And the younger ones are counterattacking, right? He immediately replied, Yes, Chairman, Hak-ju added. And the Eastern District Prosecutor's Office has quietly begun investigating Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki. Yang Ki-ol was stunned. The Eastern District Prosecutor's Office? Isn't that Mayor Choi's home turf? Hak-ju informed him. Yes, word is CEO Jin So-yoon made the request. The old man grimaced and rasped. They dare drag prosecutors into a family feud? Young Ki-ol let out a long, heavy sigh. He smirked slightly. Has our family really come to this? Yang Ki-ol added. I can't even show my face to the prosecutor general anymore. Jun Seok scratched his cheek. Oh no, Chairman. You're exaggerating. The old man asked expectantly, so how is the investigation going? Jun Seok answered immediately. They've only requested an appearance as a witness. However, Yang Chol was full of questions. Don't hold back, just say it. Why, is there some kind of problem? Jun Seok blurted out the information. They suddenly started poking into fantasy investment as well. Rumor has it they have a very close relationship with you. Chairman, the old man closed his eyes nonchalantly. Close relationship, my foot. They are the ones trying to steal my company step by step. Yang Kiel said sternly, setting that aside. What about the mess my daughter caused? Is it that hard to settle? Jun Seok rested his hands on his thighs. No, sir. She is a victim, after all, having lost a massive amount of money. And regardless of how it happened, the company's funds have been recovered. He continued, unless the shareholders raise a stink, it's unlikely to blow up into something big. Yang Kiel looked intrigued. So if the prosecutor general doesn't issue any special orders, then how will things play out? Jun Seok waved his hand dismissively. They are all colleagues working in the same field, so that won't happen. They will simply verify their findings and reach a conclusion. Both sides will hash it out together, Yang Kiel said calmly. Then the prosecutor general doesn't need to worry too much. Jun Seok explained gloomily. Actually, there is just one thing that's bugging me. I want to double-check something, Chairman. Yang Kiel suggested casually. Go ahead. Jun Seok brought up his concern. That investment firm called Fantasy. Does it really have nothing to do with you, Chairman? Upon hearing that, Hak-ju fell silent. Yang Kiel's face looked dangerously sharp. Why does that bother you? Jun Seok explained hesitantly. Ajin Group, Sunyang Motors, Daya Construction, and now even Sun Yang. Department store is being taken over one by one. If you look at the stock fluctuations, they are holding a fairly large amount of Sun Yang shares. He added, without the chairman's tacit approval. How could something like this even happen? Yang Kiel rested his hand on his chin. As for the car company, I sold it during the IMF crisis, because I didn't have enough dollars to pay back the vulture funds. And the mall incident. It was because my airhead daughter caused trouble and got it snatched away. Jun Seok pushed up his glasses. There was no tacit approval or anything like that. He turned his gaze toward Yang Chol. I'm not sure if you've heard the news yet, but the Financial Supervisory Commission has started, keeping an eye on fantasy investment. He wondered to himself, it's foreign capital, but the source is sketchy. No one knows if it's vulture capital or clean money. Yang Kiel gritted his teeth in annoyance. Money is just money. Why does it have to have a color? Tell them to stop wasting their time. Jun Seok raised an eyebrow. It's vulture capital. They made a killing during the IMF era and then bailed. It's only right to be cautious. Yang Kiel smirked sarcastically. I know them. That's not vulture capital. Think about it. They brought in dollars, bought out bankrupt companies, and even paid the employees full salaries. Would vulture capital ever do something like that? Jun Seok lowered his eyes. So if the Financial Supervisory Commission investigates, I'll take it as a sign that there aren't any serious issues. Yes. Yang Chil frowned. Has it started already? Jun Seok provided the info. Yes. I heard they've sent a request for cooperation to the IRS. He let out a loud laugh. They really know how to put on a show, don't they? Jun Seok stood up abruptly. I clearly understand your position, Chairman. I'll keep a quiet eye on things. If anything unusual happens, I'll be in touch. Yang Kiel smiled broadly. All right. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Jun Seok bowed formally. It was nothing, Chairman. With that, he took his leave. Yang Kiel was fuming with rage. He barked at Hak-ju. How much did that guy pocket from Young Ki? Breaking a sweat, he replied, I'm sorry, sir. Small, scattered amounts are very difficult to track. Yang Kiel scowled deeply. And what about the Financial Supervisory Commission? Hak-ju immediately responded. It's been confirmed that Vice Chairman Jin, Young Ki, has his hands in many pockets. The old man looked away. He's getting up there in age. Yet he's still such a scaredy cat, Hak-ju reminded him. His opponent is no pushover. He's the type you can't let your guard down around. Not even for a second. If I were him, I'd want to nip it in the bud, before it grows out of control. Yang Cheol emphasized every word. When facing a formidable foe, acting rashly only leads to defeat. Biding one's time is the only way to go. He leaned back in his chair. Anyway, after the upcoming general election, get rid of the heads of the Financial Supervisory Commission and the prosecution. If they're that easily manipulated by Young Ki, then they're just too weak. Hak-ju replied, I understand. He then voiced his concern, so do you plan on leaving Dojun alone? If Vice Chairman Jin Young Ki keeps escalating this, he will likely have to comply with a prosecutor's summons at least once. Yang Kiol curled his lips into a smirk. He clenched his fist. If he's aiming for this seat, then that's a place he'll have to visit quite often in the future. Yang Kiol crossed his arms and noted, testing the waters now isn't such a bad idea. Hak-ju let out a sigh. He's a law student who hasn't even started working yet, but he's already making his debut at a legal agency. Yang Kiol stared off into the distance. It was morning at a major corporation. Dojun sat across from Kang-sik, his eyes scanning the room. Will he have to go into the interrogation room? Kang-sik spoke up nonchalantly. We just need to take a few statements as a witness. It's no big deal, Prosecutor Lee Kang-sik speculated. Wait, is it that this is so serious? We have to go to the interrogation room? Do-jun replied calmly. I should be the one asking what's important. If you have any important questions, I'll answer them thoroughly to the best of my knowledge. Kang-sik scowled, clearly displeased. Then he burst into laughter. Kang-sik tossed his pen onto the table. He loosened his tie. The world really has changed. In the old days, people had to stare at a wall and reflect, before the conversation even started. Dialogue flowed much better back then. Do-jun crossed his arms thoughtfully. Trying to flex your power from the get-go? His lips curled into a slight smirk. Should I push his buttons a little? Do-jun suddenly asked, Prosecutor, do you have an inferiority complex? Kang-sik was stunned. What? With an innocent look, he explained, You called me in as a witness, yet you're treating me like a criminal. This whole power-tripping act just made me think of that. No complex? Then why are you so thin-skinned? When Kang-sik exploded in rage, shouting, Hey! Do-jun placed a hand on his lap. Prosecutor Lee Kang-sik, he said coolly, lower your voice. No matter how much you scream, it won't change the fact that you're being demoted to the Cheongju district office. Next month, Kang-sik flinched as Do-jun played mind games with him. Why so surprised? Prosecutorial appointments in Korea aren't exactly top secret. He added coldly, Oh, and that time you helped your rich buddy dodge a DUI for a little bit of lunch money? Did you think only other prosecutors knew about that? Honestly, it's not even a secret. Do-jun leaned in closer. That's precisely why you're getting sent to the boonies. Kang-sik sputtered. You! Do-jun interrupted with a grim tone. Investigation is the prosecution's prerogative. But anyone can gather intel. Compared to you using your authority to investigate me, I can use my money to investigate you right back. He declared with absolute certainty. My file on you is probably 2 or 3 times thicker than yours on me. Do-jun picked up the pen. He pointed it toward Kang-sik. Stop wasting your breath. Let's just wrap this up quickly. You won't find so much as a speck of dust on me no matter how hard you look. The man stared wide-eyed at the pen. The tension between the two became suffocating. Do-jun's expression relaxed. Kang-sik gritted his teeth and snatched the pen away. Kang-sik sneered with irritation. The grandson of a chaebol is quite something, from the looks of it. You'll be a frequent guest here at the prosecutor's office. Do-jun stood up casually. I'll take that as a compliment. If that's all, am I free to go? Kang-sik rested his hands on the armrest. There is evidence that Jin So-yeon treated company funds like her own pocket money. Do-jun observed him in silence. Kang-sik was shrouded in a dark aura, and when she paid it back, the shares of Sunyang Disney were completely transferred to Fantasy. She claims it's a coincidence, but I'm not buying it. Do-jun closed his eyes placidly. He remarked coldly, How could it be a coincidence? She embezzled the funds and then sold shares to cover it up. Kang-sik jumped to his feet in shock. What? Do-jun continued his deduction. She funneled company money into a shell company and failed to pay it all back. It surely didn't include the interest for the months that she misappropriated the funds. And once the fine is paid, that'll be the end of it. I've given you the answers you wanted to write down. Can I go now? Veins bulged on Kang-sik's face. Do-jun walked away slowly, then pulled out a card. Confused, Kang-sik asked, What are you doing? Do-jun replied calmly, No matter how deep you dig, this whole investigation is just a nothing burger. It's like losing a few flakes of dandruff. The opponent is a chaebol clan, with the power to grip the entire nation. He continued with a warning. If anything goes south, the blade could turn back on them. So they assigned this to an obscure prosecutor, stuck in the provinces, just to keep up appearances, because the person who requested the probe is no ordinary citizen. Kang-sik's brow furrowed deeply. That's enough! Do-jun smirked broadly. He made a sincere suggestion. Instead of a family tree, take this as a lifeline to the big leagues. Do-jun held the card out in his hand. Kang-sik stared at it intently. Do-jun tucked the card into his pocket. He placed a hand on Kang-sik's chest. Come find me when you need to, Do-jun said with total confidence. I'll show you how different I am from Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki. Then he walked out. Do-jun let out a sly, mocking grin. At first, people usually start with the small fry, unaware of who that small fry might be bringing along. Afternoon at a company office. Se-hyun leaned back in his chair. So, did you manage to scout anything out? Do-jun nonchalantly shot back. People who can't stand looking weak usually compensate by acting tough. Isn't that their trademark? And what about the old man? Se-hyun put his hands behind his neck. It wrapped up with just a few formal questions. Since it was a favor for Vice Chairman Jin Young-ki, he made it look like a half-assed investigation. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. So that just leaves my aunt, right? Sehyun assessed the situation. Pretending to rip Vice Chairman Jin apart, Soyeon is like a bait. But in reality, Vice Chairman Jin, Young-ki isn't aiming for his sister. He stated grimly, "His real target is you." Do-yoon gasped in surprise. "Me?" Sehyun explained somberly. "Exactly. He wants a deep dive into miracle investment that you are standing behind." Do-jun's eyebrows arched slightly. Sehyun offered his opinion. "Do-jun, you could just ask your grandfather for help." He placed a hand on his lap with firm resolve. I can't do anything that would let my grandfather down." Sehyun repeated in disbelief. "Let him down?" Do-jun's eyes narrowed. "Wouldn't that be like getting beaten up? Then running home to ask your big brother to go hit them back?" He recalled the look in Young Cheol's eyes. "If I were to ask a favor like that, grandfather would look at me with nothing but disappointment. This is just a family feud, after all." A dark aura radiated from him. Grandfather only cares about the bottom line. Sehyun gloomily rested his chin on his hand. Later, with the Chaebol family members at the office, Kang-sik's voice rang out. "I was extremely out of line last time." The director watched him bow deeply to Do-jun. Do-jun politely lowered his head in return. "It's fine. You were just doing your job." "How could that be considered out of line? Besides, I didn't exactly handle myself perfectly either. Let's just call it even and put it behind us, shall we?" Kang-sik let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you for saying that." Do-jun gestured toward a chair. "So what brings you here?" He looked a bit flustered. Kang-sik got straight to the point. "To be honest, I've done some digging into you." "Director Jin, even